Man waits, wrapped in a steel cocoon. The pulse quickens. The objective, a simple white line 1,320 feet away. 3,000 horsepower propels man and machine down the quarter mile at over 260 miles an hour. For the 20th time, the drag racers are ready to contest the World Finals of Drag Racing in Top Fuel, the foothills of California's Mount Baldy, for the World Finals of Drag Racing at Pomona. Hello, I'm Paul Page, and here in a sport that literally overflows with nicknames, one name, Big Daddy, means winning more than any other. Of course, we're talking about Don Garlits. He's been taking home national titles for over 20 years now, and he is back in the sport with a vengeance. He just comes off a Nationals win at Indianapolis, and is here today trying to show that he can do it once again. He has his sights set on one man in particular, Joe Amato, who has already wrapped up the World Championship points fight. Now, let's find out a bit about these top fuel dragsters and meet Joe Amato. Let's go to Steve Evans, an outstanding motorsports commentator. Steve?
Thank you, Paul. Joe Amato finished second in the World Championship chase last season to Gary Beck, but the Pennsylvania businessman attacked his third year as a professional driver with a vengeance. He showed up at the second race of the season, the Gator Nationals, with a brand new race car, sporting the tallest wing anyone had ever seen, up there in what Joe described as the clean air. The wing worked so well that Joe went on to win the Gator Nationals and become the first driver to ever crack 260 miles an hour. As you might imagine, all the big hitters showed up at the next race with a wing, just like Joe's. He kind of smiled and said, there's 9 other secrets in this car that aren't quite so visible. He has gone on to tie the record for the number of final round appearances at 7. If he wins today, he'll break that record. If he wins today, he will also tie the record for the most wins in one season at 5. And Joe Amato, yesterday you convinced any doubting Thomases in Southern California, 263 miles an hour. Amazing.
Well, we're happy to do a good job for the fans, and drag racing is such an exciting sport, and we really want to be part of it and show the people that dragsters are alive for 1984, and they're going to be definitely alive in 1985.
And number 1 qualifier as well.
Yeah, number 1 qualifier, and there's a possibility we might possibly set the record today for the low AT, because we ran a 42 and 39 is not too far away.
So Joe Amato is going for the record today.
Of course, the man that currently holds that record is this man, Gary Beck, at 5.391 seconds ET. ET is the time it takes from the start line to the finish line, a quarter mile away. Now, in round 2, Gary Beck faces Frank Bradley.
This is Frank Bradley, Paul, pulling through the water to accomplish the tire-smoking burnout. It's a crowd pleaser to be sure, but it's also part of the performance. The idea is to heat up the tire and lay down some hot, sticky rubber. The crew's always careful to bring the driver right back in his tracks. Bradley, for obvious reasons, nicknamed the Beard. He's from Napa, California.
Gary Beck, the reigning world champion, has 172 runs in less than 6 seconds. He leads in that category. When the day is done, that number 1 comes off his machine as he gives up the world title.
Certainly nobody likes to lose any one of these world championships, but Joe's had a tremendous year. We did manage to win 3 races. Generally, that's good enough to win a title, but he did so well and won 3 himself and set the record and did so well at all the others. I mean, he deserves to be world champion. He had a great race team, but we'll go after him again next year.
So Gary Beck wants to still prove that he has that world champion stuff. He would love to have a victory here today in the World Finals. There's Gary Beck in the near lane, Frank Bradley in the far lane.
So many fans, Paul, just expect Gary Beck to be the number 1 qualifier. Not this weekend. He's number 3. Frank Bradley in the number 7 spot. Just 1 qualifying run for Bradley. Look at Beck. He has gone like a rocket. The instant advantage goes to Gary Beck. He defeats Frank Bradley in round 2.
Gary Beck wanders just a bit off the line, comes across with a 563, 248 miles an hour. Now, he is the reigning world champion. He took the title away from Shirley Muldowney, 3-time world champion, who at the Grand Nationals at Sanair in Canada suffered a terrible accident. We ask her son, John, how is she now?
She's doing good. She's in great spirits, and she's started to answer all of her cards that have come in from friends and fans throughout the whole country. And she sounds good.
There are a lot of nasty rumors. There always are. She will walk again?
I believe she will. I believe she will, but it's awful hard to say something like that before it's time. It takes a long time to heal from injuries of that nature, and just time will tell, you know.
And don't be surprised, Paul, if Shirley Muldowney doesn't give the keys to the family top fuel dragster to that young man son John. Here is the world's fastest driver, Joe Amato. And speed, Paul, in the first round may have caused Amato some problems. He ran 262 miles an hour, but hurt the engine, and the businessman from Pennsylvania has had to install a spare power plant.
He faces the world's largest potato farmer, Larry Miner, who owns the Pomona track record at 5.40. Amato in the near lane, Miner in the far lane. They both inch up. Bit of psychology played here. Who can out-psych the other as they come to the line? Amato spins the tires just a bit on the start, fights for control, and Miner comes across. Miner at a 5.56, 239 miles an hour. Joe Amato, the world champion, is out.
And Paul, Amato is in trouble instantly. Now watch the rear tires. As soon as you see a little bit of smoke, that means he's lost traction. The driver feels that and gets off the throttle. As he gets off the throttle, Larry Miner just streaks away from him.
Looking at it again. Now watch Amato's engine. There's a puff of smoke as the pistons begin to burn. The engine is going away. Larry Miner comes on to the win. Let's go to the shutdown area now, and Steve.
It can get mighty lonely down here when you lose a race, can't it, Joe?
Yeah, it's the way it is, Steve. It's tough when you lose, you know. It's hard on the crew and all. But he ran better than us. The car shook and it just didn't do what it was supposed to do. And that's racing.
You know, you told us earlier you were going to try to set the record to prove to the Southern California fans what a Joe Amato was really capable of. Did you maybe overpower the racetrack trying to go for that record?
No, we had to change the motors. We had something happen to that motor, a minor thing, but it caused the cam to get grooved up. So we had to put a different motor in, and it was a little different combination, so it kind of threw us off track a little bit.
So Joe Amato, the world champion, is out in the early going in front of a record crowd of over 30,000 people. We'll be back. We're back at the World Finals of Drag Racing, and to show you just how much this crowd here at the LA County Fairgrounds appreciated this man, here is Big Daddy on the return road as he came down at the conclusion of the first round. A standing ovation.
And Paul, we'll be seeing Big Daddy Don Garlits in second round action right after this race. In the far lane is Denver Schutz from Fresno, California. Fans who drop by the Schutz trailer of the pits get a big handful of raisins because he's a raisin rancher.
And he will face Shannon Stewart, who is just up I-10 in Riverside, California, in what is his best performance in his 3 years in drag racing.
Paul, this was Shannon Stewart in the near lane in qualifying, and I'm sure at this very moment he doubted if he'd ever even see the day of eliminations. Look at this, a moonshot. The white car in the near lane, a little light on the front end, got too much traction. Shannon tried to feather it down, but bent the front end up badly. Crew has done a good job of getting this car back into action, and he was victorious in round one.
Out came the hammers and wrenches, got the front end of the machine put back together, and he is on the line now.
Denver Schutz has far more driving experience than Shannon Stewart. In fact, he was one of the first drivers in the sport to break into the 5-second elapsed time zone. Shannon Stewart has only been racing 3 years, but has been quite a surprise here this weekend.
Stewart launches hard, weaves just a bit, maintains his lead, and it's Stewart crossed the line with a 5.69, 250 miles an hour. So inexperience pays off as Stewart moves up to the next round. And the crowd begins now to go nuts. Here he is. The expression here at Pomona is Big is back. There he is. Big Daddy Don Garlits completes his burnout, and they are loving it here today. He faces Gary Ormsby.
Now, Gary Ormsby, a very worthy opponent, Paul. Ormsby won the Winter Nationals, the opening race of the season, right here at the fairgrounds. An automobile dealer from Sacramento, California, and a fine race car driver.
Of course, Ormsby faces the challenge from the formidable Don Garlits, who has been winning for over 2 decades.
This Carmine, when I got her now, she was new, old and broke now. This Carmine, there's been little Carmine to me. This Carmine.
Big Daddy comes to Pomona with a record of over 23 Nationals titles. Big Daddy, Don Garlits, the name that really means drag racing in the United States, disappeared for a while. Now you're back with a vengeance. Why?
Well, you know, I took a few years off putting my museum together. I built a museum for the sport, drag racing. And, you know, it took about 4 years out of my life. My wife and I worked real hard on that thing, spent a lot of money on it, and you just can't do 2 things at once.
You, A.J. Foyt, you guys are too old to be doing this, aren't you?
That's what they keep telling me.
Why are you back doing it so strong?
Well, you know, I got a lot of letters have come to me over the last few years wanting me to come back and race, and then the people come through the museum, Big Daddy, why don't you know, you're not too old to race. And so I got Malone, a friend of mine and partner from years ago. We put a little program together to finish out 1984 and then in hopes of obtaining a sponsor for 85.
When you first started in the sport, did you have any idea you'd be seeing 260s and full fields in the 5s?
Of course not. You know, we run 85 miles an hour, 20 seconds in the quarter, and we were just having fun, just a bunch of kids, you know. It's I never dreamed the sport would become what it has.
If you dream a little bit now, what will the sport become? Do you have any idea?
Well, I guess it's going to get lots bigger, that's for sure, and we're going to go lots faster.
And you can bet if they go faster, Big Daddy at age 52 will be right there with them. Garlett's the near lane, Ormsby the far lane. Garlett's on the line, it's a close race. Garlett's drifts toward the center line. Continues to accelerate. Garlett's a 5:55, 260.
Well, Big Daddy knew Gary Ormsby was there all but that last 100 feet of the racetrack. Ormsby in it all the way. No one has the Garlett's touch. He is at one with this machine. The perfect balance between clutch and throttle. The front wheels just dancing on the pavement.
The dragster stresses as he comes from the line. Here's where Big Daddy won it, pulling toward the line as he runs through the traps.
Well, Don, you must like those 260-mile-an-hour times, because there's another one for you at about a 5:51.
Great. Now, you need them out here. These guys are tough.
You know, you had never run 260 really at the U.S. Nationals. Is it do you feel that in the seat of your pants? Can you tell that kind of mile an hour?
Yes, sir, you sure can. It is a ride down there. I mean, those traps go bip, bip, bip.
And from the first bip to the last bip is 132 feet. Well, the semifinal rounds are coming up. Gary Beck will face his car owner, Larry Miner, and Don Garlits will face Shannon Stewart. We're back at the World Finals of Drag Racing. Semifinal round, Top Fuel. This is Paul Page with Steve Evans. And we will see the Southern California favorite, a man with over 20 years in the sport. This man, Big Daddy Don Garlits, as he fires up, ready to face Shannon Stewart.
And Paul, when Big Daddy decided to re-enter the sport on a serious basis, he took this car right off the museum floor in Ocala, Florida. It's a 4-year-old machine, the chassis designed by Garlits himself. I had the pleasure of witnessing his triumph at the U.S. Nationals, and when he unloaded with a brand new engine and lots of fresh parts and pieces, courtesy of Art Malone, everybody said, well, that's fine. But the fuel system is the speed secret, and it'll take him at least a year to figure that out. He unloaded at 261 miles an hour, and the handwriting was on the wall.
The Southern California crowd once again incredibly excited about the presence of Big Daddy back in the sport, the man who really made the rear-engine dragster work.
Indeed he did, Paul. After the accident that removed part of his foot at the old Lions drag strip, Garlits in 1971 debuted the rear-engine dragster and won right on this very quarter mile.
So Big Daddy Don Garlits, 23 national wins to his record. He would like to etch another one yet into the record books. At age 52, the oldest man who is consistently winning in motorsports.
And by contrast, his competition is a hungry young rookie named Shannon Stewart, who we saw involved in that giant wheel stand in qualifying. I asked him about racing Don Garlits.
Yeah, it was quite an experience. I went and watched him race a lot of times when I was real young, and I didn't think I'd ever be racing beside him in a top field car.
I know he is well aware of you, called you a fast rising star in this sport. Nice words to hear from a legend.
Yeah, Don seems to be a real good guy. He's been helping us out, being pit next to him here, and we had a little problem this morning. He ran right over and gave us a hand with it.
Is that right?
So
But there's no friendship when those staging lights come on. That's all forgotten.
no, it's all for real then.
So Stewart simply has to face up to and beat the legend, Big Daddy, as he brings his machine up to stage, snaps the visor down, doesn't even look over at his competitor. Stewart in the far lane, Garlits in the near lane. Up stage, Stewart pulls the whole shot on Garlits. Garlits pulls on the power as Stewart's engine goes away. It's Garlits with a 561, 256 miles an hour. Stewart loses the engine. Garlits goes into the final round. Now, he will face the winner of this match, Larry Miner and Gary Beck, team machines.
In fact, they appear virtually identical on the starting line, Paul. It'll be Beck in the far lane, Larry Miner in the near lane. Only 2 years ago, Gary Beck taught his boss and car owner, Larry Miner, how to drive one of these machines. He was a very quick learner.
The pits have certainly been busy for this team. They have not only these two top fuelers, they also have a funny car that they have to keep maintenance on. And at the far end now, Steve is with Don Garlits.
You've made the final round at the World Finals, Don, but the car slowed up a little bit. At 561, only 256.
Yeah, it was down on power just a little bit. We took a little power out because the last run we hurt a piston pretty good, and it needs that nitro back in it for the final for sure.
Car shook just a little bit?
And it did. It lost some traction.
But the track seems to be holding up marvelously.
Track is real good.
Okay, well, let's go back to the starting line and see who Big Daddy's opponent is going to be in that final round. It's going to be one of the Larry Minor-owned cars. We know that for sure.
Either Gary Beck or Larry Minor, the team owner. As we watch Minor pull back, an interesting confrontation. Minor holds the track record here at Pomona. Beck holds the all-time NHRA record. We talked with Minor earlier.
It's been an interesting year for Larry Minor. He drives what they call the Team B car because he enjoys it. It's his goal always to put Gary Beck in the winner's circle and hopefully world champion. They seem to be racing each other everywhere they go. That's not the plan, but it works out that way. Larry, here it is again. But there's no points now. There's nothing involved here but kind of company pride.
Well, we're going to try to have a real good race out of it. We'd like to run a couple 550s. Seems like every time we've got together, something's happened to one car or the other. But we're going to, there's nothing to be gained or lost except the pride for my crew, who always has to kind of take the back seat when we race Gary. So we're going to really kind of give it our best shot.
So the team moves up to the line. Gary Beck on the far side, Larry Minor on the near side. We've talked about staging, but what exactly does it mean?
It's an all-important part of any drag race, Paul. As Larry Minor and Gary Beck move up to the starting line, they inch forward very carefully, using that handbrake. Atop the Christmas tree, the pre-stage lights, one for each driver. All they do is tell the driver he's in starting proximity. The second yellow lights are the staging light. That means you're right on the starting line. The bottom yellow light, 0.4 of a second later, the green.
And they launch as it's Minor out in front, but Beck is on the charge. It's Beck as Minor goes away just at the line. Beck with a 560, 251 miles an hour. But what an incredible drive by Beck.
Great composure by the two-time world champion in the far lane. The car comes out, it's hooked up, everything's fine. Suddenly you'll notice a little bit of smoke. Gary Beck gets off of that throttle. Had he stayed on it, the tires would have just blazed. He'd have lost for sure. Now he's back on the throttle hard and drives around Larry Minor.
Beck shows what a heads-up racer he is as he feels the tire shake, comes out, and then nails it, comes across the line.
Well, Gary Beck arrives down here with an obviously wounded race car. Anytime there's oil pouring out of one of these machines like this, it generally means that a connecting rod has been kicked to the pan or the side of the block, which is quite difficult to repair and generally indicates that an engine change will have to be made. So Gary Beck, his enthusiasm over beating the boss Larry Minor has certainly be tempered by this. Gary, we got a serious problem here.
Yeah, Steve, I guess it broke a rod. Must have happened right. I didn't feel it. Must have happened right down the lights.
One of the engines, and I couldn't tell which car, sounded real funny down towards the finish line, like it was being turned on and shut off again.
I couldn't really tell. It was just going down through there, and I was just trying. Mine moved around quite a bit, so I was pretty busy trying to get mine set up for the finish line.
One thing we know for sure, that there's plenty of spare motors over there, but is there one that'll run this good?
Well, all the motors in the Light All-Star team are all the same. Funny car and Larry's car and my car, all exactly the same. All we do is have to change the pan on the funny car for the ground clearance. So, yeah, there's another one back there.
I'm sure Gary will be looking for the pick of the litter to go up against Don Garlits.
Well, while Gary Beck heads back to pick that one out, Big Daddy is already at work. He works on the machine himself, and he has the help of quite a crowd that gathers around to make sure that Big Daddy is ready to run. So in the finals, it's Garlits and Beck. Two veterans will be back. We are just moments away now for the final round in Top Fuel, and back in those staging lanes, Gary Beck, Don Garlits sit, running the run over in their mind. What they will do, you think it's not going to be a sight game? You're sorely mistaken. Now, the engines fire. We're ready for the final round, Top Fuel Dragster, the World Finals.
And Paul, Gary Beck has one important thing going for him. He has lane choice. He earned that by having the quicker elapsed time in the semifinal round. Gary has selected the near lane, traditionally the quickest here at the fairgrounds in Pomona. Gary Beck with a thundering burnout trying to break in that new engine.
Two veterans here, of course, Don Garlits. has an advantage in knowing that he has had more time in preparation, and also knowing that Gary Beck is sitting there with a brand new engine. Beck has to worry about that power plant. Is it really in there properly? Is it ready to run? Garlits has had all the time in the world. He tends to ignore the competition. Earlier, in Beck's pit, Steve Evans watched as they replaced that motor.
The story in Gary Beck's pit is an engine change. They're installing what they call a long block. You see it here. Everything is on the motor except for the clutch and the supercharger and fuel system. Those are two key ingredients that will come off of the engine that exploded in the semifinal round. So they'll swing it over to the chassis, drop it in, and have but a few minutes to get back to the staging lanes. But with this talent and the number of personnel involved here, you can bet it will be done.
So that's the motor that is fired now. Nobody really knows for sure, but they say about 3,000 horsepower being generated in each of these two power plants. Gary Beck is ready.
The longtime drag racing fans so obviously riding with Big Daddy, hoping that he returns to the fairgrounds triumphantly. However, Paul, I think the new breed of fan, the high-tech guy and gal, they ride with Gary Beck. He epitomizes that.
There's Big Daddy as he inches up to the line. Beck took 2 burnouts. Don Garlits has only taken 1. He doesn't even glance over. It is his run against the tree, against the line. He doesn't really look at the other competitor. They inch toward the line. Beck a little bit forward. He comes up first. Now Big Daddy follows. They launch. Beck's wheels off the ground. Big Daddy nails it. Beck shuts it down, and it's Big Daddy going away. A 5:51, 261 miles an hour as Big Daddy wins the World Finals.
And Paul, you could become a wealthy man right now if you were hawking Big Daddy souvenirs as this tremendous crowd leaves the fairgrounds. Their man has done it, defeated Gary Beck for the World Finals event title. Beck in the near lane, the front wheels instantly came off the ground. And they continue to rise higher and higher until Gary was forced to get off the throttle. He set him down almost like an airplane landing, smoke off of the front wheels. Beck battling for control. It's all over. He throws in the towel right here. Big Daddy wins it.
Big Daddy finishes with a victory in the World Finals. Herb Parks drives the truck with the crew on board down to pick up Big Daddy. Art Malone, former IndyCar driver, is there. Ed Donovan of Donovan Engine fame on the back of the truck. All down to congratulate Big Daddy Don Garlits.
Don Garlits waves to the fans who are blowing their horns as they exit the parking lot here at the Los Angeles County Fairgrounds. After a 5-year layoff, Big Daddy comes back, wins the U.S. Nationals and the World Finals back-to-back. Don, a 5:51, again, over 260. Congratulations from Sports World.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's really been a pleasure to be here, believe me.
It was smooth on the starting line. Beck did what you figured he would do?
I don't know. I think Beck had some trouble. He was out. We were having a really good race, and it looked like his front end come up. And, of course, he had to back off, and he fell back rapidly then. But it was a real good race until that happened.
There's a lot of rumors about your plans for next year. Can you tell us now?
Well, you know, I'm really working hard to get a major sponsor. I want to just run the NHRA events. I want to try for the points in '85. I don't want to run anything else.
With a new car?
With a new car, oh yes. I've got every piece to build a new car right now.
And some aerodynamics may be involved.
Yes, I want to work a little aerodynamics. Not much, you know, no big giant chips, you know, just little massages.
I have a feeling that the only thing that'll never be in that museum permanently down in Florida is yourself. You're going to race as long as you can walk and talk.
Well, I hope so. I'm really having a good time anyway.
So did the fans watching Big Daddy win the World Finals here at Pomona.
Well, the slogan is correct. Big is back. And that's definitely a threat for anybody else that drag races. Big Daddy Don Garlits wins the World Finals at Pomona. Back-to-back victories with his win at Indianapolis in the U.S. Nationals. This is Paul Page for Steve Evans. So long from Pomona. Sports World is just west of Los Angeles at Pomona, California for the Funny Car World Finals of Drag Racing. Hello, I'm Paul Page, and we have a tremendous fight in the funny car ranks here today. It's a fight not only for the event, but for the world title, and it's going 3 different directions. Mark Oswald, the current points leader, he has the NHRA record in funny car. And then there, of course, is Billy Meyer. 2 Nationals victories this season. He can do it. And then Kenny Bernstein, the first man ever to go 260 miles an hour in a funny car. Any one of those men could take home the funny car world title, and none of them have ever done it before. Now, let's find out about this incredible, this frightening machine, the funny car. Here is Steve Evans.
Paul, this is the car to beat for the Funny Car World Championship, the beautiful red Firebird driven by Mark Oswald. Now, these 1,800-pound tube-frame missiles are required to maintain the essence of a production automobile. That's why the fiberglass Firebird body, and that's why the engine is in front of the driver as it is in your car or mine. Now, with a 3,000 horsepower supercharged nitro-burning engine in front of the driver, from his standpoint, these could be called Formula Scary. Oswald is protected as much as possible by an aluminum bulkhead called the firewall. And in that wall are 2 Lexan plastic windows. Should they light up red, he knows there's problems, and he activates the onboard fire extinguisher system, hoping to extinguish the blaze. And as we've seen before here on Sports World, these cars don't always come back to their pit area quite as pretty as they were when they left.
And talk about terrifying. This was in the qualifying. Billy Williams in the right lane, heading for the traps, and then suddenly fire erupts around the car. Here it is from the forward angle. Now watch this machine. It first explodes with fire, and then suddenly the fiberglass begins to come apart. Now, thanks to NHRA safety, Williams is able to drive this machine to a stop, and he is uninjured. There the crew looks over the car, and Billy Williams talked with Steve Evans.
Well, the obvious first question, are you okay, Billy?
Yeah, I'm okay.
What on earth happened? I've never seen one like that.
I have no idea myself. It just seemed like it must have started to get lean because the car really started to run good down here. It felt like it really started to pick up, and then all of a sudden just boom.
And your first experience with the funny car so far certainly has not been a pleasant one.
It hasn't been great. I like it, though. It's neat. I'll get used to it.
You'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Fire often the fate of the funny car. We're ready now. Second round of eliminations. There is Sherm Gunn. Now he will face 4-time world champion Don Prudhomme.
First order of business is the crowd-pleasing burnouts. But they're more than just showbiz. The idea for Don Prudhomme here is to lay down some hot, sticky tracks of rubber, back up in them for maximum traction. Don Prudhomme, as you said, Paul, the 4-time world champion, still based in Granada Hills, California, has had less than a perfect season this year.
He faces Sherm Gunn from Azusa, California, who has never won a Nationals title, but in the first round turned out to be a giant killer against Kenny Bernstein in the near lane. Now look at Gunn as he nails it, gets the whole shot on Bernstein, and goes on to win.
Bernstein ran 0.06 of a second quicker and lost. There's nothing more humbling to a drag racer than being left on like that.
And Bernstein was totally defeated.
Well, those high hopes for a world championship, at least this year, have come to an end. For Kenny Bernstein, as Sherm Gunn gets there first, Kenny, what happened up there?
Oh, I don't know, Steve. He ran pretty good. I was a little late. I don't know what his ETs were.
He ran a 5.95. I believe you ran a little quicker.
Yeah, I was late. I saw him leave. Reactions weren't there, and it's one of those days.
Well, I know you're real down right now, and we'll let you get back to the pits and try to get a little happier. Kenny Bernstein is all done for this season.
Kenny Bernstein, Texas millionaire and restaurateur, takes losing very, very hard. Sherm Gunn is ready. He faces Don Prudhomme, who wins 75% of the time.
Well, Don Prudhomme has got to be wondering right now what he's dealing with. Prudhomme saw him get by Bernstein and knows that he better not be late at the starting line or Gunn will drill him just like he did Bernstein.
No question about it. Sherm Gunn is hot today. They move up to stage.
Sherm Gunn and Don Prudhomme leave dead even. Sherm Gunn gets near the center line. Prudhomme shuts it off. It is Sherm Gunn advancing yet another round.
Something goes away on Prudhomme's machine. It's Gunn with a 598, 224 miles an hour. Gunn continues his march forward here in the World Finals. So Sherm Gunn moves ahead. He's now knocked out Bernstein and Prudhomme. Back at the World Finals of Drag Racing as Rick Johnson prepares to face Ed McCullough. And here, Sherm Gunn is proving to be just a bit of a spoiler.
This is the classic case of local boy makes good. You could almost throw a rock and hit Sherm Gunn's race car shop. You've been building these cars long enough for other people. Finally, you get a chance to go beat some of your customers.
Finally do. We're having fun.
Kenny Bernstein first, now the Snake. Wow.
Well, we just take them as we can.
Of course, your driving is what beat Bernstein.
I think it was. We were out on him quite a bit, and I was watching him coming down through here. And he just couldn't pass me.
You're going to need more than 590s to continue through this field, though, unless you've got this kind of luck all day.
Well, maybe we got a little bit of luck on our side for a change.
Somebody once said, I'd rather be lucky than good.
Really? Thank you.
Sherm Gunn, he's having fun. A new face on our Sports World Drag Racing coverage.
Two big names, Bernstein, Prudhomme, fall to Gunn. Now it's Rick Johnson and Ed McCullough.
Rick Johnson just recently took over the reins of this car, owned by Roland Leong. This is only Rick's second national event. Now, his competition is back after a 5-year layoff. That is Ed the Ace McCullough from Sanger, California, driving the Oldsmobile car owned by Larry Miner. McCullough had lane choice by virtue of running the quicker elapsed time in the previous round, and surprisingly, Paul, he takes that left-hand lane. Most drivers with lane choice take the near lane.
There's the Christmas tree. They come into the pre-stage condition. Now they're staged, one yellow light, and they're off. McCullough with a hole shot. Johnson on the charge, but it's Ed the Ace all the way across the line. 584, 236 miles an hour, but some very expensive-looking smoke coming out of that motor.
Indeed, Paul. Here in replay, in the far lane, we see McCullough. His car noticeably launches harder. Now, McCullough fell off of his blistering pace in the first round. That was a 5.70, so he slowed down 0.14 of a second, no doubt due to an awful lot of piston smoke right at the finish line.
As he comes across the line, there you see it. That's a great chunk of money pouring out into the air here at Pomona. And that brings up Billy Meyer, who still has a chance to take the World Championship away from Mark Oswald. He will face Dale Poldy.
And Dale Poldy is having a fine weekend, Paul. Ran a career best of 5.69 in this beautiful red car. Poldy has been a full-time professional drag racer since he was 17 years old. Only Meyer started younger at 16. Dale Poldy is willing to spend whatever hours and dollars it takes, Paul, to succeed as a professional funny car racer. Billy Meyer had an opportunity, along with Kenny Bernstein, to go into the wind tunnel for the first time with these cars. Meyer came out of that wind tunnel and won the very next race, so he learned a bunch.
Billy Meyer in the far lane has twice been runner-up in the World Championship fight. He would like to finish this day not as a bridesmaid once again. He can spoil the World Championship for Mark Oswald. But first, he has to get by Dale Poldy. They launch. It is Billy Meyer all the way. Meyer with a 573, 253 miles an hour.
And, Paul, Billy Meyer has been equating this day as if it was a football game. And he told me earlier, this is the long bomb. Everybody go long. So Billy Meyer had all the nitro and all the blower boost possible to get by Dale Poldy here.
And so Billy Meyer, with this victory, pours the pressure onto Mark Oswald. Let's go down to the far end. Steve is with Billy Meyer.
A 573 to a 579. Billy Meyer, that was the most interesting funny car race.
Yes, it was. I had a valve that I needed to get shut off down there, and I couldn't shut it off, and I almost hit the guardrail there, and it felt like it made a pretty good move. I was jamming on that stupid lever.
It got mighty close. And then what happened on the starting line? It looked like you overstaged?
Yeah, well, he had gone in stage, and I was trying to hurry up and get everything done. And when I blinked in, I just went too far in, and that's just part of the game, I guess.
Well, that'll rattle a lot of drivers. Instead, you had an advantage.
Yeah, it seemed to work. Now we just need to see what Oswald does, see if I can get the ball back here.
So Billy Meyer's Hail Mary pass worked this time. He steps up to a 573. Let's go back to the starting line and see how Mark Oswald is doing.
Well, Billy Meyer is smiling, but Mark Oswald is ready. As the engine is fired in the Candies and Hughes funny car, he is ready to go, and he is extremely popular here in Southern California. Some say he'll go not only for the World Championship, but a bit further.
And Mark has a chance to ice the world title right now, Paul. If he can win here and run over 258 miles an hour, he will back up his earlier speed record set in the first round. That'll do it for him. Mark Oswald from Cincinnati, Ohio, could be the world champion in the next few seconds.
Of course, he still has to get past Tom McEwen, who is the second man to travel at 260 miles an hour in a funny car. He is a big opponent to Oswald's chance at a world championship at this moment. Oswald's wife, Janie, stands just behind the line at their support truck, apprehension all over her face. It's not just this round, it's the World Championship that hangs in the balance.
This is the 11th race of the year, Paul, and it's all come down possibly to this run. Remember, that record could be set right now. Tom McEwen, after 20 years of racing, has never been tougher than he is this year. Janie Oswald looks on.
McEwen jumps off the line, but then gives up. Oswald pours on the power and screams through the finish with a 593, 252 miles an hour.
Tears of joy from Janie Oswald, but the title is still not put away. He did not run fast enough to back up that record we talked about. So the $40,000 still eludes Mark Oswald. Paul, as we look at this again, I think you'll see in the far lane that the front wheels come up in the air on Tom McEwen's car. When he gets off the pedal a little bit to set him down, the rear tires unload and lose traction.
Mark Oswald is one step closer to a world championship. Let's go down to the far end and Steve.
Well, an exhausted Mark Oswald with the helmet off. You got the win light, but unfortunately not the record, Mark. 252 was not enough.
Yeah, I think that win will do it for us, so I just want to keep in there.
Well, it's going to take a better mathematician than me to figure out the points. Maybe Paul can tell us more about that later. But Billy Meyer's alive also, and he stepped up to a 573. You slowed down.
Yeah, he ran good. Our car was loose all over the racetrack. We were happy to get down there and make that win, you know, just to stay in there.
The suspense is maddening, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that does it mathematically, though.
Okay, we'll check on that. Right, Paul?
Steve, adding to the apprehension down there is the fact that the point system is a maze, but it appears that Oswald still has to go one more round if he is to win the World Championship. Back at the World Finals in Pomona, California, Mark Oswald begins replacing all 8 of his pistons in his machine as they feverishly work on his dragster. Let's go to Steve in McCullough's pit.
Ed McCullough and crew have installed an entire new power plant on that funny car, getting ready to race Mark Oswald. This is the engine that came out of the car, and here's why. There's a crack here in the valley area. Now, this is just over the camshaft, in fact, over a cam bearing. Were this piece to fall out, it would be instant disaster. The lifter bores are going to come apart, the camshaft is liable to break, and what would happen is similar to what you saw at the top of the show. You remember the Billy Williams incident, the incredible blower explosion? That's what could have resulted had they run this engine. Some alert eyes found this, and by the way, this block cannot be repaired. That is $7,500 right down the drain.
So as the funny cars prepare, let's take a look at Pro Stock. Now, Lee Shepard has already beaten Warren Johnson for the World Championship. Lee Shepard has the title. Here is Butch Leal and Don Kuntz.
The Pro Stock cars, Paul, rival the funny cars for the fans' attention. They are 2,300 pounds, 500 cubic inches, very fast and difficult to drive automobiles. In the near lane will be this man, Butch Leal, the California Flash, but now operating out of Blacklick, Ohio. His competition from Cayuga, Indiana, is Don Kuntz, who finished number 6 in the world last year.
Semi-final round, Pro Stock. Leal and Kuntz. Kuntz is moving up on the line now, beginning to stage. This is the closest competition in all drag racing, 500 cubic inches, developing over 1,000 horsepower.
And the starting line is critical for these cars, Paul. They bring the RPMs up well over 8,000 and just slide their foot off the clutch. And in that staging is so critical, a lot of mind games are played on the starting line in Pro Stock.
Longtime veteran Leal faces the Hoosier Kuntz. They are both on the line. Edging up, there's the Christmas tree. Pre-stage lights on. Now waiting for Kuntz. Kuntz's stage, Leal's stage. They're off and running, but we saw a red light.
Don Kuntz in the far lane gambled at the start, got a red light. He is disqualified. The second car across the finish line is the winner, Butch Leal.
So Kuntz took the chance, but for Leal, experience paid off. He won it right as the lights winked at him. It was a red light over to Kuntz, and Leal is already the winner.
And from this angle, we should graphically see, yes, Don Kuntz anticipated that yellow light. He loses.
And now Etta Glidden brings her husband from Whiteland, Indiana, another Hoosier, Bob Glidden, up to the line in what will be a repeat of a constant confrontation. Bob Glidden will face Lee Shepard.
Anytime you've got these two together on the starting line, the crowd will stand. In fact, they're already cheering their favorites. Will it be Bob Glidden, the 5-time Pro Stock World Champion for Ford, or the new World Champion, the 4th consecutive year he's earned the title, Lee Shepard from Texas for Chevrolet?
These two guys just literally swapped the world title back and forth. Pro Stock, closest form of racing in the sport.
And the starting line is vital here. Shepard is usually the quicker of the two off the mark. They leap right together, Paul. Now it's a battle of muscle.
Glidden and Shepard, they continue to run alongside. Now Glidden pulls out the lead. Glidden with a 7:64.181. Muscle proved its point there as Bob Glidden, reputed to be a better mechanic than a driver, powered his way down the quarter mile, took the victory away from Lee Shepard.
And now it is the funny car semifinals. The first matchup will be Mark Oswald. If he gets the win like this time, he is the new NHRA World Champion. Ed McCullough could stop it right now with the Oldsmobile-powered car in the right-hand lane.
So McCullough, the owner of the car, top fuel driver Larry Minor, he could spoil a world championship for Mark Oswald. For Mark Oswald, it could be the world championship at the end of this run. At the other end of the strip, there's already a party underway.
There's no greater confrontation in pro stock racing than Lee Shepard and Bob Glidden. You got that run with low ET of the day.
That's right. Lee was kind of looking forward to winning the world championship, and then after Warren went out the first round, he got really greedy and wanted to win the race. So I'm glad we won. I think we came here a little better prepared, and my gosh, I'm happy right now.
Semi-final round. Funny cars at the World Finals. This is the moment of truth for Mark Oswald. He can win it all right here. A world championship is within his grasp.
And his opponent, Ed McCullough, right now just hoping and praying that the engine change was made successfully. Paul, they love to tell you that all of these engines are alike, but usually it takes at least one run to tune up a new motor.
Well, there's plenty to worry about when you bring them to the line. For Oswald, it could be a world championship. McCullough comes out hard, but now it's Oswald as he screams toward the world championship, and he's done it. Mark Oswald wins the round, wins the world championship with a 5.79.
Well, I tell you, Paul, Ed McCullough gave him plenty of reason for concern because 100 feet out, McCullough was in front.
Watch Ed McCullough in the near lane as he gets the hole shot, powers his way off the line. But then it is Oswald all the rest of the way. Let's go to the far end and Steve Evans.
Let there be no doubt about it. The man taking off his shiny red helmet is the world champion, Mark Oswald, and you could be the event winner. You're going into the final round.
Yeah, well, we get greedy. We win one, we won it all.
How'd the car feel?
Felt real good that time, you know, a lot better than before. Last round it was a little weak, you know, we almost made a big mistake there, but luckily we got through that.
A big top speed might be enough to back up that record.
Yeah, I don't know. It should be close.
We'll check on that, and good luck to you in the final.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, Steve, he just missed it by the flicker of an eye, but nevertheless, he is the world champion. Still, though, with one round to go. Sherm Gunn, the giant killer, faces now another giant who is once again, for the third time, the bridesmaid. He's second in the world point standing, and I'm speaking, of course, of Billy Meyer.
And Billy Meyer has got to be wondering right now, Paul, what is a Sherm Gunn and why is he here in the semifinals? Here's a fellow that's only gone past the first round once in national competition. Look at Sherm Gunn and Billy Meyer. They are head to head.
Billy Meyer pulls the hole shot, but Sherm Gunn drives it right on through to the end, and Sherm Gunn comes up with yet another victory. He's knocked another big name down.
Sherm Gunn so alert on the starting line, but Billy Meyer was right with him. Sherm Gunn has that consistency, doesn't overpower the racetrack. Here, they're looking over at each other, Paul. You know they can see the other car in their peripheral vision. Suddenly, Sherm is behind.
But he continues to lay down the power. It's still Meyer in front, but he picks up speed at the end, and Gunn wins it. Let's go to the shutdown area.
This has got to be the biggest upset the entire funny car season. Sherm Gunn goes into the final round against the new world champion Mark Oswald. How does it feel?
Great.
How many years have you been trying this?
God, about 20, I think.
Another overnight success.
Not an overnight success, but just perseverance.
Well, you know, unless this luck continues, and skill for that matter, but still, you're going to need more than 590s to beat that red car.
I know it, but we've done it so far. Consistency.
Anything you can do to try to whittle down that elapsed time?
Well, we're going to look at it. We're going to try.
Sherm Gunn continues to slug his way. We're back in Pomona, California for the World Finals of Drag Racing. Pro Stock Finals coming up. This is Paul Page with Steve Evans as Bob Glidden, 5-time world champion, prepares to face Butch Leal.
Well, the winningest pro drag racer of them all, Bob Glidden, has only scored one victory this year. That was the Summer Nationals in New Jersey. His opponent, Butch Leal, has been in one final round this year, but came up on the losing end. And Paul, Butch Leal fancies himself quite a starting line technician. He's not going to make it easy on Glidden. He's going to take his time and try to leave on him, try to rattle Glidden if at all possible.
If they're going to play with one another, pro stock is where it'll happen. Again, the closest form of the sport. Bob Glidden looks up, checks the line, checks the tree. They begin to maneuver back and forth, trying to worry one another.
This is where the starter, Buster Couch, can play an important role. It's up to him to make sure that neither one of these drivers takes too much time. There's a fine line there, and the call is up to Buster. Finally, Leal moves in. Leal is away first with a hole shot.
Leal gets the hole shot. Glidden pulls the front wheels off the ground, then plants them and pours on the power. It's Bob Glidden winning the World Finals with a 761, 181 miles an hour. His wife, Etta, is overjoyed as they celebrate here at the starting line. Down at the finish line, it's Bob Glidden that has won the World Finals.
And that 761, Paul, takes the national record away from Lee Shepard.
You see Bob Glidden in the near lane, pulls the front wheels completely off the ground for several feet, then plants them and pours on the power. Butch Leal falls behind, Glidden wins it. So it's Bob Glidden with another victory. Let's go to Steve.
So an up and down season for Bob Glidden definitely ends on an up note. The event winner here at the World Finals. Congratulations, Bob.
Thank you, Steve. This is an up note. I think someone said we set the record at a 61.
That's right.
Great. I know Ed is overjoyed, and the sponsors are going to be happy too. So it's been a good finish to a bad year.
Tell me about the starting line. What happened up there?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I knew Butch was going to do a little bit of some
little dance for it.
Yeah, and he waited maybe a little bit too long, but there was no big deal.
Well, you played it very cool. He had a little of an advantage, maybe 200ths of a second, but you gave him that. You had the power to do that.
I didn't give him anything. If he got it, he earned it.
Well, this could be a sign of big things to come. Next season, you're looking at your World Finals champion, Bob Glidden.
Appreciate it.
Just one race remains. Paul Page is back at the start.
We're ready now for the final round in Funny Car. Gunn, he's faced every challenge that he possibly can, and he has conquered. Oswald, on the other hand, has the World Championship completely wrapped up. He's coming into the round on a real high. It's going to be a terrific fight. Now, as they come into the staging lanes, engines fired, we're ready to go.
Mark Oswald has already earned $40,000 in bonus money by winning the World Championship. Another $20,000 could be his if he wins here in the final round. But Oswald has had to replace engines. We were in his pit earlier as he and their very professional, well-uniformed crew attacked this project, installing a new $25,000 motor. By contrast, in Sherm Gunn's pits, well, they got their work done early, and his 9-year-old son, Little Sherm, had a chance to clean up Daddy's car. Quite a contrast in styles, Paul, and in financial backing as well.
Sherm Gunn is riding on a high coming into this final round. He's never done it before. This would be his first time, and it seems like he's been trying forever. Mark Oswald, he has the world title wrapped up. He'd sure like to add the World Finals to that title at this moment, but the engine is the unknown quantity in Oswald's car. They stage a fire on Oswald's car. Sherm Gunn continues to pour the power, and Sherm Gunn has done it. He's done it. His first Nationals victory, a 581, 248.
The quickest Sherm Gunn has ever run in his life. Little Sherm headed back to the truck, and the deafening roar from the Southern California crowd.
Big day for father and son, but it was over right here. You see the fire light up on the engine. A loose line, who knows what, but the day was over there. Sherm Gunn continues to power on, and he wins the World Finals. Down at the shutdown area, they are happy. Let's go to Steve.
Sherm Gunn accomplished nothing today other than beating Kenny Bernstein, Billy Meyer, Don Prudhomme, and the new world champion, Sherman. A great moment. Congratulations.
I'm pleased. I'm really pleased. I don't know what exactly happened to him, but he faded, and I says, see ya.
And you did it in a car you built yourself, every nut and bolt.
Everything. Car's only 6 years old.
Oh, is that all? Just a youngster. Tell me about the race itself. You had to be a little nervous the first time in a final round.
No? Not really. I went to a lot of national events this year.
That helped, didn't it?
That really helped.
It's that seasoning it takes some time.
Yeah, I'm pleased.
The biggest upset I can remember in a long, long time happened here today at Pomona. Sherm Gunn, the winner of the World Finals.
So congratulations to Sherm Gunn. The happiest member of that crew just may be his son, Little Sherm, as NHRA, the National Hot Rod Association, has done again what they do so well. Another exciting afternoon. The World Finals before a record crowd here in Pomona. This is Paul Page with Steve Evans. So long from Southern California.
This is the National Hot Rod Association National Championship Drag Races at Raceway Park near Indianapolis, Indiana. While the Nationals is the largest, it's just one of over 10,000 drag races held at some 300 drag strips in North America, at which some 500,000 drag racers compete during the year. For the racers, the NHRA Nationals is the culmination of months, or in some cases, years of preparation and planning that can bring fame and fortune to those competitors who win the coveted Eliminator title. Drag racing has become a highly sophisticated major sport, with annual attendance figures reaching some 30 million fans. It got its start in Southern California, but today it's a recognized sport in many areas of the world. The National Hot Rod Association and founding president, Wally Parks, is the pioneer of organized drag racing, and the utmost care and concern for the safety of drivers and spectators alike is demonstrated by NHRA officials who set forth the rules, safety guides, and operational procedures. The start of it all is registration and technical inspection. The requirements for competition are rigid, and to earn the NHRA Nationals official entry sticker, cars are carefully checked from every angle for safety and class specifications. NHRA safety regulations require that the driver be protected by roll bars and cages, seat belts, shoulder harnesses, safety hubs, flywheel shields, heat-resistant driving suits, helmets, flame-proof face masks, goggles and gloves, and parachute to assist braking if the car exceeds 150 miles per hour. After passing official tech inspection, cars move to their respective pits where they're readied for the qualifying runs. This is the behind-the-scenes activity that attracts the more dedicated race fans to the Nationals for a close look at the cars and drivers. Race enthusiasts travel thousands of miles to follow the action, and many set up headquarters in tents, cars, trucks, and trailers. Every entry at the Nationals is classified into one of 94 classes, where total car weight, engine displacement, rated horsepower, weight distribution, allowable modifications, and aerodynamics are all contributing factors in determining a vehicle's performance potential and classification. Cars of all classes compete on an equal basis by means of a modern electronic handicap starting system until the final moment when 7 champion eliminators collect their share of the more than $150,000 in total prize money posted for this event. The premise for drag racing is a simple process of tournament-type elimination. It's the kind of tournament the sport fan understands. An entrant becomes a challenger. If he survives the early runoffs, he becomes a contender. And if he stays in the running until the end, he becomes a champion. Races were started by a flagman, but today the cars are sent on their way 2 at a time by a multicolored series of lights that has been dubbed a Christmas tree. The tree contains small staging bulbs which indicate when each car is in the proper starting position. With the front tires centered in the beam, the staging light stays on. Once both staging lights are lit, starter Buster Couch actuates a half-second countdown sequence. The green bulb comes on, and the 2 machines hurtle down the quarter-mile track to see who can reach the finish line first. It takes timing, reflexes, and coordination to win races. And many a car has lost because an over-eager driver jumped the start and got the red light for an automatic disqualification. In the control tower at the start line, a dual-lane electronic timing system clocks each car's run through the quarter mile to the thousandth of a second. Once the light beam at the finish line is broken, the race is over. Every run is measured in elapsed time of ET in miles per hour, and the driver who can react in the shortest time from start to finish is the winner. It takes an extensive communications network to qualify and run off 1,500 machines. And NHRA officials keep the show moving at the Nationals with more than 11,000 timed runs made during the 5-day period of the races. The big fuel dragsters and funny cars burn nitromethane and alcohol, volatile mixtures that literally blast the high horsepower engines down the strip in a maze of smoke and sizzling rubber. Rear tires for drag racing are called slicks. They're designed to give maximum controlled bite. Racers want to lay as much rubber on the asphalt as possible to get the jump or move shot on their opponents. Tires carry low air pressure to increase bite, and they wrinkle under the sudden stress of power and torque applied at the standing start. With cars of every description, it's no wonder the Nationals is called the greatest car show in the world. It's said that all the competing cars and equipment at the Nationals are valued at over $10.5 million. With almost 1,500 entries, there are 12,000 pistons reacting to about 24,000 valves. With the kind of stress and strain that the moving parts of a drag race engine endure, it's no wonder the owners are choosy about everything that goes into their high horsepower machinery. Lubricants especially get the acid test, and they must hold up when the going gets hot. The last thing to go on a drag race car is the name. And aside from mechanical ingenuity, this is where the drag racer's imagination really takes over. Drag racing is a family sport in every sense of the word, and women drivers, too, have taken their share of trophies and cash. Among the top money winners is pretty Shirley Shahan of Tulare, California, a housewife and mother of 3 children who drives a lightning-fast superstock Dodge.
I like the challenge of racing. I like beating the men, and I like the people that race. And I like going to the races and traveling all over. It takes a lot of concentration in drag racing. You've got to have keen reflexes. The race is won or lost on the starting line. He who snoozes loses.
Almost every profession is represented at the Nationals. Hollywood actors and entertainers like TV Tommy Ivo of Burbank, California, who had a heartbreaking but exciting experience with his qualifying run. He made the run successfully with a 6.99 ET, but just after going through the lights, the clutch came apart and Ivo slid. The car was cut in half, a miraculous escape for Ivo. Also from the Hollywood scene is Dick Smothers. A graduate engineer, Pete Robinson of Atlanta, Georgia, qualified with a 7.04 ET and is on the bubble. All Pete can do is hold his breath and hope that no one will beat his time. Probably the most famous of all drag racers is Don Garlits, who took the Top Fuel Eliminator in 1967. Other top contestants who are vying for an eliminator shot are Canadian Scott Wilson from Ontario, Canada, who pilots a AA fuel dragster. Canada's leading female driver is Linda Pleva, who drives a Ford stock automatic. And Billy Kidd, who pilots an altered roadster called Will's Fargo. In round 1, it's the AA fuel dragsters with Leroy Goldstein, second highest qualifier, taking on Canadian Scott Wilson. Don Prudhomme, with his Ford-powered dragster, takes on Dwight Salisbury of Newport Beach, California, in a Chrysler. They come out snorting, ready to jump on the start. It's Salisbury on top with an ET of 7.01. That's all for Prudhomme in this race. Don Garlits, Big Daddy with his Dodge-powered rail, takes a shot at Duke Ray of Chicago, Illinois, and Garlits wins the round with a 7.37, 218.9 miles an hour. The next run is a California contest. Steve Carboni driving the Chrysler rear entry against Bob Downey of Alhambra, California. The California drivers have been eliminating each other in these first runoffs. Carboni comes out ahead with the lowest ET of the day, 6.84 and a sizzling 226 miles an hour. Tom the Mongoose McEwen of Long Beach, California draws Sam Hagen of Levittown, New York, opposite sides of the USA, running a few feet apart. McEwen wins with an ET of 6.98 and 214.28 miles an hour. And now the gas dragsters take over. A most spectacular division of drag racing is the performance of the gas dragsters. They run on pumped gasoline, but they turn in ETs and speeds almost as fast as the fuel dragsters. The entire field of gas dragsters is running in the 7-second bracket. Bill Mullins of Birmingham, Alabama versus Dick Morris' machine driven by Ray Lundy of Oklahoma City. Bill runs 2 Chryslers to try and get the edge on his competition. Both machines break, but Bill comes up with a win. Gordon Collecting Collette of Portsmouth, Ohio lines up against Arliss Tyner of Elwood, Indiana. Collette collects the round with a 7.74 and 191 miles an hour. Jack Jones of San Diego takes on Ron Brown and wins with a 7.60 ET. George Montgomery of Dayton, Ohio runs against Paul Day of Cincinnati, Ohio. A Mustang against a Willys Chevrolet. Montgomery wins to compete again. Don Nicholson stays in the running with a win of 7.89 ET. Out of hundreds of hopefuls wanting to make the field, only 24 will make the final elimination. Lou Carrillo of New York draws the Canadian girl driver, Linda Pleva. Chevy against Ford. Linda fouled but turned in a 12.53 and 112 miles an hour. The next runoffs involve the super stocks. The opening runoff will be famous Ronnie Sachs in a Plymouth and Lance J. Hill of Canada in a Camaro. Ronnie stops Lance with a 12.02 run. Shirley Shahan against Jerry Mace of Warren, Michigan. Shirley in her Dodge nose out Mace with a fine run of 10.96 and 123 miles an hour. In round 2 runoffs, Ronnie Sachs in the familiar Plymouth versus Vanke and the Barracuda. It's all over for Ronnie. He's out of the bracket, and Vanke wins it with an ET of 10.82. Shirley Shahan and her Dodge take round number 2 with a slower run of 11.08. In round 2 of Top Fuel, Steve Carboni competes against John Wybe. They pair off and move up to the staging line. The Kreitz and Greer machine wipes out Wybe with a 6.84 and 226.7 miles an hour. Leroy Goldstein on his second run pulls up alongside Ron Mankey. It's an easy win for Goldstein as Mankey has problems and takes 18 seconds to cover the 1,320 feet. Garlitz against McEwen, and the crowd moves to the edge of their seats. These are the 2 big ones among the fuelers. Garlitz stays in there all the way for a win of 7.13 and 220 miles an hour over McEwen. Dwight Salisbury of Newport Beach, California runs against Marv Schwartz of Largo, Florida. It's the West Coast against the East again, and the West Coast wins it with Salisbury going 7.14 and 207 miles an hour. Gordon Collette, former national and world gas champ, pairs off with Mark Pieri, and he wins it with a 7.98 ET at 193.54 miles an hour. Walt Rhodes outruns Bob Muravez with a 7.52 against the losing 7.72. In round 3, attractive Shirley Shahan puts her Dodge on the line with Richard Onfield in another Dodge, but Shirley loses in a close run. 10.96 for Onfield and a 10.99 for Shirley, only 3/100ths of a second apart. In the final super stock runoff, Arlen Vanke takes care of Wally Booth driving a Camaro. Vanke and his Barracuda do 10.64 at 118 miles an hour to take the win and over $6,650. Excitement mounts now as the big fuel dragsters go into round 3. This time, Steve Carbone draws Leroy Goldstein. It's quite a disappointment for Leroy. He can't get going, and Carbone sizzles by with a run of 6.81 at 220 miles an hour. Don Garlits Gets Lucky is the name of this round. World champ Benny Osborne fouls, but the ET is exactly the same for both men. 6.88. A thrilling tight runoff in Super Eliminator round 3 occurs when Paul Stage tangles with Bruce Larson. They're neck and neck through the lights with runs of 7.99 and 8 seconds flat. But Paul Stage takes it by 1/100th of a second. Steve Carbone noses out Dwight Salisbury with an impressive run of 6.75 at 220 miles an hour. Carbone has been running very hard here at the Nationals. Top fueler Garlits gets lucky again, but he turns in his best time of the meet, 6.81, 223 miles an hour against Tom Hoover. The Top Gas final runoff matches Jack Jones and Walt Rode. Jones takes home all the Top Gas Eliminator money with an ET of 7.64 over the losing 7.81. This is it, the big one. Big Daddy Don Garlits, last year's champ, has a chance to make it 2 in a row. Garlits takes on Steve Carbone. Both men have taken run after run to earn their place for this, the final runoff. Tension mounts as the two big fuelers take their place at the start line. All eyes are on the staging line. Carbone is too eager, and he goes up in smoke. Big Daddy becomes the first man to win 2 Top Fuel national titles in a row. Garlits takes home $7,000 Top Eliminator money, and as Garlits said, that isn't all. Endorsements will gross $30,000 to $35,000 to the winner. To the drag race team, there's nothing like rolling into the winner's circle to claim their title, trophy, and prize money. And for those who failed to take their place among the winners at drag racing's largest event, there's the challenge of another race, another chance for victory, and a place among the Eliminators.
Olson Communications presents the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championship from US 131 Dragway in Martin, Michigan. Brought to you by Axle, the quality leader in automotive ignition components, where high performance means high mileage on the street as well as high performance on a racetrack. No matter where you drive, depend on Axle. King's Hawaiian Bread, the favorite of the island. Made from natural ingredients without preservatives. Good taste, natural freshness, outstanding nutritional value. All in King's Hawaiian Bread. Hurst Shifters, the shifters that auto enthusiasts have depended on for years. Any kind of car you drive, street or strip, stick or automatic, Hurst Shifters are the shortest distance between 2 gears. Quaker State Motor Oil, America's best-selling motor oil. Refined from pure Pennsylvania crude, competition tested. Quaker State will give you the best possible lubrication for your car. Sig Earth and Cam, Performance experts have known for years that the camshaft is the heart of an engine. Whether you need more horsepower or more gas mileage, Sigerson has a camshaft for your engine. Proven performers like baseball superstar Reggie Jackson rely on Axle for all of their automotive ignition needs. While on the road, Reggie relies on Axle coils, points, spark plugs, and spark plug wires to keep his vehicles running at peak performance. Reggie took a tip from the professional racers that depend on Axle's traveling technical center. So take a tip from Reggie for all types of driving, street or strip, boulevard or backwoods. Depend on Axle.
This is Martin US 131 Dragway, located halfway between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, Michigan, near the town of Martin, Michigan. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave McClelland, and this is the 12th annual Popular Hot Rodding Championship. We'll be taking a look at the exciting world of championship drag racing, featuring Top Fuel Eliminator, the fabulous nitro-burning funny cars under the lights in nighttime racing, Pro Stock, Pro Comp, and the final rounds of each of the sportsman categories of competition. Let's take a look now at the excitement of championship drag racing.
Drag racing, an American innovation of the late 1940s, has become the largest single segment of worldwide motorsports. On the surface, it seems to be a very simplistic form of motorsports. Not the winding road course of the Grand Prix circuit, just a straight-line quarter-mile acceleration contest from a standing start. But under the surface, this sport has developed a tremendous mechanical sophistication and its own high technology in the vehicles, the electronic timing systems, and the operation of its governing bodies. Today's drag racing includes vast numbers of passenger cars, from showroom stock to highly modified variations of domestic and imported cars. At the top of the professional categories are the dragsters and funny cars. With frames carefully fabricated from aircraft steel tubing and aircraft standards throughout all of their fittings and hardware, these drag cars of today are a far cry from the assembly of junkyard components of 30 years ago. One of the interesting developments of recent years has been the funny car. While the name came from the outrageously modified passenger cars that began this trend in the mid-1960s, today's cars have certainly outgrown that funny heritage. Mechanically, they are a fuel dragster with a shorter wheelbase. They use the same aircraft construction standards and are powered by a similar 500 cubic inch, 2,400 horsepower engine. The difference comes in when you drop a fiberglass passenger car body on them, and instantly you have a 240 mile per hour car, just like, well, almost like the one parked in your driveway. Elapsed times for all of these categories are measured over an exact quarter-mile distance, while speeds are measured separately by a speed trap extending 66 feet on both sides of the finish line. Each lane is individually timed, and speeds are determined at the finish line. Therefore, it is possible for a driver to gain a starting line advantage and win a race with a slower elapsed time. Since speed is measured only at the finish line, the highest mile-per-hour reading does not indicate the winning time. A sophisticated electronic starting and timing system assures that each driver will have an equal opportunity to start his or her race exactly on the green light. Winners are determined on a standard eliminations ladder with positions determined by qualifying times. Let's take a closer look at all the things that happen in a quarter-mile drag race. Warming the soft racing tires to the point that they stick like glue is the first step. While the stock and sportsman classes are required to stay behind the starting line for this step, the fuel dragsters and funny cars are allowed to continue across the starting line to lay down a track of hot rubber adhered to the pavement. They are very careful to align themselves exactly in this track for maximum traction. Very often, a number of test starts are made behind the starting line to be sure that engine, clutch, tires, and track are all working together to give the cars their rocket-like launch off the starting line, a launch that often exceeds 2 Gs of force. Once the driver is satisfied that everything is ready for the race, the car is brought to the starting line. A pre-stage bulb alerts the driver when he is within inches of the starting line. Next, the car eases into the starting beam. At this point, the car is approximately 8 inches of forward roll before leaving the beam. If the car leaves this beam before the green light, a foul start will be indicated by a red light on the Christmas tree starting system. In sportsman classes, the Christmas tree will light 5 amber lights in half-second intervals to allow the driver to prepare for the green. For handicap starts, the starting system can give one lane a measured advantage, normally based on the difference in national record between the two competitors. In the professional categories, there are no handicaps, so only the last amber and the green starting light are used. Driver reflexes are very critical on the starting line, since races are often won or lost by hundredths and even thousandths of a second. Once underway, drivers must contend with the possibility of the front end raising from the ground in a wheel stand, which makes steering impossible. There is also the chance that the car will dart severely toward the guardrail or center line. Safety rules dictate that cars leaving the track or crossing the center line will be disqualified. Tremendous concentration is required from the driver to cope with all of these factors. Certainly, the normal athletic requirements of precision timing and lighting reflexes are required. But it is concentration that makes the difference when you're fighting to control a car that goes from 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 2 seconds. Obviously, the ability to control a car at high speed is also essential, since finish line speeds as high as 250 miles an hour are not unusual in the fastest classes. At speeds like that, it is virtually impossible to stop the cars in the available space without the use of parachutes. Many cars employ 2 parachutes, both as a safety measure in case of a parachute failure and to pull the car down more rapidly from the extreme speeds reached at the finish line. To see all of this in practice, let's take a look at the qualifying action for the ever-popular nitromethane-fueled AA funny car. The number 1 spot is nailed down by Tom Hoover of Minneapolis in the Showtime Corvette. Shown here running with Lenin Brogno. Hoover's time, 6.07 seconds at a speed of 225 miles an hour. In a dramatic last-ditch effort, Gary Bergen of Stanton, California, dropped into the number 2 spot with a blistering 6.15 second elapsed time, 235 miles an hour. Number 3 position is established by Ron Colson in the King's Hawaiian Bred Corvette with an elapsed time of 6.17 seconds at a speed of 235 miles an hour. Roy Harris of Drexel Hills, Pennsylvania, lands the number 4 position in the Budman Arrow. Running opposite Al Berkler, Harris turned 6.26 seconds at 228 miles an hour. 5th slot in eliminations is secured by the Fighting Irish team from Jackson, Michigan. Dick Rosberg drives the entry to an elapsed time of 6.27 seconds at a speed of 228 miles an hour. Stan Bowman of Canton, Ohio, in the Ohio State Patrol Camaro fills the number 6 spot with an elapsed time of 6.30 seconds at a speed of 205 miles an hour. Californian Bob Pickett's U.S. Marines entry in his qualifying attempt with Dick Rosberg nabs the number 7 spot with an elapsed time of 6.31 seconds at a speed of 205 miles per hour. Running opposite Paul Smith, Tom Motry qualified in the number 8 slot. But a parachute failure places him upside down in the safety sand trap at the end of the track. His 6.32 second run proved useless, as he was unable to make the 8 o'clock elimination call. Fortunately, Motry was unhurt in the incident. This allowed Texan Billy Meyer to come into the field with a 6.36 second, 218 mile an hour qualifying run in the Hawaiian Tropic Citation. The non-qualifiers for this field include leading drivers like Mike Dunn at 6.36 seconds, Paul Smith at 6.37 seconds, John Pott in the Mr. Norm entry at 6.41 seconds, Lenin Brogno Centurion at 6.50 seconds, Doc Halliday in the Telstar at 6.54 seconds, Frank Hawley in the Chi-Town Hustler at 6.56 seconds, Frank Oglesby's Mellow Yellow at a troubled 11.44 seconds, and Al Berkler's Motown Shaker Corvette. We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships in just a moment. Hawaii can't send you its warm sunshine and soft breezes, but it can send you its famous King's Hawaiian bread. King's Hawaiian bread, a taste favorite from the beautiful islands that gave it its name. Made from natural ingredients with long-lasting freshness, preservative-free. So good you'll love it plain, covered with peanut butter or Hawaiian French toast. Any way you like bread, you'll love King's Hawaiian bread.
The most popular car in all of championship drag racing is a funny car, and that's a bit of a misnomer. It's not really very funny because it is a 245-mile-an-hour fiberglass replica of a modern late-model automobile with some 2,000 horsepower to power it through the quarter mile in a lap time under 6 seconds. Here is a fiberglass replica of a Chevy Corvette. Sits very low in the front. How do you get in the car, you say? There's no doors. Well, you actually just raise the body. You put a stand under the front of it, and the driver crawls into the cockpit. Let's take a close look. In the cockpit itself, the driver sits encased in a roll cage. He is wearing a fireproof suit and is strapped into the car with a 5-point safety belt system. Moving forward, there's the planetary transmission. It's got 2 forward gears, 1 reverse, and then you come to the power plant that produces over 2,000 horsepower. Utilizing nitromethane for fuel, blended with alcohol, the car thunders the ground as it covers the speed traps at over 245 miles an hour. To the front of the car, the fuel system and the all-important fire extinguishing system that is an onboard firefighting unit that allows the driver to push a button in case the engine should explode and put the fire out. So there you have it, a funny car.
And now, back to the track for the Saturday night funny car eliminations. Eliminations open with Stan Bowman in the left lane versus Gary Bergen in the right lane. As Bowman encounters handling problems, Gary Bergen speeds to a 6.42-second, 222-mile-an-hour victory. The second pairing puts number 1 qualifier Tom Hoover in the right lane against Dick Rosberg in the left. After the tire-warming smoky burnouts, both cars are backed up in the tire tracks of their burnouts. Both cars charge from the line in an even start. Rosberg loses traction as Hoover speeds to a 6.25-second, 225-mile-an-hour win. The third pairing found Ron Colston on the right, facing Bob Pickett, here backing into his burnout tracks in the left lane. Both drivers test throttle response and traction as they approach the starting line. Pickett lights the pre-stage bulb at the top of the starting system, followed by Colson. Pickett moves into the staging light with Colson right behind. In the closest race of the evening, Colson wins with a 300th of a second advantage at 6.22 seconds. In the final pairing of the first round, Roy Harris in the right lane faces Billy Meyer on the left. Both cars approach the starting line, belching nitromethane flames from their exhaust headers. Meyer goes on to win with a fine 6.12-second elapsed time to post the best time of round 1.
We're in the pit with Billy Meyer, and he just established low elapsed time of the first round of racing. And Billy, it's been a rather hard weekend for you. You started off qualifying, and your first run was the best for several, and then finally you got it all together. What makes the difference between a first run and one like you just laid down?
We broke a lot of parts on some of those other qualifying runs, and we were doing a little bit of testing. We didn't mean to test that long. And the last 2 runs we made, we were trying to run good, and we just broke both times.
Well, you came into the program as an alternate. In fact, you were the number 9 qualifier and made it into the show by virtue of the fellow in the number 8 spot breaking and letting you in, and then you laid down that fine 6.12. Is the car broken again? I noticed a lot of work going on. What's happening right now?
No, that's just our normal, between round maintenance. We looked at about 4 pistons, put it back together, and now we're ready to go.
What do you think the car is capable of running here? As the atmosphere probably will be improving as it gets later in the night. Do you think you can run in the 6.0s?
The 6.0s are no problem, but we're not going to try to just because of the weather and stuff. We're just going to try to stay consistent.
Billy, our best wishes go with you, and we look forward to seeing you here in round number 2 in just a minute.
Thanks, Dave.
We're in the pits of the Showtime Corvette of Tom Hoover as the qualifying continues here under the light for the big racing coming up tomorrow. But tonight it's funny car eliminations, your low qualifier at a 6:07. You didn't run quite that good in the first round. Did you expect to better your 6:07? What was your plan?
The game plan was just kind of pull it back a little bit and not smoke the tires and win the first round and then get after it. Later on this afternoon it was hotter here. The track was balling up and the car was smoking the tires. I was scared of doing that, so I took some power out. Plus, the humidity tonight is pretty bad. We're going to hop it up now. I'll be back on.
What kind of times do you anticipate under the lights tonight? Here, we'll let these two get out of the way. What do you think you can run if the track stays good as far as traction goes?
I know everybody's hoping for a 5, but realistically, the smarter guys are going to look at what's out there and kind of pull it back and just run as hard as you can to win. I think right now, if I can run a 6:15 this next run, that's what I'm shooting at.
We were in the pits of Billy Meyer a minute ago, and a lot of frantic action going on over there. He said he was doing some preventive maintenance on the motor, checking inside. Looks kind of vacant underneath the body of the Showtime Corvette.
Well, we've got a terrific new combination here the last couple of weeks, and it's been running very well. Hopefully I won't have to do anything serious.
I've known you, Tom, since you were back driving Top Fuel dragsters, and I've never seen you as loose and as confident as you are at this race.
Maybe it's just 18 years and old age setting in. I'm not that up, but I'm ready.
Okay, Tom Hoover, the Showtime Corvette, the Amsoil Special.
Round 2 opens with number 3 qualifier Ron Colson in the right lane against number 1 qualifier Tom Hoover, being directed into his burnout tracks by a crewman. Both cars look strong as they test traction approaching the starting line. Hoover encounters handling problems as Colson posts lower lapse time of eliminations at 6.10 seconds.
Ron Colson, you had an easy pass as Tom Hoover got crossed up right off the starting line. That put you in the finals here at the Popular Hot Rodding Championship.
Yeah, well, we expected it to be a tough one, so we made a good hard run. Like Roland said, we've been dialing the car in. It felt better that run. It came down through there without any serious tire shake, and I think we're ready to go in the final, and we're ready to win this one.
Well, you've been working awful hard at it, and of course the car has been running exceptionally well. You had some problems at Englishtown with the Omni body that just literally disintegrated before your very eyes, and you've come right back with this Corvette. That was a rather harrowing experience, I'd imagine.
Well, it's I don't know if you can tell, but a lot of the paint's gone off the front of the helmet. It was a harrowing experience. We brought this body out, repainted it from last year, put it in operation, ran 6:17 at this track a week later, so we mean to stay in competition like that.
Well, you got work to do, so head back to the pits and get ready for the finals.
Thanks, Dave.
The second round wraps up with Billy Meyer in the right lane against Gary Bergen in the left. This race will determine who will face Ron Colson in the final. Something appears to be wrong as Billy Meyer remains down track, unable to back up. Bergen backs up in his tracks, but is directed to shut down by starting line officials. Crewmen come to aid the disabled race car as a frustrated Billy Meyer climbs out of the escape hatch, indicating that his car is unable to compete. After the track is cleared, Gary Bergen reheats his tires and goes on to earn a berth in the final with a fine 6.31 second, 238 mile per hour single. Now Dave McClelland is down track with semifinal winner Gary Bergen.
The Orange Baron, Gary Bergen, out of Stanton, California, in the finals here at the Popular Hot Rodding Championships. His funny car spinning and steaming here at the shutdown area, and Gary coming out of his fire protective gear in his helmet. And Gary, they say drag racing's a lot of luck, and you kind of had a break that time.
Yeah. Well, I think we ran pretty good. Yeah, we did have a break as it was a single, and since he couldn't get his vehicle off of the track, and we went ahead and restarted and then made the run.
I got to ask you, a lot of drivers say luck really doesn't enter into drag racing, but what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think luck's about 30-40% of it. You know, luck's a good portion of it.
Well, you used up most of it right then, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. You have any special plans for the finals? I know your crew's getting ready to go. You got any plans to try to hop it up?
In the recent history, in the last 4 or 5 years, the only two people that have ever won this race is Perdome most of the time and me in 77. So let's hope that we do it again.
A repeat for 1980 for Gary Bergen. The Orange Baron out of Stanton, California. The crew all ready. Turning the motor over, checking everything to make sure it's all okay right down here in the turnaround area. And, of course, a lot of maintenance will be pulled on the car as they head back into the pits to get ready for the finals against the King's Hawaiian Bred Special, Ron Colson, the driver.
We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships in just a moment.
Does Quaker State really help cars last? Over 100,000 miles and still running fine on Quaker State.
8,000 miles already, but I'm taking good care of it. And a big part of that is using Quaker State motor oil.
180,000 miles between my Saab and my Fiat.
More than 26 million cars, big and small, are running on Quaker State. It's America's #1 selling motor oil. Quaker State helps cars last.
When you find something good, you should stick with it.
Clear down almost over 3/4 of a mile away from the starting line, and all we know is that you were pulled through the track with your push truck. What's the problem?
We broke a reverser on the burnout. Couldn't back up. Same thing we did at Columbus.
I was going to say, this is a replay almost of the Columbus situation where you couldn't back up, and the rules say you can't drive over the center line and drive back to the starting line, which you did at Columbus. Quite a show, I must point out. But still, all in all, the end result is you're out of this show, and I'm sure that doesn't make you very happy.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't help our chances at all on the World Championship chase. So.
You were working in the #2 spot right now on the World Championship Series, and I don't know, you've got the option of waiving the points. Are you going to take them here or waive them? You've still got a little while to think about it.
There's not too many points races left. There's only 2 more points races left here in
Medford, Oregon, I believe. Right.
And I have to be in Carolina the week after Medford, Oregon, so I probably will just go ahead and take these.
Okay. It's a tough break for a hard competitor. You had low elapsed time of eliminations at a 6:12, but at least you got those problems worked out, and then something else tends to go wrong.
That's racing, I guess.
Okay, Billy, thank you much, and a tough break. Billy Meyer, he had the low elapsed time of eliminations at a 6:12 in the Hawaiian Tropic Special, and a tough break as the reverser goes out on the run. He pulls it through with the push truck, but obviously a very disappointed and unhappy young man. Billy Meyer of Waco, Texas.
While Bergen and Colson prepare for the funny car final, the awesome aircraft engine jet dragsters get ready for an exhibition run. 50-foot trails of flame shoot from the afterburners as they're heated in preparation for one of the most spectacular sights in night racing. Tension builds as Tommy Ivo in the left lane and Mike Evans on the right edge toward the starting line. As the Christmas tree starting system goes through a full 5-light countdown, Evans's Earthquake jet dragster stages too deep and draws a red light foul start as Ivo goes on to win at over 250 miles per hour. The huge aircraft parachutes bring the jets to a safe stop while jet fuel smoke spews from the afterburners. After returning to the pits, Bergen's crew discovered a burned bearing in their engine, and they are now working feverishly to install a backup engine. Meanwhile, a relaxed Roland Leong talks to Dave McClellan.
Hawaii, and Roland, what are you doing under here?
Oh, just kind of get my motor cool for the next round.
What kind of operation do you go through between each round on one of these cars?
Well, we don't have very many pistons, so we don't have to do a major overhaul, what we call a major overhaul on them. But we adjust the valves, retorque the heads, put fuel, water, and oil in them, and take it back to the starting line and hope it runs better.
Why don't you hurt many parts? Some racers go out and they burn up everything every run, but you seem to have your combination together and have for quite some time.
Well, we've been working on it a long time, for the last 5 years, and we kind of had to bite our lip a little bit at times and not run as good as we thought we could or should and get beat. But it all worked out for the best, working on it that way and not hurting the piston.
The stage is now set for the funny car finals. The crowd comes to their feet as Ron Colson heats his tires. With a fresh engine installed, Gary Bergen appears to be ready for an all-out effort. Colson tests traction. As Bergen backs into the staging area. Judging from the large amounts of flames coming from Bergen's exhaust headers, he seems to be running a maximum load of nitromethane in his new engine. The tension becomes almost unbearable as crew chiefs Jim Duffy and Roland Leong position their drivers on the starting line. The cars inch into the electronic starting beams with Bergen's header flames growing even longer. Both cars lead from the starting line. Colson pulls away for the win at 6.20 seconds at 231 miles an hour, as Bergen trails at 6.44 seconds with a speed of 236 miles per hour. Let's go down track as Dave McClellan interviews the winner, Ron Colson.
The funny car champion of this 12th annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships. It's Ron Colson driving the King's Hawaiian bred car of Roland Leong, and as Ron gets himself unstrapped, I'll tell him he turned in a lapse time of 6.20 seconds at over 230 miles an hour. And there was a bit of a psychological question as to which lane was the right one or the wrong one, but the car owner, Roland Leong, picked the right one for you, and it apparently worked out.
Well, it was a little touchy. When he told me go out there and just skirt it in the left and don't get out of the groove, and that gave me about a foot to spare on either side. We did drop a tire into it just a little bit, got a little loose through the mid-range while we dropped off from a 610 to a 620, but basically it was a nice straight run. The car performed like it was supposed to, and we got the money.
I guarantee you, Ron, you'd be happy if you ran a 22nd elapsed time as long as you got to the finish line first.
With a payday like that, I'll take it.
Ron, it's been quite a good meet for you, your consistent performance, and as we had talked with Roland earlier as he was working on the car, he said he spends a lot of time developing consistency and dependability in this, and it seems to have paid off.
Well, it's the car, as you know, from the Winston World Championship Series, has been the most consistent car in the series for really the last 2 years, and that's what's won the races for us. Crew seems a little happy. I guess we'll go back to the pits and celebrate.
I noticed that the crew seems to get larger as each round of racing goes by, and it is just like it is in every final at a championship event. They're everywhere. So go receive the accolades of the crew and a great driving job for the King's Hawaiian bred car of Roland Leong, the Hawaiian himself. And Roland, come on in, and your car owner is quite happy, and so's Ron Colson. What did you say to him?
Good job. We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championship in just a moment.
Hi, y'all. I'm Linda Vaughn, Miss Hurst. As you know, we've got race cars out here today, and we got Hurst shifters in almost all of them, but we've got something for you. We have van shifters, we have pickup shifters, and the smaller generation shifters for your little cars. So go to your local Hurst authorized dealer and tell them Linda sent you.
One of the things that makes drag racing unique is the fact that it's an all-out sport. With just a quarter mile to race and an hour between races, drag racing mechanics often push their engines to such extremes of temperature and RPM that the inner workings of the engines are literally melting at the finish line. Drag racing mechanics are acclimated to long hours of maintenance work to keep these cars operating under such extreme conditions. After each day's racing, the cars are torn down and components of the engine, clutch, transmission, and rear end are disassembled, inspected, repaired, or replaced as necessary, and carefully reassembled for the next race day. Even when all components hold up well, there are a number of between-rounds chores that must be done. Nitromethane contamination of the oil necessitates an 11-quart oil change after each quarter-mile run. Engines are cooled by changing water in the block. Heads are retorqued, and valves must be adjusted. 10 gallons of nitromethane at $23 a gallon must be replenished in the fuel tank. Clutches are cooled. Adjustments are made to engines, clutches, gear ratios, and anything else that might gain a few hundredths of a second. There are parachutes to be packed, and a number of safety checks to be made. So even the easy times are very busy. Among the final eliminations to be held on Sunday will be the top fuel dragsters. With the exception of rigid safety requirements, these vehicles are totally unlimited, resulting in the lightest, most powerful, and consequently the fastest cars in drag racing. With the Funny Car Champion crowned on Saturday night, Sunday becomes the day for the top fuel dragsters in the pro stocks. For a closer look at the result of 30 years of mechanical evolution in quarter-mile acceleration, let's go to the pits with Dave McClellan.
The quickest and fastest accelerating cars in all of motorsports are championship drag racing's top fuel dragster. A slender, low-slung machine of some 225 inches of wheelbase, starting in the front with a bicycle-type front tires, and then leading back into the roll cage and cockpit area where the driver sits. There are just rudimentary controls for the driver. There's a clutch pedal, a brake handle, a throttle, and, of course, parachute release. Sitting behind the driver is the 2,000 horsepower nitromethane burning racing engine that propels these cars to speeds over 255 miles an hour. At the very end of the car, behind the huge drag slicks, comes the parachute, and that's the most important thing of all. Getting one of these cars stopped using the disc brakes and the parachute in combination to bring them to a safe stop after a run of over 250 miles an hour.
Eliminations in Top Fuel open with Chris Karamessinas in the left lane versus Mark Oswald on the right. Oswald pulls to the side of the track with obvious mechanical problems. As Karamessinas backs toward the starting line, Oswald removes his safety belts and gets out of his car, indicating that his vehicle is unable to compete. A very disappointed Oswald walks away from his disabled race car and steps over the guardrail to clear the track. Karamessinas moves into round 2 with a fine single run of 6.06 seconds at 226 miles an hour. After the race, Mark Oswald's crew pushes their car back to the trailer for the long ride home. The next race places Californian Jeb Allen in the right lane against veteran Dick LaHaye on the left. LaHaye appears to have a slight edge, but Allen comes on very strong to win a close race with an ET of 6.01 seconds and a strong top-end charge of over 241 miles per hour. Before eliminations, Shirley Muldowney appeared relaxed as she signed autographs for several of the many fans that came to watch the 1977 Top Fuel World Champion compete. In a dramatic incident the day before, Shirley encountered severe tire shake during a qualifying run. The incredible vibrations caused the right rear wheel to break away from her dragster, sending it off the track and dangerously close to the guardrail. In a magnificent display of driving skill, Shirley was able to maintain enough control to keep the car out of the guardrail and finally back toward the track before the front wheels and steering system collapsed and the car slid to a stop back on the track. The safety crews were on the scene immediately as Shirley emerged shaken but uninjured and immediately put her crew to work to repair the damage. Back to Sunday, an understandably cautious Shirley Muldowney tests her recently repaired steering system, a result of that qualifying accident. Facing Shirley in the left lane is Wayne Ernst, carefully backing into his tire tracks. Crewmen make a last-minute check, and both drivers move toward the starting line. Ernst appears to have a slight advantage at the starting line, but a momentary loss of traction allows Shirley Muldowney to pull ahead for the victory at 6.05 seconds at 226 miles an hour. Ernst has obvious engine damage and appears to have braking problems as he approaches the turnaround too fast and goes into the sand trap. Racing action continues with Big Daddy Don Garland, one of the most famous and successful competitors in all of motorsport. Garland is credited with dozens of major innovations in the sport of drag racing. Facing Garland in the left lane is Bobby Hilton in the Virginia-based Jim and Allison Lee entry. The Christmas tree lights indicate that both cars are staged and ready to go. In a strong finish, Garland wins with a tremendous 5.94 second ET and a speed of over 240 miles an hour. We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championship in just a moment. Superstars like Reggie Jackson know that superstar performance in automotive ignitions comes from quality Axle ignition components. Reggie and racing enthusiasts know that Axle technicians cover major racing events all over North America to research and develop the latest in automotive ignition technology. These same Axle components that deliver racing firepower will stand the torturous heat of city traffic, the bruising punishment of off-road driving. Be it racetrack, city traffic, or off-road performance, take a tip from Reggie and depend on Axel. Your drag race is more than a competitive event. It's also a social and commercial gathering on a massive scale. Here, racers and fans can wander through the midway just to be part of the action, view a wide assortment of the latest high-performance parts, or on a lighter note, to view the girls that are always a pleasant diversion among all the racing hardware. The serious racers confer with factory experts on the latest racing equipment and how to use it in their own performance development program. Meanwhile, those who hope to be serious racers next year gather catalogs and brochures to use as winter wish lists. Many of the items may have to stay on the wish list, since a state-of-the-art drag racing car can easily cost $40,000. Fortunately for these racing enthusiasts, there are many sportsman classes that are far more affordable, and the tens of thousands of racers in these classes form the backbone of the sport that makes drag racing what it is today. The next professional category is Pro Stock, the exotic, expensive versions of Detroit production vehicles. Although they look a lot like the car in your driveway, there is a considerable difference. To take a closer look at one of these cars, let's go back to the staging lanes with Dave McClellan.
There are two distinct factions in championship drag racing, one of which says race cars don't have doors. Well, the obvious is the other faction says yes, they do, and the ultimate of the door faction is this car, bearing the big number 1, Bob Glidden from Whiteland, Indiana. It is a Ford Fairmont that is highly modified to run in the Pro Stock category. It started as an original car. That's right, this was really a Ford Fairmont at one time. It still bears a marked resemblance to it. It uses some fiberglass components like the front end, and it runs on gasoline. Rules restrictions call for a maximum of 2 carburetors, but unlimited modifications to the engine. This type of car will run over 160 miles an hour and a quarter of a mile from a standing start. And this is the ultimate of the door racers of today, the Pro Stocker of Bob Glidden.
Pro Stock eliminations open with Paul Gentilozzi a former Bob Glidden Arrow against, who else? Bob Glidden in his Fairmont. Gentilozzi is slow to stage, possibly hoping to put pressure on Glidden. Glidden appears unaffected. As both cars leap from the starting line together with their front wheels in the air, Glidden goes on to open up a substantial lead with an 8.52 second elapsed time and a speed of over 158 miles an hour. The second pairing finds Joe Satmary of Hammond, Indiana in the Camaro against Andy Manarino in the Detroit-based Firebird. Satmary leads with the wheels in the air, but he is unable to stay ahead of Manarino's hard-charging 8.61 second ET at 155 miles an hour. We're now into the third pairing of Pro Stock eliminations. Just after the burnout, Sam Giannino's Camaro catches fire in the engine compartment. Quick action by crew members and track officials puts the fire out without serious damage, but Giannino is out of competition for the day. With Giannino's car still smoking in the background, Jim Gannett from Stone Mountain, Georgia, earns a berth in the semifinals with an excellent 8.71 second, 153 mile per hour single run. Next pair puts Winston World Points leader Lee Shepard in the Rare and Morrison entry against perennial favorite Bill Grumpy Jenkins in the left lane. As they bring their engines up for an 8,000 RPM start, Shepard opens up a substantial lead and goes on to win with an 8.58 second ET and a speed of 153 miles per hour. All weekend, overcast skies threatened the event, and several times Sunday, competition was halted by showers. When the rains came, racers in the pits hurried to put their cars back into their trailers, while those already in the staging lanes covered their cars and sought a dry spot to wait out the shower. Each time, as soon as the shower stopped, the safety crews rolled out the track dryers to dry off and heat up the track surface for further competition. The track dryers, a recent innovation for drag racing safety crews, are actually aircraft jet engines with their 600-degree exhaust heat directed down at the track surface. The spectators were given an extra treat when the jet dragsters were brought out to help dry off the track. With this kind of serious effort from track officials and racers, The event was completed within a few hours of the original schedule. While the track drying equipment may be interesting from a technical point, the crowd showed far more interest in the race queens. Miss Hurst Linda Vaughn, a longtime favorite of racing fans, and the new Miss Winston, Tina Gale, who was attending her second major race, both took this opportunity to greet the crowd and provide a pleasant change in the scenery for the rain-dampened but still enthusiastic fans. We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships in just a moment.
Hi, y'all. I'm Linda Vaughn, Miss Hurst. As you know, we've got race cars out here today, and we got Hurst shifters in almost all of them, but we've got something for you. We have van shifters, we have pickup shifters, and the smaller generation shifters for your little cars. So go to your local Hurst authorized dealer and tell them Linda sent you.
And now back to the eliminations with Top Fuel semifinals opening with a classic confrontation between Big Daddy Don Garlits in the right lane and Chicagoan Chris Karamessinas on the left. Although Garlits is off his previous 5.94 pace, he is able to defeat a tire-smoking Karamessinas with an ET of 6.34 seconds at 238 miles an hour. Karamessinas trails with a 6.48 second, 227 mile per hour time. Now let's join Dave McClellan down track as he talks to Don Garlits.
Big Daddy Don Garlits in the finals of this popular hot rodding championship. I think this is probably the fourth time that you've made it to the finals, and the car performing exceptionally well now.
Just running real good, Dave.
Yeah, have you done anything different overnight? I know you got some rest, and Herb Parks was out here scouting the track last night while the funny cars were racing. Have you done anything different to change it around? But you've gotten some great time.
34, really smoking. What did Dave? He ran a 40. My goodness. It's terrible. We got to either change these or get in there. Yeah.
So it looks like you got some work cut out for you.
Okay, see you later.
We'll see you in the pits. Don Garlits in the finals as he defeats Chris Karamessinas, and not at all happy with a 6:34 elapsed time for the big Kendall car of Don Garlits from Sefner, Florida. And that means one thing. It's time for Big Daddy and Herb to go to work as they head down back to the pit area.
Closing out the semifinals is Jeb Allen on the right and Shirley Muldowney in the left lane. Comparing their first round times, both cars ran within 0.04 of a second, with Shirley's ET at 6.05 seconds and Jeb Allen at a quicker 6.01 seconds elapsed time. Leading the line, Shirley opens up an early advantage and goes on to win with a stunning 5.95 second ET.
Shirley Muldowney is the story of this Top Fuel Eliminator category for this popular hot rodding race. She had the misfortune yesterday of having a malfunction in the right rear wheel. The car ran off the course during qualifying. A lot of hard work overnight and a lot of help from her friends have put her back on the course. And right now, Shirley Muldowney heads into the finals for the second year in a row at this popular hot rodding championship. If you should win the race, Shirley, you'll be the first one to ever repeat 2 years in a row, right?
I didn't know that.
Here's Jeb Allen, the man you just defeated.
Dave, thanks. We're there. Thanks, Dave.
Shirley, you have had a lot of hard work. Ron Tobler and your son, John Muldowney, your crew have done a masterful job in putting this car back together. I don't have any idea as they come up. John, what was the time? 5:95, and you were really favored going into this final against Big.
Yeah, I like it. Good. That's a good one to have in the final. Let's see. Let's hope we take it home to Mount Clemens.
You've had a lot of luck here in the past few months against Don Garlits. I know it has been, that's the man that you really like to beat, and you've had an exceptionally good string against him in the past couple of months.
We had, everybody has their fair share of luck, but the car has flat run good this year, and we flat got by him a lot of times that people don't know about in smaller races. But he's good, but we're good too, and that's what it takes, make a good drag race.
You certainly are, and right now you're proving you're one of the best by the 5:95 here in the semifinals. You've got work to do, and our congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, Shirley Muldowney and her crew head back to the pits. It'll be Don Garlits and Shirley in the finals of Top Fuel Eliminator here at the Popular Hot Rodding Championship.
Pro Stock semifinals open with Jim Kinnett's Volare warming his tires and testing traction in the left lane as Andy Manarino's Firebird approaches the starting line on the right. Both cars leap from the starting line, and Kinnett goes into the final with a winning 8.74 second ET at 153 miles per hour. Pro Stock semifinal action closes with a confrontation between the season's two strongest competitors, Bob Glidden's Fairmont on the right and Lee Shepard in the Rare and Morrison Camaro entry in the left lane. The crowd comes to their feet as both cars approach the starting beam. Glidden stages first as Shepard slowly approaches. Both cars lead, with Shepard appearing to have a slight advantage. In the mid-range, both cars are together, but Shepard seems to encounter mechanical difficulty, and Glidden goes on for the win with an 8.53-second elapsed time and a speed of 158 miles an hour. Semifinals in Pro Comp, cars much like the nitro-fueled dragsters and funny cars, but restricted to alcohol fuel, opens with Don Gerardo in the right lane and Fred Mandolini on the left. Gerardo opens up an early lead and goes into the final with a 6.65-second ET at 205 miles per hour. Pro Comp semifinals closed with Don Nimmo in the Baines & Baines dragster against Bob Gottschalk's Citation funny car. Nimmo's dragster obviously has serious problems, as smoke is billowing from the left bank of his engine. Nimmo quickly stages first, hoping to rush Gottschalk into making a mistake. Both cars leave the line together, but the ailing dragster quickly falls behind, and Gottschalk sets low elapsed time of the event with an outstanding 6.63-second run. Before we return to the professional finals with Don Garlett versus Shirley Muldowney and Bob Glidden versus Jim Canet, let's take a look at the winning runs in the sportsman category. In stock eliminator, cars much like you and your neighbors drive, Pam Sanders of Evansville, Indiana, in a Volare on the left, faces John Lambrexty of Allendale, Michigan, in a Camaro in the right lane. These cars will use a handicap start on the electronic Christmas tree starting system. This means that the slower class car will receive a head start equal to the difference in the national record of the two categories. This allows cars of many different classes to race equally within one eliminator bracket. Lambrexty stages as Pam Sanders stages very slowly. Lambrexty fouls at the starting line, and Pam Sanders goes on for the automatic win with a 12.76-second ET at 104 miles an hour. In Superstock Eliminator, Bill Haynes Chevrolet breaks out as Bill Weekly's Coronet goes on in the near lane for the win in 10.29 seconds at 128 miles per hour. In Modified Eliminator, Canadian Alan Harsh's Corvette in the left lane defeats Lloyd Wooford's Monza with a run of 9.58 seconds at over 140 miles an hour. In a close Pro Gas final, Bill Rudeboat in the near lane is declared the winner over Jim Eskridge in the far lane with a winning 10.21 ET. In Competition Eliminator, Dick Hickernell's dragster on the left faces Joe Williamson's Roadster in the right lane. In an exceptionally close run, Williamson wins in 8.59 seconds at 150 miles an hour. In the Pro Comp final, Bob Gottschalk of Oregon, Ohio, in the Citation, racing in the right lane, faces the Mustang of Don Gerardo of Monroeville, Indiana, on the left. At this point, Gottschalk, who set low elapsed time of the event for Pro Comp at 6.63 seconds, would seem to be the favorite. Gerardo grabs a starting line advantage and goes on to win Pro Comp Eliminator in 6.68 seconds at 207 miles per hour. We'll be back to the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships in just a moment. Proven performers like baseball superstar Reggie Jackson rely on Axle for all of their automotive ignition needs. While on the road, Reggie relies on Axle coils, points, spark plugs, and spark plug wires to keep his dip from the professional racers that depend on Axle's traveling technical center. So take a tip from Reggie for all types of driving. Street or strip, boulevard or backwoods. Depend on Axle. In the professional finals, we find Jim Canet on the left facing last year's world champion Bob Glidden in the right lane. Both cars leave the line together, and Glidden goes on to record a winning run of 8.58 seconds at 151 miles per hour. Glidden's run wasn't as easy as it appeared, as you will see in this view from our down-track camera. Notice Glidden's car move to the left, then dart toward the outside guardrail before he finally brings it under control. Dave McClelland is waiting at the turnaround to talk to Bob.
The champion of Pro Stock Eliminator at the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships, carrying the big #1 in the world and also #1 here at Martin, Michigan, is Bob Glidden. Bob waving a sign to Jim Canet, his competition. Bob, you've had a rather hectic weekend.
It's been a rough week. We've all traveled a lot of miles, and it's been a long week.
Just to tell the fans a little bit about it, you started off here qualifying on Friday. In fact, last week you were up in Montreal, Canada. The race got rained out. Came back down here, qualified Friday for the #1 spot. You picked up a special award for that. Then you went back to Canada, right? How many miles did you travel all told this weekend?
Well, let's see. It's about 800 miles one way. So we qualified Friday night, went 800 miles up, ran the race, and came back last night.
Well, yesterday it was runner-up for you. Today it's winner, and I think you like this a little better, right?
Oh, it's great. Anytime you win, it's worth all the miles, all the hard work, and whatever it takes.
Our congratulations to you, Bob Glidden, Pro Stock champion.
Thank you, Dave.
Now the grand finale of the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships, featuring Shirley Muldowney of Mount Clemens, Michigan, the only woman licensed to drive a top fuel dragster. Not merely content to be the fastest woman in the sport, Shirley won the World Championship in 1977. Facing Shirley is Big Daddy Don Garlits of Seffner, Florida. Garlits is a legend in drag racing, with career earnings of millions of dollars and titles from virtually every major race. Garlits is a favorite wherever he goes. Both cars move to the starting area with Garlits on your left and Muldowney on your right. In this race, Shirley is considered to have an advantage, having recorded an elapsed time of 5.95 seconds in the previous round. Garlits, a KG veteran, will have to hope that his tuning adjustments have been correct, since his last run was almost 4/10 of a second slower than Muldowney's. As both cars back toward the starting area, the crowd can sense the pressure that is building on both drivers. This is a race that would be a headliner at any drag strip in the country. The liberated woman against the grand old man of the sport. Shirley Muldowney and Don Garlits are moving into position for the all-important final race of the Popular Hot Rodding Championships. The most successful female racer and the drag racing legend stage for the final race of the event. Both cars appear to lead the line together, but Shirley gets there first with an ET of 5.96 seconds as both scoreboards show identical elapsed times. Control tower electronic readouts indicate that Shirley was actually 1/1000th of a second slower, but a slight starting line advantage got her to the finish line first. At the turnaround, Dave McClellan talks to a victorious Shirley Muldowney.
A rather hectic weekend. We'll wait till you get your helmet off. It's a little tough to talk.
I couldn't see where I was going.
Said it's all fogged up. The humidity here with all the rain and everything else has been something tough. And, of course, you and your crew, the story is just incredible, from the situation with the qualifying session of yesterday with the broken wheel, with every problem that you could think of. But today, you're the repeat champion.
Wow.
596 a pair?
I felt it. I felt it.
What you're hearing here is the conversation that goes on between the crew and the driver after every run, discussing what is and what is not right about the engine.
Yeah, well, usually when we get back to the pits, Dave, they're so busy I don't get a chance to talk to them. So we try to get everything said down here when it's fresh in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't forget anything. I think I was a little better on the light.
Were you happy with the run?
Oh, yeah. I felt it go away a little bit about three-quarter track, but it just kept on pulling. And I said, well, here we go. I think we're on the way home.
Well, you are the first time ever in 12 years of the Popular Hot Rodding Championship to be the repeat Top Fuel champion. There are people who, like Don, who has won it 3 times before, but you're the only person ever to repeat back-to-back.
I'll be darned. Well, you know, we have 3 national events, NHRA style, back-to-back, which I think is still a record, but this is where I ran my first 5. And it is an incredible racetrack as far as traction and facility and safety. Well, we proved that yesterday.
Right.
Safety people here are great. We're happy. Now we've got to go home, put some Band-Aids on the front end.
Okay, Shirley Muldowney, she won it all, the Top Fuel champion at the PHR race.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
With over 40,000 fans in attendance and $227,600 in prize money distributed to the racers, the 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championships have been a rousing success. Let's go to Dave McClellan for a final recap.
This was one of those weekends in championship drag racing. The event, the Popular Hot Rodding Championship, kicked off on Friday. Intermittent showers continued throughout the entire weekend, and then on Sunday, we had to shut down several times because of the rain and then dry the track. But as often happens, when the last race car goes down the track, the sun pops out. That's just what happened here at Martin US 131. The big story of this event, Shirley Muldowney crashing her car on Saturday with a lot of help from her friends and a lot of hard work by her crew. She won in a Cinderella finish over Big Daddy Don Garlits, the Top Fuel title, to become the first person ever to win 2 Top Fuel titles in a row at a PHR championship. Funny car Ron Colson under the lights with the King's Hawaiian Bread special of Roland Leong taking the measure in the funny car eliminator category. In Pro Stock, it is Bob Glidden, your champion here at Martin US 131. This is Dave McClellan saying so long for now.
The 12th Annual Popular Hot Rodding Championship has been brought to you by Axel, the quality leader in automotive ignition components. King's Hawaiian Bread, the favorite of the island. Hurst Shifters, the shifters that auto enthusiasts have depended on for years. Quaker State Motor Oil, America's best-selling motor oil. And Sigerson Cam. Sigerson has a camshaft for your engine.
Texas, October 22nd, 1972. The National Hot Rod Association's 8th Annual World Finals of Drag Racing. From throughout the United States they came, the top drivers and drag teams that competed in 35 regional meets to gain a chance to put it all on the line in the final showdown to determine the World Final champions of each of 7 classifications. Drag racing has increased in popularity over the years and is steadily growing in spectator interest. The sport has its heroes and favorites, as do other sports. It's a match of engineering skill and driving skill as these competition machines scream down a quarter-mile track at speeds up to 230 miles per hour and elapsed times of 6 seconds plus. Drag racing is a sport that presents all of the color, excitement, and challenge that anyone could want, both as a participant and a spectator. The National Hot Rod Association is the parent group that sanctions these meets and enforces rigid rules and regulations. Wally Parks, NHRA president, has spearheaded the growth of the sport throughout the last 20 years.
Well, the National Hot Rod Association is an outstanding organization, and the man behind it, the president, Wally Parks. And Wally, another great world finals here at Amarillo. Of course, we have had some bad weather, but the competition is fierce.
Well, we got fantastic competition. The weather is always a problem with drag racing because we can't run when it's raining, but fortunately it isn't raining, and we're getting some excellent performances.
Wally, how about the reception of the city of Amarillo to the National Hot Rod Association World Finals again this year?
Well, there's never been anything to match it yet. Actually, I don't know how you could beat it because we've had such a cordial welcome here since the first day we came in to talk about having the World Finals here. And the community involvement is just almost overwhelming. We feel, I think, worse about the weather conditions kind of putting out some of our downtown activities that we had scheduled here than we do about the curtailment on our racing activities. And it's just been something that drag racing has needed for a long, long time. And believe me, we're just delighted to be here and be part of it.
Wally, this is something that takes a great deal of effort and planning, and I know you'll go right to work on 1973's World Finals. Won't you right after this one's over?
No, we're going to do it before this one because we've been doing it for several days. And I think what we'll probably do is look at our schedule and see if there's a possibility of moving forward a couple of weeks and getting into a better possible weather condition because this is late in the year to plan drag racing. And if it fits in with Amarillo's schedule and our schedule, we'll have a better one even in 73.
From 40 states, the fastest cars and best drivers in the world met in Amarillo for the World Finals. Although preliminary events were hampered by wet weather, the final races were held as scheduled on Sunday. Each drag team is composed of a driver, chief mechanic, and backup crew that is trained to keep each car performing at an optimum level. In addition to the thousands of spectators that follow the sport, manufacturers and several hundred track owners and operators also come to Amarillo for the World Finals. Manufacturers, representatives of tires, engines, oil, and many other racing items, put their products to the test with these men of speed. A popular figure at any drag meet is Miss Hurst Golden Shifter, Linda Vaughn.
Well, we've got some great automobile racing drag style here at Amarillo Dragway. We also have some lovely beauty. This is Linda Vaughn, Miss Hurst Golden Shifter. And Linda, it's a pleasure to have you back in Amarillo with us again.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. I've really had a good time here.
It's been kind of a hectic week trying to fight the weather, but there's been some great action here.
Yes, it has, and good racing, and I'm telling you, these people are really racing fans in Amarillo.
How did you actually get started in drag racing as far as coming to all the races are concerned, Linda?
Well, as you know, I'm Miss Hurst, and I represent racing all over the world, but I like drag racing the best, and I won a big beauty contest, and they renewed my contract about 8 times now, so I've been with them for going on 8 years.
What's been the most exciting races that you've possibly been to, Linda? I know you've been to so many, that's probably hard to pick one, isn't it?
In drag racing, I had to say the Nationals is about the most exciting, and I like the World Finals because that's where everybody puts together, you know, the points and all. And then IndyCar racing, of course, is one of my favorite, too, because I cover it all. But there's nothing like drag racing and top fuel cars and funny cars.
More than 300 cars have won invitations for this event based on their past performance in other NHRA meets around the country. The time trials were yet another hurdle to pass in their quest for the title. The competition is divided into 7 different classifications. The stock cars are regular production models from American companies. Driving skill and the performance of the unmodified engine determine the top cars. Everyday automobile gasoline is used to power these cars, which are essentially street or family cars. The 32 classes are broken down into 16 for standard transmissions and 16 for automatics. In 1972, the NHRA rules changed the super stock eliminator category. The old stock eliminator class was moved in with the super stock to allow the interested drag fan to race his factory production car against others that have a few modifications. The new class was greeted with mixed reactions. This is the largest of the different categories, with genuine drag fans having a chance to try their limited capital and experience on the strip in one of the most exciting eliminator classifications. The Pro Stock class includes 1969 and later American cars that are permitted to run lightweight fenders, hood, and rear decks, but the original engine must be used with up to 2 4-barrel carburetors or 4 2-barrel carburetors. The modified production division car looks much the same as a stock passenger car, but further changes are allowed, including transmission and larger tires. 8 classes of modified production cars were ready for the World Finals. Modified eliminator cars, the classic street roadster or hot rod, is also in this racing division. The competition category this year includes those cars that have extensive modifications over the stock cars, yet weren't up quite to the top fuel class. A popular group because of the admitted way that men make these machines run, the competition class in 1972 saw the integration of the now-defunct gas dragster category. The funny car has come into its own in the past few years and is popular because it's really a short wheelbase fuel dragster with lightweight fiberglass body that gives it the appearance of a regular stock car. But don't be misled. There's no comparison to the models in your dealer's showroom. These cars have greatly modified supercharged engines and run on special nitro fuel. These cars are real crowd pleasers. At the top of the line, the all-out drag machine is the top fueler. These dragsters are designed with one thought in mind: to cover the quarter-mile track in the fastest possible time of about 6 seconds. With rocket-like speed, these vehicles are expensive, highly engineered cars that compete in 9 different classes. Some have 2 engines, others have 1 engine, either in front or behind the driver. These are the cars, the drivers, and the people that follow this all-American sport. On race day, with 35,000 people in the stands, the pits were crowded with the drivers, their cars, and the mechanics making last-minute adjustments to allow for the altitude in Amarillo and the damp weather. The 1971 winners, such as Phil Castronova in the funny car division, were assessing their chances and the stiff competition.
Well, funny car competition at the World Finals will be outstanding, including one of the top stars, Phil Castronova. And Phil, you got one run in yesterday. Did that tell you a great deal?
Yes, it did. You know, we ran a good number, and we were a little low on power, so we know where to go now.
How do you tune a car in a little cooler conditions here, as far as warm conditions are concerned? What do you do different to tune one of these funny cars?
Well, it's just not the coolness, it's the temperature. You're 3,000 feet above sea level, and you have to spin your motor a little faster than on sea level. See, so you have to go by the combination of the pulleys from the blower to the motor, and by the nitro, you get it.
Phil, the competition here, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be fantastic in the funny cars again this year, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Everybody's always a competitor.
I know you have to run heads up with the guy in the other lane for you, but what kind of ET is it going to take to win this funny car championship this year?
Well, yeah, yesterday the best was a 661. I think we could run some 50s today if the track comes in.
You said you haven't looked at the track that much, but listening to some of the early times, it looked like it may be drying out.
Yeah, the pro stockers seem like they're running like usual, you know, so we know that the track is probably there.
Bill, what do you think your chances are taking that championship? World Finals Championship. That'd be a dandy one.
Well, I won last year, and I'm going to try to win again this year.
Bill, the best of luck, and glad to have you back in Amarillo. How about Amarillo?
It's a fantastic town. The best dragging town we ever been to.
Kelly Chadwick, longtime Texas Panhandle drag racer, was also in the pit area, busily preparing his entry for the stiff competition.
Kelly Chadwick is from Amarillo and, of course, the hometown favorite. Kelly, could you tell us about your funny car?
Keith, I guess I've got an oddity in this car. It's a Chevrolet-powered car, a Chevrolet-powered Chevrolet. All the rest of the cars are Chrysler-powered cars, no matter if they've got a Vega body or what. So we've got a Chevy in our car. It's a 488 cubic inch motor. The cars run 654, 218.26, I believe, mile an hour. And it's a 72 Vega with a 72 454 motor in it.
What do you have to do on race day to get things ready? Are you all set to go?
Yeah, you got a lot to do. Yeah, we're all set. We're really ready today. We had a little trouble qualifying yesterday. We had some experimental tires on the car, and it got crossed up. I almost got the guardrail, but the car's ready today. We've got the old tires back on. We think we got a good chance. The weather's cold, and you've got to make adjustments for this. A lot of the guys, we're all alike out here, really. You know, everybody's coming over to me saying, what do you do? And I say, well, I don't know, you know, because they think I know because I live here. But the weather changed so fast out here the last 2 days, it's really been kind of a handicap for the guys.
On the track, Dave Benasek of Hacienda Heights, California, in a 1972 Buick, was ready to take on George Hall of Pennville, Michigan, in a 71 Buick. At the lights, it's Dave Benasek, stock eliminator world champion with the national records of 13.56 ET and 101.84 top end speed. This drag racing business isn't just for men. There were 2 women who qualified for the World Finals, but they weren't destined for a showdown against each other, as Judy Lilly of Golden, Colorado was in the super stock class, and Shay Nichols of Abilene, Texas was running in pro stock. Judy's 68 Plymouth brought her from regional competition, where she did well enough to collect the necessary points to make a repeat performance at the World Finals. As a wife and a mother, Judy makes the drag racing a family sport and is earnest about working for a win every time out. Judy was denied the chance at the finals in the Superstock when Dave Borton of Muskegon, Michigan, in a 72 Dodge, and Larry Nelson of West Lafayette, Indiana, in a 55 Chevy, brushed aside all comers to meet each other in the final running for the title. Taking the win with the national record elapsed time of 12.20 seconds was Dave Bortman. Indicative of the dedication, color, and enthusiasm of drag racing contestants is Ray Murphy of Ames, Iowa, who drives Plum Nuts in the modified production class. Murphy and mechanic T.J. McDonald expressed their feelings about the World Finals in Amarillo.
What do you think about the World Finals in Amarillo, and how long have you been here?
We came in Tuesday. Decided to take off a little early and come down where it was warm, which didn't quite turn out that way, but decided to take a little vacation and really enjoying ourselves. The reception we had was great. We've traveled all over the country, especially this year, and this is the greatest place. People are wonderful.
Good. How does it look for the competition in the races today?
It's going to be tough. We're not even sure we're qualified right now. We were second earlier yesterday afternoon, and now we're up to sixth before this last pass, so we don't know exactly where we stand. It's going to be tough, though.
It's a rough road up to the top, isn't it?
You better believe it.
Okay, Ray, TJ, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the modified eliminator final race, the Blevins and Izakowski Corvette from Freehold, New Jersey, was ready to meet Joe Williamson of Louisville, Kentucky. This was the big race of the day for the modified eliminators, the culmination of months of work and thousands of miles of traveling. Williamson was a split second too fast in getting off the starting line, a foul giving the race to Paul Blevins, who set a national record elapsed time of 10.55 for D-Alter. Tom Trish of Rockford, Illinois, the defending competition champion, the big winner in 1971, was back again to try for another championship.
Tom, this is your second trip to the World Finals, your second trip to Amarillo. What type of problems do you encounter in racing here?
Well, the atmosphere at Amarillo is different than any other track that we race in the Midwest, where we're from. The altitude is quite a bit higher than what we're used to, and there's always a problem the first couple of runs to get the car to work properly. This season here with the rain, the time has been cut down that we've had times to run in, and everything's been pushed into 1 or 2 days here, and we're having quite a bit of trouble with our personal car trying to get the motor to the right position so it have its maximum horsepower.
You were one of the big winners in the World Finals last year. How does your competition and chances stack up for this year?
Well, it's rougher. Every year it gets rougher. It's hard to maintain a steady pace, let's say, because records change and cars get fast, somebody gets slower, and it just changes all the time. This year it's rougher than last year, by far.
This time, though, Trish didn't make it, as he was beaten out by Roy Rastetter's D-Altered, who was to see action in the final race. Wayne McMurtry of Pueblo, Colorado, and Roy Rastetter of Hale Center, Texas, had the top two competition cars. They met in the final round. It was McMurtry's Double B dragster covering the course in 7.56 seconds to outdo Rastetter's A-Altered 8.5 seconds. In Pro Stock, Bill Bruppy Jenkins is one of the most respected contenders on the drag circuit. From Malvern, Pennsylvania, he brought his Chevy to town ready to run whatever challenged him.
Bruppy's toy will be one of the favorites in Pro Stock today, and you've been spending some of the time this morning, I guess, making final adjustments and tuning up. How's it looking?
Well, it still looks like we're in pretty good shape. We can't find where there's anything wrong with the car, and looked the track over. I have not made a pass this morning, but it doesn't look like it's going to be radically different than it was yesterday, so I'm probably pretty well set up for the track.
What's the fastest time for this car?
Fastest time anywhere?
Yeah.
Well, on sea-level tracks, it's run 9:25, 9:28, that range, ET, and 149 miles an hour.
What do you figure it would take to win up here in this altitude?
About 980 in that range. Now, I've run a 980 here, and I feel so I can probably run in the neighborhood of 972, 975 if I have to. And if I don't break anything, that should win.
After wading through the preliminary foes, it was Jenkins and Ken Dondero from Northridge, California, in Don Nicholson's Pinto. Jenkins took it in the style that he's making a habit. The grunt blasted out a 9.77 to Dondero's 9.93. With the Pro Stock title decided, the crowd was ready for the two big ones, funny cars and top fuelers. The unique funny cars are powered by ear-deafening engines and utilize a parachute to help them stop at the end of the track. One of the favorites was Butch Moss of Mount Clement, Michigan. Moss and the Mark Higginbotham Vega roared into the semifinal round of funny car competition, only to come up against a Gene Snow Dodge driven by Jake Johnston of Fort Worth. Moss lost his engine as Johnston flew to the lowest lapse time of the day, a 6.51. It would be Johnston in the finals. The funny car division had a couple of exciting moments in the way of spectacular crashes. Al Marshall and Doc Holliday were barreling down the track when Marshall lost control of his Mustang and hit the guardrail. The body of the car was torn off and came to rest in the infield, while the rest of the car was thrown and torn apart and scattered down the track. Miraculously, Marshall climbed out of the remaining wreckage unhurt with his brush with death. Charles Thurwanger, driving a Hemi-powered Vega, tried to duplicate the Marshall attraction. He was racing Butch Moss when he too hit the guardrail, severely damaging his car, but again, no injuries. All the power and speed built into these cars, safety comes first, and every precaution is taken to protect the driver. Jeb Allen of Bellflower, California, one of the youngest drivers on the circuit, had brought his family and is praying menace for the World Finals test.
This is your first time for the World Finals, right?
Yeah, this is my first. I haven't been racing quite a year yet, and this is my first time at the World Finals.
What do you think about the Amarillo Dragway and the World Finals being held in this part of the country?
I think it's good because you're at a high altitude, and like I never run at a high altitude before, and I have to learn to run the car completely different. It's a whole different story. You have to put a lot more air through the motor and less nitro to lean the motor out to get it to make horsepower. And we found out that it was a little harder than we thought it would be, and so we hope today we'll get it dialed in just right.
Allen was to meet Clayton Harris in the semifinal showdown. Harris of Moulton, Alabama, was the Eastern Conference leader coming into the Amarillo races. His new dimension fueler had set a national record of 6.21 in the first round of the World Finals.
Clayton, how do you feel today about your car? Everything all set for the races?
Yes, sir. We're just freshening up the engine a little bit here. We feel like we have a pretty fair chance of running a good number today.
What do you do on race day? What do you have to go through and check to make sure everything's in order?
Well, naturally, you want every piece of equipment or every part of the car the best it can be for the race. We have to go 5 rounds, and it'll be to win the race, and it'll be quite strenuous on all the parts.
Who do you figure your toughest competition is going to be today?
Well, it's a lot of tough guys here. It's hard to pick out only one. You know, this is a world championship, the end of the series, and all the good guys are here.
And you were here last year?
Yes, sir. We were here. We went to the semifinals last year.
How do you like racing in Amarillo?
Oh, fine. Great. Very fine place. The town's exceptionally receptive to racing.
Good. Thank you, Clayton.
Yes, sir.
Semifinal, top duel, Clayton Harris and Jeb Allen. Allen jumped to a quick lead that was quickly erased as Harris overtakes the Whiz Kid and cops a slot in the finals against Jim Walters. Now with the sun fading, losers loading up for the long trip back home and fans standing for the final 2 big races, the World Finals were coming to a dramatic close. During the day, Clayton Harris had made several impressive runs against Bob Noyce, Hank Johnson, Herm Peterson, and Jeb Allen. He had worked his way through some of the best, while Jim Walter of Paynesville, Ohio, had done the same with other entries. Walter was driving a Chrysler-powered 392 dragster that eliminated Ed Rennick, James Warren, also Don Reitzel, and Raymond Beagle. A full year of racing was on the line as Harris and Walter stayed. Both machines suffered big problems. Harris was ahead when his new invention broke a rear end. Walter blew a tire, broke a main shaft, and lost a blower belt, but had enough speed built up to cross the finish line first.
Well, a guy that has to be most excited over a big top fuel win. This is Jim Walters, and Jim, I guarantee it was a fantastic day for you at the World Finals, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I'm so happy I can't even believe it. It's just great.
It's a long way from Paynesville, Ohio, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. 23 hours straight at it.
How did the competition go for you, Jim? Well, you got to be pleased to win anything, but how did it go in the past couple of days for you?
Well, I have not had a good year this year. I've had that we crashed bad in, I guess it must have been early September. We crashed bad, and we had kind of a set down there, and I've had not a real good year, not like I've had in the past, but we just kept at it, and I come down here, and I knew I was going to win when I left home. I went 4 rounds here last year, and I said when I left home, I'm going to go 1 better than I did last year. And I had my mind made up, and they put that in the paper, said long on desire, but short on power, and I showed them.
How about coming from a champion? How about Amarillo, Texas? How were you received here in the NHRA again this year?
There is no city in the country that receives racers like Amarillo, Texas.
Well, Jim Walters, coming from a real champion such as you, we certainly appreciate that, and we hope to have you back in '73.
I'll be here.
The final race of the day, the World Championship in the funny car division. Larry Fullerton of Beverly Hills, California, in the Fullerton Duhenny Hemi-powered Mustang, and Jake Johnston driving Gene Snow's Dodge. Here it is, the two strongest drag racing teams of the day going for the final big prize. Johnston and Fullerton, both powerhouses, both tops in their field. Blazing through the finish spurt was Larry Fullerton in the Trojan Horse with an elapsed time of 6.58 and 222.32 miles per hour.
Well, it was a big win in the Funny Car Championships for Larry Fullerton and the Trojan Horse. And Larry, it must be an exciting day for you here for the World Final.
Well, it was very exciting. It was a really great thrill going through the lights and knowing that I won the World Finals. We sure had a hassle getting here.
The competition was fierce again this year, wasn't it, Larry?
Competition, I think, was as strong and as fierce here as it was at any other racetrack I've ever been in my life, I swear. It was fantastic.
It was one of those tough races for you all the way. It was, how close was it down at the end, or could you tell down there, Larry?
No, sir. All I knew is I had him, and I didn't shut off till I got 100 feet past the last light.
The World Final Champion, Funny Car Champion, Larry Fullerton. Again, congratulations on that Trojan Horse.
Thank you very much.
The World Finals of Drag Racing 1972. New champs, Larry Fullerton, Jim Walter, Bill Jenkins, Wayne McMurtry, Paul Blevins, Dave Wortman, and Dave Benesett. Amarillo once again had hosted the National Hot Rod Association's World Finals competition. These drivers and cars will go on now to other races in other parts of the country, other sanctioned events on the drag racing schedule. In 1973, it starts all over with regional races determining the field for the next World Finals, which will be held again in Amarillo, Texas, October the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Between now and then, you can see many of these same professional drag racers at local tracks in your area. Perhaps you, too, will want to follow them to the World Finals in Amarillo next October.
The 7th annual Cajun Nationals at State Capitol Raceway near Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This sprawling facility filled to overflowing with race fans from throughout the United States who came south for one reason, and that is speed. And these fans have not been disappointed throughout qualifying. Some of the most spectacular action that has been recorded in drag racing history has taken place right here in Baton Rouge. In qualifying, Don Prudhomme, the former four-time world champion, brings his new Pontiac Trans Am to the starting line against Trip Shoemake. Shoemake with problems off the starting line. He brings the car under control, but Don Prudhomme has no problems. The fastest run by a funny car in history.
Yeah, I had that ever-loving feeling today about it. The car run 43 yesterday, and we're the first ones to run 240. It's nice to be the first one to run 250, regardless what Beetle does.
And you just took the '1 spot from Beetle with still one session to go.
Decent, yeah, I'm real happy about that. But Raymond's no slouch. We're going to have a tough race.
Okay, congratulations again. That could be a national record if you back it up.
I think that's dynamite. Thank you.
All right, and bonus points that go with that towards the World Championship. I haven't seen the Snake smile like this in a long time. Coming back after a horrendous fire, the last race of 1981, 250 miles an hour.
About time. Don Prudhomme has not had a good season for the past couple of years, but a happy man he is. NHRA rules require a backup run. Within 1%, Don Prudhomme must run to establish that 250-mile-an-hour pass as the new national record. Here in the final qualifying session, it is Don Prudhomme against Raymond Beetle. Prudhomme, the #1 qualifier, he must run within 1% of 250 miles an hour, and he does at 247 miles an hour plus. Don Prudhomme establishes a new national speed record for funny cars. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave McClelland, along with Steve Evans. For the 4th year, Diamond P Sports is bringing you coverage of the exciting Cajun Nationals. The engines are running. We're ready to go with the first round of Top Fuel Eliminator. The first race today finds the longtime veteran Gene Snow matched against the rising young superstar Mark Oswald, driving for the team of Candies and Hughes. He may be new to this car, but Mark Oswald has already driven over 252 miles an hour. For Gene Snow, it's a return to the driver's seat. From Fort Worth, Texas, he is one of the great stars of the 60s in championship drag racing, coming back a couple of years ago. Mark Oswald, starting out this season at the wheel of the Candies and Hughes car, has already established a new national speed record. Both cars ready for the start as they come into the staging beams. It is Gene Snow against Candies and Hughes, Mark Oswald driving. A good race to this point, but Mark Oswald starts to pull away, and by several car lengths, Mark Oswald wins it. 5.90 second elapsed time. A hometown crowd cheering the speed of over 247 miles an hour. So Candies and Hughes from Houma, Louisiana, just about 40 miles away from Baton Rouge, win their first round race. The next match finds Mark Niver driving for Johnny Loper against Shirley Muldowney. Mark Niver, starting in Top Fuel Racing this season with the car of Johnny Loper from Phoenix, Arizona, will be racing the only person ever to win the Top Fuel World Championship 2 times, Shirley Muldowney. Her son John backing her up after the burnout, getting set for this race with Mark Niver.
Wait, you raced Mark Niver first round. How do you approach that?
I'm not worried about it. That's what you mean.
And then where do we go? Second round. Who do you feel you face?
Second round, I think Lucille will be there. And I think the pink car is going to win the race.
You've had 3 Top Fuel races in your career. All 3 have been against Shirley. She's beat you all 3 times, and here she says you're no problem first round.
Well, I hope that isn't true. We'll see. We had some tuning up to do. We ran during the heat of the day and ran good, so we're optimistic. I don't know. Yeah, we're optimistic.
He'd best be optimistic because Mark Niver, driving for Johnny Loper, has got his work cut out for him as he races Shirley Muldowney, the winningest woman in motorsports history. 2-time world champion. She has taken on the best and defeated all of them. But now her thoughts are on this race and this race alone, as Mark Niver will be trying to pull off the upset of the event thus far. And Mark Niver has some problems off the starting line. Shirley Muldowney through the finish line. Some smoke out of the car indicating possible internal engine damage. But for Shirley, a big win, 5.83 seconds. Her speed, 234 miles an hour. And Shirley advances into the semifinals of the Cajun Nationals. The engine started in the next pair of cars. Gary Beck from El Toro, California, will be racing against Oregon's own Jim Bernard. After her first round win, Steve Evans has had a chance to catch up to Shirley Muldowney and ask her about the next round.
If you had your choice in the next round, who would you rather race, Jeb Allen or Lucille Lee?
Make a difference to me.
Obviously, Steve, Shirley doesn't care. She has confidence in her own ability and in her own car. But now all eyes are directed to the starting line as Gary Beck, finishing number 2 in the world last season, will be racing Portland, Oregon's Jim Bernard on the national championship trail for the first full season. Bernard from Portland has qualified very well at this race.
You came in here on Friday, the north wind, and blew strong, number 2 qualifier, and then you've just been kind of hiding back here. We haven't seen you on the starting line.
That's right, Steve. We've ran real good. We haven't hurt many parts. We're in a position right now that we want to stay. We're number 2. We won't run either Lucille or Shirley until the final round. We feel that out of the race, they are the ones that are going to give us the best race all day long.
The number 2 qualifier, Jim Bernard, very confident against Gary Beck, and a red light start for Gary Beck. Jim Bernard automatically wins this race. Disregard what you see. The race was decided at the starting line as Gary Beck left the red light glowing, indicating he left that starting line just a hair too soon. As we watch again, you can see Beck perceptibly ahead of the green light, and that's what cost him that race. Jim Bernard, the upset winner over Gary Beck.
Dave, Gary Beck was unaware that he red lighted until he was told down here, so you weren't gambling, really.
No, really. I saw yellow, but the staging light was blinking, so I must have backed out of it or something.
A little overstaged or something.
Yeah, it wasn't clicking just right, so I don't know.
You always got a very fine light, though. You're going to red light once in a while.
I guess so.
Gary Beck, obviously very disappointed. He won this race a couple of years ago. Would like to have done it again.
This man also a Cajun Nationals winner. He is the defending Top Fuel champion, Jeb Allen, the reigning world champion. But he's got his problems here at the 7th annual Cajun Nationals event. He comes to this race with a brand new car. One of the most difficult things is to get a new car sorted out at a championship event.
A brand new race car, not even painted yet. That's the mount for defending champ here at the Cajuns, Jeb Allen. Why would you take a chance of building a new car when your old car took you to the World Championship?
Well, Steve, at the end of the year, our performance was falling off. All the competitors had gotten brand new cars, and the racetracks were being prepared so much better by NHRA. We found ourselves behind the 8 ball, more or less. We took and we relieved this car quite a bit by moving the motor 4 inches out from the rear wheels to here is 4 inches farther out than the driver's 4 more inches out. Then we put the fuel tank up on the front axle.
What does that do?
That changes the weight distribution, the amount of traction you get. It makes the motor not have to make as much horsepower, possibly not have to work as hard to accomplish the same thing. It's like having 10 pounds of weight and you carry it around all day, or you carry 30 pounds of weight around all day.
Well, Jeb Allen had a lot of work just to make this 8-car final field. At the Cajun Nationals, each car allotted 4 qualifying attempts. It took all 4 of them for Jeb Allen to make the field. Here, under the darkness on the late Saturday night, we see the last qualifying attempt by Jeb Allen, and this is the run that put him into the Cajun Nationals program. Jeb Allen, his brand new car, the defending Cajun Nationals champion, with lots of work for him here, both in qualifying and in this race, because he is racing one of the hottest new stars in all of drag racing, Lucille Lee. Lucille driving a Top Fuel car for her first full season in competition 1 year ago was a secretary. Now she is driving this 2,500 horsepower car. She has already won a major NHRA championship event this season and is regarded by many as one of the hottest drivers on the circuit. Jeb Allen, the reigning world champion, the defending champ, has got his work cut out for him. Can he accomplish a first round win? Both cars set to go, and it is Lucille Lee losing traction. She almost loses control. Can she hold on to the lead? She does. It is Lucille Lee, 5.97 seconds in a brilliant driving exhibition. Lucille Lee overcomes the loss of traction. As we watch again, she passes the Christmas tree. Jeb Allen side by side, and there, the car losing traction starts to go out of control. Lucille corrects the car, brings it back into a straight line, and continues to pull ahead of Jeb Allen. As they reach the finish line, 1,320 feet away by a half a car length, Lucille Lee takes the win.
You know what happens next?
Yeah.
The race everyone's been waiting for a long time, you and Shirley.
Well, she'll be tough to beat. And she's got lane choice, and I don't know what to say.
Okay, we're looking forward to it.
We'll see history here at the Cajun Nationals in the semifinals, as for the first time in national competition, 2 women race in Top Fuel Eliminator. Coming up next at the 7th Annual Cajun Nationals Championship, we'll get started with the fantastic funny cars. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, home of the Cajun Nationals at State Capitol Dragway. I'm Dave McClelland along with Steve Evans. The temperatures are in the 90s, and you can hear the engines running as we get ready to go with funny car racing. One of the new developments in drag racing is the use of nitrous oxide. A number of funny car racers are starting to experiment and develop the use of nitrous oxide. Steve is talking with one of them right now.
In the unlikely event anyone should ever ask you what your dentist's office and a AA Fuel funny car have in common, you can tell them this: nitrous oxide. The same stuff your dentist used to make you feel a little more comfortable in the chair, laughing gas, Kenny Bernstein, has been used for years in airplanes and race boats and even race cars. Push a button, get hundreds more horsepower. You don't need more horsepower, do you?
Well, sometimes we do, Steve, but as you say, pushing a button used to be the answer to all those things. You go down through there, push it, and get a lot of horsepower and go faster, but no one's perfected in the funny car ranks in that manner. What we're trying to do is flow the nitrous oxide to all 8 cylinders on the starting line, which keeps those cylinders alive and lit and not dropping them, which means you would run on 7 or 6 cylinders. If you've got 8 healthy cylinders, and we do with the nitrous oxide, then we automatically go faster.
Nitrous oxide means a cleaner burning engine for Kenny Bernstein. David?
Steve, our first pair of cars, we find Gary Bergen and Dale Paldy, neither of which are using nitrous oxide at this event. Poldy drives the War Eagle. For Gary Bergen, he sits behind the wheel of his own car called the Orange Baron. Bergen out of Stanton, California, a former national champion. Dale Poldy, also a winner several times on the NHRA Championship Trail, with a car that is regarded almost as a work of art. This, the fabulous War Eagle. Car owner Mike Hamby climbing under the back of the car. There may be some problems. The crew coming in, starting to get underneath that car. We're looking as Mike Hamby is changing the setting on the wheelie bars. These are the cars that help keep the car under control should it go into a wheel stand. Dale Poldy, the driver, deciding they didn't like it where it was. He got his crew chief and car owner Mike Hamby to change the angle of those wheelie bars, allowing the car to come up even less off the starting line. For Gary Bergen, he has no problems. All he's doing is sitting very patiently and waiting while all the work's been done on the War Eagle. A great race, but something goes wrong for Poldy, and it is Gary Bergen. His elapsed time, 6.19 seconds, a roaring 243 miles an hour, as he eliminates Dale Poldy and the War Eagle. The electric starter hooked up to the 2,500 horsepower engine of Al Segrini as the fiberglass body is lowered over the tubular chassis, and he gets set to go for his round of racing against the reigning world champion Raymond Beadle. His car coming to life. Raymond using nitrous oxide on the famed Blue Max. Steve is caught up with Dale Poldy. What went wrong?
Dale Poldy, a great move up the starting line, then nothing.
That's about what happened. The fuel shut-off lever vibrated loose. Fuel shut off, just shut the fuel off on the thing. When I felt the engine just die, I just shut the throttle off completely.
One of those $2 part failures.
Yeah, that's about it.
A tough break for Dale Poldy, but now no one is thinking about that. They're concentrating on the next race. It is Easton, Massachusetts, Al Segrini, the winner of the Winter Nationals Championship. As he checks over his engine to get ready to go, Segrini will be faced with the defending world champion 3 times in a row, Raymond Beadle. His famous Blue Max uses nitrous oxide, and he qualified number 2.
Right, even though you weren't the first to run 250 and you didn't qualify number 1, you've got a perfect point from which to attack in the ladder number 2, maybe the best spot in the ladder.
Well, we kind of looked at that running that last run last night because we thought if we were number 1, that was good because we'd pick up the Pioneer money and the Budweiser bonus, but also we'd have to run Billy Myers probably second round. So look at the draw is we're better off where we are.
You stay away from Iran Prudhomme until the final if you get that far.
That's right.
A lot of psychology and planning going into even qualifying for one of these championship events, as the Blue Max carries the big number 1 on the side of the car, indicating it is the defending and reigning world champion. He qualified number 2 right behind Don Prudhomme. Al Segrini, winner of the Winter Nationals out in Pomona, California earlier this year, knows what it takes to beat Raymond Beadle. He hopes he has it here at the Cajun Nationals. A lot of time being spent getting these 2 cars to the starting line. Does not seem to be any intentional psychological battle between the 2. Just taking their good sweet time and concentrating on that green light. And it's a great start for Raymond Beadle. Something going wrong for Segrini, but Beadle flies through the quarter mile, 6.05 seconds. His speed, 241 miles an hour. For Al Segrini, his racing day is over here at the Cajun Nationals. He coasts to a stop as something goes wrong. Raymond Beadle turning off to go back to the pits to get ready for the next round, as here is the number 1 qualifier, the Pontiac Firebird, the brand new car for Don Prudhomme, the fastest man in history at 250 miles an hour.
Dave, Raymond Beadle came out of the car and said, was that a 5? It was a 6.05.
Okay, well, I knew it run pretty good. I thought it might have been a high 5. It shook a little at the top low gear, though.
All the rods are still in it and all the parts still attached.
It's a new motor, so I think we'll be all right.
Let me ask you something. We'll get a shot of it. What is this on your helmet, Raymond?
It's a microphone. We're fixing to put a new deal in the car so we can start talking back and forth today on them, because like the other day we had a little oil leak in the pan and I could see it and he couldn't see it, and we're just having a little trouble sometimes with just hand signal communicating. Maybe we'll kind of make a step forward.
A little Indy racing comes to drag racing.
Well, we'll try it anyway.
Okay, you've got Poldy next round.
Okay, that's all right.
Sorry, Bergen.
We'll be all right.
Continued innovations from Raymond Beadle and the Blue Max. Coming to a shaking stop after his burnout is Johnny Pott, the driver of the car owned by Larry Kugel. They call it the Sting. Here's the man that qualified number 1 and set a new national speed record of over 250 miles an hour, Don Prudhomme. You would think that Prudhomme in that number 1 spot at 6 seconds flat is very confident going into this first round race.
Well, on paper, looking at the ladder sheet, it's Raymond Beadle, Billy Meyer, the cars to beat. But you've got a tough one in the first round. They're all tough.
You know, you better believe they're tough. If they're qualified out here, they're plenty tough. You know, I've been in this position before. This isn't my first time, and I know what it's like to be sitting on low ET and have a dark horse come up and put you away. You don't want to think that way, but those things can happen. But I'm out there to run my own race. I feel real good, ate a good breakfast, and I'm ready.
We hope the good breakfast pays off for Don Prudhomme as he comes up against Johnny Pott. This is the first round of racing here at the Cajun Nationals. Prudhomme has already established the record at 250 miles an hour, the first man ever over that magic 250 mark in a funny car. It's Johnny Pott and Prudhomme off together, Pott holding his own at this point, and Prudhomme pulls away at the finish with a tremendous charge at the end at 242 miles an hour. But real problems for Johnny Pott in the Sting. He spins it out in the shutdown area, the car on fire. The NHRA Safety Safari crew immediately on the scene, spraying it with water. The emergency hatch opens. Here comes Pott trying to climb out of the car. The safety crewman wearing the fire protective gear. He is out of the car. He's standing up. He is okay. It is Johnny Pott nodding to the safety man. He is all right. He walks away from the car. We watch again. You see Prudhomme has a tremendous lead. The smoke starts out of the car. Then comes the fire. Pott is now inside that car. It is blazing away. The parachute behind it burns off at that point. He starts to lose control. Pott begins to waver from side to side as the flames lick from behind the car. Pott throws the car into a spin in the shutdown area, spins it out, and comes to a stop. Johnny Pott doing a masterful driving job, keeping it under control on the pavement. Steve, what's going on now?
David, as you saw, the John Pott-driven car just exploded just past the finish line. We are on the scene right now. And as you can see, the car is sizzling and popping. We're looking right now for John Pott. And don't see him. There he is. In the orange shirt is John Pott, the black fire suit. He is okay. Got a quick check from one of the members of the emergency crew. But as you can see, there is oil all over the place. We'll try to get a word with Johnny Pott if we can. John? First of all, you all right?
Sure, just fine. Got a little hot in there for a minute, but I'm all right.
That's your first fire?
Yeah, it is.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
After a career like yours?
Very first fire.
Well, that's an amazing.
I've been careful.
I'll say. What happened?
Got out about 800 foot and it kicked some rods out of it and, get in all that oil and she smears oil over the hot motor, it gets on fire.
So when you break rods, that punches holes in the pan, the oil escapes, the headers light it on fire, and there you go.
Yeah, those headers are cherry red. You can't see with the body down, but in the lights they're cherry red. The oil hits them and
a few years ago, without all the safety standards we have now, you might not have walked away from this.
Oh, absolutely. The safety that's involved in the sport now is, you can't put it into words.
The hole in the side of the engine, a very expensive explosion for Johnny Pott and Larry Kugel. As they clean up the track here at Baton Rouge, Trip Shoemake and Billy Meyer getting ready to go at the Cajun Nationals. This is Heather Shoemake. And this is her daddy, Trip Shoemake, getting ready for the final race of the first round of funny car eliminations. Trip Shoemake from Phoenix, Arizona. His competition, Billy Meyer from Waco, Texas. Billy, number 3 qualifier here, will be racing against Trip and the brand new car of Johnny Loper.
Trip Shoemake, first race with a new car. How does it feel to you so far?
I'll tell you, I'm not really comfortable in it yet. It's kind of like I've rode the other car 4 years, and this one, everybody put the steering wheel in the wrong place, and the brake handle's not where it's supposed to be. Haven't really felt comfortable in it yet, to tell you the truth.
Do you have to tune the motor differently for a new car?
Yeah, the motor's in a different place in this car, and the chassis is a little stiffer, and we're still kind of wandering around where to tune it. And besides having a donkey driver like me, it's kind of hard to get the car tuned up just right.
Again, the very difficult job of sorting out a brand new car at an NHRA championship event, and some problems over there with Billy Meyer's car. They've got the body up. Now it goes back down. The engine's still running. The crew moves out of the way, and Billy starts to approach the starting line. Meantime, Trip Shoemake continuing his burnout procedures. They're still having problems with Billy Meyer's car. The crew jumping on top of the hood area right behind the supercharger. And apparently it's okay. The starting line crews looked it over. They said, bring it to the line. So we've got the final race. This is the first round of funny car eliminations at the Cajun Nationals. Trip Shoemake in the near lane. Billy Meyer in the far lane. And they got the problem sorted out for Meyer. How about the new car of Trip Shoemake? And he has a big lead off the starting line. But it is Billy Meyer wins it at the finish. An outstanding 6.09 second elapsed time. His speed, 244 miles an hour. For Trip Shoemake, 6.21 seconds. As we watch again, you can see the big lead that's built up by Trip Shoemake over Billy Meyer off the starting line. But at the finish line, it's exactly the opposite as we see Billy Meyer coming on strong to win by half a car length over Trip Shoemake. Steve Evans has had a chance to catch up with Billy Meyer.
Billy Meyer, anxious moments on the starting line.
We had a fuel leak. You can see the window. I can't even see out the right side of the window there, Steve. I didn't really know what it was, and you're in the car and you can't relate anything to the guys. Luckily, Denny Martinez looked like he saw what it was and apparently fixed it some because it wasn't anywhere near as bad on the run as it was before that.
Fine job of driving. It sounded like you had to get off the throttle once or twice.
We lifted once. What did we run?
6:09.
Perfect. We had lane choice.
Billy Meyer did a fine job of driving under difficult circumstances.
He certainly did, Steve. And there on the windshield of his car, you can see the residue left by the fuel coming out from behind the supercharger onto the windshield of that funny car. Coming out now, the factory hot rods. This is Pro Stock Eliminator semi-final round, and the world champion, Lee Shepard, driving the Chevrolet Camaro of Rare and Morrison, will be racing the former world champion, Bob Glidden. He's been down on his luck the past couple of seasons.
In those glory years as world champion, whenever you raced Shepard, it was always you saying to Shepard, catch me if you can. It's the tables have turned.
Sure have. I've been chasing him for a couple of years now. He's been beating me pretty bad. We picked up a little bit here today, it seems, and he slowed down a little, so looks like we're within about a half a tenth, 500ths. If we're going for broke this run, we're going to try some off the wall stuff, and we're either going to be in the ballpark or way out. So we'll have to wait and see.
Years before, it was always me trying to leave on him because he always had the ET on us, and now we're running a little quicker, so he's going to have to get the whole shot this time.
The classic Chevrolet versus Ford battle. The Camaro driven by Lee Shepard, the brand new Ford EXP of Bob Glidden. They're ready, and a red light for Bob Glidden, and the win automatically to Lee Shepard. 500 cubic inch engines pulling these cars to the finish line, and it is Lee Shepard winning it. 7.91 seconds, 173 miles an hour. As we see, it was just a momentary too soon for Bob Glidden. That's what gave him the red light, and the win to Lee Shepard. Moving into the finals here at the Cajun Nationals, Lee Shepard. He'll be racing one of these two competitors. Warren Johnson at the wheel of the Oldsmobile Starfire against the bright yellow Camaro of Frank Iaconio. Warren Johnson from Fridley, Minnesota, drives the Starfire Oldsmobile, while Frank Iaconio, finishing number 3 in the world last season, is at the wheel of his trusty Camaro. All cars running with a 500 cubic inch maximum. 2,350 pounds is the weight. Warren Johnson just a little bit sideways off the starting line, giving a big advantage to Frank Iaconio. He takes it. You can see Warren Johnson has his hands full as the parachute comes out, but he comes to a safe, slowing stop as Frank Iaconio wins that round at 7.94 seconds. In addition to the professional categories that have been racing here at the Cajun Nationals, in sportsman competition, we have seen a number of first-time winners. In Stock Eliminator, 19-year-old James Cairo out of Houma, Louisiana, took home his first ever NHRA national event win, defeating Billy Joe Moravitz. In Super Stock Eliminator, from Piedmont, Alabama, Sonny Ray defeating James Lee. Super Gas Eliminator found Katy, Texas, Ray Martell, a 39-year-old mechanic, winning his first major title against Charles Phillips in competition eliminator, the altered of Danny Townsend, defeating David Cook. Pro Comp Eliminator saw Buddy Domain from Groves, Texas, winning his first ever national event title. The 29-year-old defeated Gary Henderson's funny car from Memphis, Tennessee. Our congratulations to all the sportsmen champions here at the Cajun Nationals, who in addition to some hard racing, have been enjoying some great food.
Crawfish, red rice and beans, hush puppies. Half the fun of this race, David, is sampling the great Louisiana food. I just got me a plate of jambalaya, and I'll tell you, it is delicious. And when you talk jambalaya in this part of Louisiana, you're talking about this man they call Shake. Shake, what is in this jambalaya?
We have chicken and sausage, rice, celery, bell peppers, and I guess about 21 different things that we put in it, seasonings.
How long does it take to cook it all in this huge pot?
This 100-gallon pot takes 6.5 hours.
You got a bigger pot than this?
Oh, yes, I have 350-gallon pots.
Well, and how many people will that feed?
A little over 2,700 people.
Now, the Cajun fans here, they love this. How about the West Coasters, people from up north? How do they react to jambalaya?
They're going wild over our food.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. They love, they're coming in here. We're selling it. We have a lot of people, from the West Coast talking about our foods, and they're really eating it up.
All right. Well, you may have to cook up another pot. Why don't you hold this microphone? I got to eat this. Oh, boy, this is some big piece of hot sausage right here, huh?
Oh, yeah. Go at it.
Right on, McClellan. A little chicken over here?
Yeah, we have chicken here and rice.
Wonderful.
At State Capitol Dragway near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I'm Dave McClelland along with Steve Evans, and we're set for the semifinals of Funny Car Eliminator. We'll see Don Prudhomme against Billy Meyer as one of these two cars will move into the finals and a shot at the Cajun Nationals title. Billy Meyer has his work cut out for him, though. His competition, Don Prudhomme, has already set a new national speed record of over 250 miles an hour. The burnouts are completed by both drivers. All the concentration now put on the electronic starting device known as a Christmas tree. The cars inch forward into the light beams across the starting line. The switch is thrown, the green light comes on, and up in smoke goes Billy Meyer. Don Prudhomme streaks for the finish line. 6.10 is elapsed time, 246 miles an hour, his speed at the end of the quarter mile. And for Waco, Texas, Billy Meyer, his day of racing is over because the car lost traction right off the starting line. You saw Billy try to recover. He was unable to do so, and Don Prudhomme moves into the finals.
6:10, 243, Snake.
That's not real good. It might sound pretty decent, but we need to run a little bit harder than that to whip with Beetle right now, I think.
The tower tells me you're really tuned up. Your driving, your reaction was dead on.
Yeah, well, I was a little late last time. I had to make up for it that Meyer's no fool.
Well, here we...
So
that's okay, no big... Now, on the starting line, Raymond Beetle, the Blue Max, he told me in the lanes that he is really going to step on it and go for lane choice.
Oh, yes, yeah. Raymond's tough, and so's Myers, but, every round's a new round, so it's going to be interesting.
All right, let's go back to David on the starting line and find out who will race Don Prudhomme in the final round.
Steve, this is the first time since last August that Don Prudhomme has made it into the finals of an NHRA national event. He will be running one of these two racers, either the Orange Baron of Gary Bergen from Stanton, California, or the famed Blue Max. That's Raymond Beetle, the reigning world champion. Bergen creeping forward into the water, getting set for his burnout. At the rear of the car, you see the two parachute packs. Bergen is one that believes in double safety. If one parachute doesn't function, he's still got another one to help bring him to a stop after his 240-mile-an-hour run. Raymond Beetle qualified number 2 here at the Cajun Nationals, and in this semifinal round, Gary Bergen has a tough chore. We asked him about it.
You're racing Beetle. Do you hope that he just makes a mistake and you run your own race, or are you going to pump it up and try to match ETs with him?
Well, I think we've learned in the long run that it's better to get down the racetrack and let him beat you.
Or beat himself.
Absolutely. In other words, if you smoke the tires or something breaks on your car, then you beat yourself. If you get down the racetrack, then he's got to beat you, regardless of how he does it.
So Gary Bergen has his plan figured out as to how to beat Raymond Beetle. Raymond Beetle is trying to figure out how can he advance past Gary Bergen and meet Don Prudhomme in the final. Raymond Beadle and the Blue Max crew, some of the most innovative people in drag racing today. As we know, he is using the newly developed nitrous oxide systems on the Blue Max. The Ford EXP body nestling around that 2,500 horsepower engine. As he talked with Steve Evans a bit earlier, you saw the utilization of a two-way radio system between the driver and the crew chief, Dale Emery. Constant improvement of these very exotic race cars. They weigh about 1,800 pounds with 2,500 horsepower, and it's a red light for Gary Bergen. He shuts it off. He beat himself, and it is Raymond Beadle and the Blue Max in the finals of the Cajun Nationals against Don Prudhomme, and he will have lane choice. 6.03 seconds for Raymond Beadle. Here's the Top Fuel semifinal round that everybody's been waiting for. The two premier women race drivers in the world today, Shirley Muldowney against Lucille Lee. One of them will be in the finals. Steve, what's Raymond got to say?
Mission accomplished for Raymond Beadle. You wanted lane choice. You got it. 6:03 to Prudhomme 6:10.
Good. I mean, that could be critical. We were going to take the left lane. We looked at it, because they scraped it the round before. And Billy and I both talked about it, and we thought maybe the left lane was a little bit better watching Shirley. But then when Billy smoked the tires, we elected to go ahead and switch lanes, not even taking a chance.
How long has it been since you raced Prudhomme in a final?
I know Indy in 75.
I remember.
I don't know. Well, we've run several times in California. Then we run at Ontario and Columbus one year when we blew the body off. So we've had some good finals.
The eyes of a champion, Shirley Muldowney, as she gets herself prepared for her semifinal race against Lucille Lee. Holding the brake pedal as they start the 2,500 horsepower engine. Muldowney has a chance to look down the racetrack and maybe reflect just a little bit on a long career that has been a difficult one, but oh so fruitful. The only person ever to win the Top Fuel World Championship 2 times. Shirley Muldowney fought her way to the top, coming up through the stock cars, top gas dragsters. She drove a funny car for a while, then advancing into the Top Fuel Eliminator category and has won 11 NHRA national titles.
Shirley, I can recall in the early days of your career, you requested the other drivers always was, think of me as a lady that drives a race car, not a lady race car driver. Can you think that way as you race Lucille, about her?
Yeah, she's a lady, and she's a race car driver. I'm just going to consider it just another driver, the way I do everyone. You just can't let any driver bother you or any particular car because it'll bite you down the road. You're not thinking about what you should be thinking about.
You raced Shirley once before, an independent race, a final round, and you beat her, and you ran very well, but still it wasn't for the World Championship, and this could be.
Yeah, it is. This is a national event, and I'm looking forward to it. I need the points.
It's a little different than Bakersfield.
Yes, it really is. My car was running awful good at Bakersfield, and of course she knows why she lost, and I know why I won. My car just flat out ran hers. That's... you can't really say there's driver expertise and something like that. She's got a whole lot more experience than I do. So I feel that's how it's going to be out here today. If I beat, then my car just flat out ran hers because she's an excellent driver.
The ladies in the stands can't lose this one.
They sure can't.
The only way that Lucille Lee can gain that experience is to do just what she's got to do, race against Shirley Muldowney here at the Cajun Nationals. Car owner Mark Danikus checking everything over at the last moment to make sure all is right with the car. For Shirley Muldowney, her crew of Ron Tobler and her son John Muldowney doing exactly the same thing, making sure that this 250-mile-an-hour Charger is ready to go. The two leading females in motorsports matched here in the semifinals at the Cajun Nationals. The last minute nod of the head and a tip to Shirley as she begins the preparation for this run by creeping into those staging beams. Will the years of experience for Shirley Muldowney pay off? We'll find out. A great hole shot for Shirley Muldowney. Up in smoke goes Lucille Lee. And that's the race. Shirley Muldowney wins the semifinal round against Lucille Lee. Her elapsed time, 5.98 seconds. Her speed, only 226 miles an hour. Here you see it. And there's the advantage right off the starting line. Shirley Muldowney pulling the whole shot on Lucille Lee, who also lost traction. Steve?
Well, I think you both underplayed it a little bit. It was quite a confrontation. It's gone now. You were the victor. You did it on a whole shot. That experience again.
Well, it just, we all get lucky once in a while. Lucille's got a few years yet, but she's done wonderful. She's the best I've seen to ever come along.
That's right.
Bar none. I mean, the rest of the girls that have been here and gone, I mean, she makes them look silly.
A great compliment to Lucille Lee from a great champion. Here is the sentimental hometown favorite. They come from Houma, Louisiana, which is just about 45 miles down the road. The team of Paul Candies and Leonard Hughes with their new driver this year, Mark Oswald, into the semifinals against Portland, Oregon's Jim Bernard in the North Wind. Both cars are ready. And a great start. Oh, what a race as Oswald starts to lose control, comes back into the groove and wins it over Jim Bernard. 593, 245 miles an hour for the Blue Machine of Candies and Hughes. And as we watch again, you see they both got off the starting line side by side. Starting to lose traction just a bit was Oswald, but he recovered quick enough to win by half a car length. He was slower, indicating he had a whole shot off the line over Jim Bernard. Steve?
All right, Mark Oswald in the blue car from the Bayou here in Louisiana. You've been needing a whole shot here lately. You just got one when it counted.
Yeah, we've been a little bit, everybody and his brothers jumped on us, but I think things are turning around for us a little bit now.
Looks that way. When you run a 93 to an 88, you had to be an alert.
Yeah, I'm happy about that.
A lot of fans supporting this car in the stand.
Yeah, Paul would really like to win one right here at home.
Oh, I'll bet he would. And you're going to face Shirley Muldowney. You've got lane choice.
Yeah, I think that'll make a little bit of difference. Our car was loose this time pretty bad.
All right, so if you can get the clutch figured out and keep it glued down, it could be quite a final.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you, Steve.
Mark Oswald against Shirley Muldowney in the finals here at the Cajun Nationals in Top Fuel Eliminator. Meantime, action in the pits as they get set for the finals of funny car racing. The finals at the Cajun Nationals. In Pro Stock Eliminator, a pair of Chevrolets. From Totowa, New Jersey, comes 35-year-old Frank Iaconio. He's racing against the reigning world champion, 37-year-old Lee Shepard from Arlington, Texas. Both professional racers, both in 1981 Camaros, 500 cubic inch engines, 2 4-barrel carburetors running on gasoline. The best at the Cajun Nationals, Lee Shepard and Frank Iaconio. Who will win the title? Off the starting line, they leave together, and it is Lee Shepard beginning to pull away. And he does, by a car length, win the Cajun Nationals title, 7.90 at 173 miles an hour. As we watch again, you see the two cars lead the line side by side, but then the Rare and Morrison Camaro pulls it out by a car length at the finish line to give Lee Shepard the Cajun Nationals title.
Well, with any luck, Lee Shepard will continue to meet like this at the far end of racetracks all over the country, as we did at the World Finals. The world champion wins another one.
Well, thank you, Steve. I hope we continue this. We just really had a lot of luck, and things been going good for us today.
790 to a 793. He's tough.
Yeah, he is. He's always tough, and I'm sure he'll continue to be.
The showdown in Funny Car Eliminator. Raymond Beadle, the reigning world champion for 3 consecutive years, has held that title against Don Prudhomme. From 1975 to 1978, Don Prudhomme won 4 consecutive world champion titles, dominating funny car racing like no other man until Raymond Beadle came along. But the thoughts are not on world championships now. They're concentrating on the Cajun Nationals win. The number 1 qualifier, Don Prudhomme. The number 2 qualifier, Raymond Beadle. Who will win it? And it is Raymond Beadle pulling away at the finish. 6.08 seconds his elapsed time. His speed, 239 miles an hour. And what a close race. This is what funny car racing is all about. As Don Prudhomme valiantly trying to catch the streaking Raymond Beadle, but he doesn't, as Raymond Beadle defeating the Snake for the funny car title.
All right, Raymond Beadle gets a sock off. Prudhomme comes over, gives him a handshake, said, "What'd we run?" Raymond Beadle, a 6:08. You are the Cajun Nationals champ.
Well, we won once before, so hopefully they say things come in 3. This is Atlanta, Bristol, and here, so maybe it'll come in 4s.
Well, you burned it a little bit, but who cares at this point, right? You're here to win.
You got to sacrifice for the snake. I mean, he don't come easy. I mean, anyone that runs him knows that. In fact, anytime someone asks me who's my most feared competitor, I always say him, because everyone says, where's he been? He's been right here.
In the Top Fuel final, we find the rising young star matched against the crafty veteran. In 3 years of professional race car driving, 29-year-old Mark Oswald has now made it into his first ever NHRA final. He looks over at his competitions, 41-year-old Shirley Muldowney. She's got to be the favorite coming into this race. She holds low elapsed time. She is the #1 qualifier, but can she beat Mark Oswald? A great race off the starting line. Shirley's built up a bit of the lead. Can she hold on? But no, here comes Mark Oswald. And look, the wire flew off the right front wheel. Mark Oswald's got the car under control. Paul Candy is congratulating his crew as Mark Oswald, at over 252 miles an hour, wins his first ever NHRA title. Side by side at that point, Shirley Muldowney and Mark Oswald, but at the finish line, it's all Mark Oswald.
Your first NHRA national event victory. Congratulations.
Thanks, Steve. I'm just really happy to win here at home for Paul and everybody.
Oh, they're pretty happy, too. Did you think you were going that fast?
2 blues in the final.
2 blues in the final. Raymond Beadle, the funny car champion, joining Mark Oswald.
It was really getting with it down there. When it threw the tire off, I had a good idea.
Did you ever see Shirley down the racetrack?
Yeah, she was out on me a little bit in low gear, I think. You know, it was real even for a while, and then when I shifted it, I just got out on her a little bit. It was a really good race.
And a great race it was here at the Cajun Nationals. Our Diamond P, congratulations to all the champions.
Blue team won, huh?
Yeah. We hope you've enjoyed all the exciting action from the Cajun Nationals. For Steve Evans, I'm Dave McClellan saying so long from Baton Rouge.
For Lover Money is brought to you by Valvoline Motor Oil, best thing going for any car. And by Fram Filters for cleaner, better engine performance.
Technical inspection for the National Hot Rod Association's World Finals at Dallas International Motor Speedway. These drag racing machines have come from every corner of North America. Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada, to Metairie, Louisiana. More than 10,000 contestants entered the NHRA's World Championship Series at the start of the 1970 season. Only 350 earned enough points to win an invitation. The entry list is a slice of drag racing life rich with the nuggets of character and color that give the sport its unique flavor. Stock 55 Chevys, double Hemi-powered rail jobs, odds-on favorites, and guys who don't stand a chance. Ma and Pa hobbyists and highly organized, well-financed professional teams. At stake, $235,000 in prize money. The Plymouth factory team of Sox and Martin, manager Buddy Martin and driver Ronnie Sox, brings one of the most incredible records in all motorsport to the World Finals, literally winning everything in sight. Every major pro stock class championship at least once, 9 in all, and 95% of their races since 1965. To top it off, they've never lost at Dallas. In drag racing, there's nobody heavier than Sox and Martin. But there's far more to the business of being a winner than just winning races.
We have a lot of experimenting and testing and things like that we have to do for the factory that a lot of other people it's just handed to them because we did it first and worked it out and made it work.
A typical workday for Ronnie Sox. No crowd, no cheers, nobody in the other lane. Just run after run.
performance testing dozens of carburetor manifold combinations at a rented drag strip in Rockingham, North Carolina. This is only one aspect of the Sox and Martin business empire. A robust young giant growing almost as fast as Ronnie Sox flies through the quarter mile.
Well, when we started out in this, we had no idea it would come along as far as we did, to tell you the truth. And it was definitely a love of the sport is the reason that we got into it to start with.
The sprawling shop outside Burlington, North Carolina turns out 25 fully prepared cars and 60 racing engines a year for Sox and Martin customers. A parts and speed equipment sales operation flourishes in the same building. It's also home base for Jake King, mechanical wizard of the team, who devotes his time exclusively to Sox and Martin race cars. One element of the Sox and Martin success formula is obvious. A winner makes money, and money helps to keep you winning. But that's only half the equation.
I think money can help produce a winner, but at the same time, I think you've got to have something more than just money. I think you've got to definitely have the desire to do it and want to do it.
Wanting to do it is one of the forces that gives drag racing its enormous vitality. Every contestant at Dallas wants to be here. In fact, if the total prize money was $1.85, they'd probably still have to hold a qualifying round. Sex or age doesn't matter. Those who are into it give it a fierce and apparently endless loyalty.
About 2 years. About 5 years.
8 years.
About 10 years.
About 12 years.
Ever since I can remember, my father raced.
Some people claim it's because drag racing is physically addictive. Take a racer away from the sport and his body goes through withdrawal symptoms. Clean air without the smell of burning rubber will shorten his breath. Lack of hydrazine fumes will cause his vision to fade. And the worst enemy of all drag racers, silence, will ruin his hearing. Everyone at Dallas has his own special reason for being here and being involved in drag racing. But no matter what they say, they're all talking about the same thing.
Fast cars.
The people.
Sound of the cars.
I hope to win.
Oh, it's noisy and rowdy and...
I just like to go fast.
A politician with drag racing's eclectic magnetism would never lose an election. Its Something for Everyone appeal features more than 100 different kinds of cars. Sox and Martin race in the Pro Stock class, highly modified American cars manufactured since 1968. After a Pro Stock machine is prepared for racing, only the steel body shell and engine block remain from the original car. Mechanic Jake King must blueprint the engine and top it with 2 4-barrel carburetors to boost horsepower, beef up suspension and transmission, and replace hood, deck, and fenders with lightweight components. These cars are capable of covering the quarter mile in less than 10 seconds. The Sox and Martin team races 2 of them, a Duster driven by Herb McCandless and Ronnie Sox Barracuda. In addition to Pro Stock, there are 3 other professional racing classes at the World Finals. Fuel Dragster, they're supercharged, burn nitromethane, develop 1,500 horsepower, and blast through the quarter in less than 7 seconds. Gas dragster, most with twin engines. These are the gas-powered cousins of the fuelers. Funny car, the name given to the fuel-burning, plastic-bodied Frankensteins of the sport. The non-professionals are in the sports racing category, which includes competition, modified, super stock, and stock classes. These machines and the people who race them are the flesh and blood of drag racing.
Well, I think the non-professional drag racer has got to be one of the most dedicated persons to this type, any type sport, because if you just look around the pits and see the time and effort they put in this equipment and all the expense they go to traveling thousands of miles to get here, just for that one crack at the title, I think they're definitely a dedicated bunch.
From the slowest stocker to the wildest AA altered, they all feel the same. Dedication can't be measured in dollars and cents, but it's a start.
I have a 63 Plymouth 426 wedge. Cost me $2,000.
Oh, about $5,000.
About $10,000.
13 grand maybe.
Probably 20.
You're looking at around $30,000. $32,000, $33,000 in the total car.
More than likely would have blown it on something else anyhow.
Not very many will make all their money back.
You get enough to kind of pay expenses as you go.
It gives us extra spending money when we win.
No, I've never won.
Someday I hope to win a big meet, get it back.
But not without help. Whole families are pit crews. In fact, most of the non-professionals and many of the pros couldn't get off the line without their wives. Female involvement in drag racing produces a romantic triangle that would make Sigmund Freud lie down on his own couch. A passionate love affair between man and machine, aided and abetted by his wife.
I love it.
I take out the spark plugs, drain the water, little things.
I love it. I help clean parts and assemble engines and stuff like that also. I love it. That's what my husband wants to do, and if that makes him happy, then I'm happy.
They do it for love, and they do it for money. But most do it for love. Spend a ton of cash and even more hours just to roar down a quarter-mile strip of asphalt faster than the other guy. At Dallas, there are 350 entrants and room for only 128 cars in the finals. Divisional champions like Ronnie Sox and his Barracuda, or Assassination, a funny car driven by John Decker, are guaranteed a place. Everyone else must qualify. Let it all hang out today so you can do it again tomorrow. 1/1000th of a second can decide whether you're in the race or hauling your car 3,000 lonely miles toward home.
All right, here we have the old trapper. He's from Shorewood Park, Alberta, Canada. Albert Branham, the driver. The 1970 Barracuda.
This is the World Finals. 16 cars in each of 8 classes race until only one in each class remains unbeaten, the world champion. Every race is the big one. If you lose, it's a long wait till next time. And in drag racing, defeat can come to winners as well as losers. An early round victory is worth exactly nothing if a sick engine, a broken transmission, or an accident keeps you from continuing.
The car, I believe, went over the guardrail. Like all inspectors or crews or what have you, let the emergency crew do their job. So Love won the race, but lost the war. We just received word that the driver is out. Marshall Love is out of the car and walking around.
It's funny car time, ladies and gentlemen.
The plastic-bodied replicas of Detroit Iron. Some 1,500 horsepower available to the drivers.
Moving out into the breach area, John Decker from Denver, Colorado. Decker driving a Plymouth. His opponent, Houston Platt from Atlanta, Georgia. Platt driving a Ford. So it's Ford versus Chrysler in this one. They move down towards the starting line.
Trying to wait for the smoke to clear to see where you're going. And you're thinking about a lot of things, you know, how to stage and how many RPMs, watching the oil pressure and trying to figure the best place in the track, and just a lot of things to think about. Everything happens pretty fast. Most of it is reflex and reaction more than, you know, thinking it out. You've got to know when to shift the car and if it's hooking up or getting loose on you and you know, keep it straight. But a lot of things happen and later they tell you that the car went a little sideways and you don't even remember because it's just, you know, natural.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving out of the staging lanes, the popular
Ronnie Sock. Ronnie Sock was the traveling division champion.
Someone pulls up beside of you, see this red, white, and blue car, you know they're going to take a shot at the lights, and so you've got to be on the ball on the lights yourself.
In every drag race, the red light means the same thing. You left too soon, you lose. A complicated handicap starting system is used by the non-professional classes. Here's how it works. If the national record for your type of car is 2 seconds more than the national record for your opponent's type car, then you get a 2-second head start. In the modified final, Carol Caudle's 55 Chevy is allowed to leave more than 3.5 seconds before Dave Armbruster's B dragster. Armbruster can't catch Caudle, but it wouldn't matter if he did. Jeg Coughlin's injected A funny car faces hometown hero Ben Griffin's powerful A fuel dragster in the competition final. Griffin comes from behind to win in record time, 7.41.
Right now, it's 20 car time. It will be Gene Stowe, Grant Butcher, up against Diamond Jim Adams, Mike Snively's running car.
Two pistons blow on Snow's fire red rambunctious, but he wins anyway, as Snively red lights. In one of the Pro Stock semifinals, Ronnie Sox faces Jim Hader's 9-second Camaro. Sox outpulls Hader through the high end and continues his steady march toward the World Championship. The Top Gas Eliminator Final is a dream race. Jack Jones, holder of the brand new Top Gas national record, 7.14, established in qualifying, opposes Kansan Ray Moats, the man who only a month before made the fastest run ever on gas, 7.08. It's Moats all the way, as one of Jones' twin engines fails because of a broken magneto. After frenetically replacing the 2 pistons he lost in the semifinal, Gene Snow is back in the final to face Mr. Ed, a Barracuda-bodied machine driven by Ed McCullough. Mr. Ed's 2-speed refuses to shift, and Snow wins it with a 7.03. In the top fuel final, it's Californian Ronnie Martin versus Kansas John Wiebe. In these final runs, a driver faces many enemies. His opponent, the lights, the track, and still another, himself. The psychological pressure is enormous. To fight it, a man needs more than just razor-sharp reflexes. He must think like a winner. Ronnie Martin wins by inches.
What I usually try to do is I usually try to keep stirring around and get off to myself. I got little habits like checking the tire pressure and make sure the tire pressure is right, because if these tires get off maybe 1 pound from side to side, it will make the car weave a little bit when you drop the hammer. Keep myself busy and try to keep myself pumped up where I can keep my concentration high. I've got to really concentrate on this, because the lack of concentration on that Christmas tree is the worst thing that can happen to you.
Ronnie Sachs beats Arlen Banke by 6/100ths of a second. Ronnie Sachs, NHRA Pro Stock World Champion.
He's fantastic, really. You just put him up against anyone, and he comes out on top.
For Love or Money has been brought to you by Valvoline Motor Oil, best thing going for any car. And by Champion. 20 million people have switched to Champion spark plugs.
Drag racing. It's another dimension. 2 cars, dice for a quarter mile. Insanely powerful machines pushed to the bizarre limits of performance. Machines with one purpose: to conquer the formidable barrier of time. Labor Day at Indianapolis. The furious excitement of the National Drag Racing Championships. Professional driver Charlie Allen guides his monstrous machine toward the starting line to begin his personal battle against time.
I've usually never stressed to go fast. I've always just liked to win races and go quick. But most of the cars now, to go quick, you're having to run close to 200 miles an hour or over 200 miles an hour most of the time. These cars, as you know, have a tremendous amount of horsepower. We've got about 1,600 horsepower, which is comparable to what they have in the fuel dragsters. And as you know, they're fiberglass body cars, so they look like stock cars. I think it's extremely exciting to drive one. It's been sort of an evolution with me. I started driving stockers in 1965, and each year we've gone a little faster and a little faster, and I haven't really noticed the change as being a drastic, all of a sudden I've got 1,600 horsepower change. In 1965 we had 450, 500 horsepower, and then it went to 700 horsepower and on its way up. So it hasn't been a big change for me to get in a car like this and drive it, but it is very, very exciting. The business of drag racing is very hard. It's a lot of work, many long hours, a lot of concentration, and a lot of promoting. And if you don't, you better do them all or you won't be a success in it.
The past turns into future when the red light turns to green. I can make it happen in my time machine. Time's frozen by motion, speed can almost make me blind. Heat inside my helmet nearly bends my mind. The tires are screaming, mid smoke and fire I'm dreaming of the someday when no time will pass at all.
Indianapolis Raceway Park is little more than a strip of asphalt, cluttered with fierce, flame-belching automobiles, driven and maintained by men whose love affair with machinery is legendary. Nearly 2,000 of them have come to Indy to participate in the National Hot Rod Association's annual championships and to race, in brief, flat-out bursts for more than $100,000 in prize money and trophies in a myriad of classes and categories.
10.77.
The challenge is simple: to travel the quarter-mile track in the briefest possible time. It is an exercise in raw horsepower, meaning that engines are stressed via supercharging, exotic tuning, and special fuels to the outer limits of durability, and sometimes beyond. Once the potent mixtures have been loaded into the fuel tanks, the car is driven through a bath of household bleach in order to cleanse the tires of foreign matter that might impede traction. When success or failure is based on particles of seconds, nothing is left to chance. The competition is so fierce that many teams are driven to the use of volatile space-age fuels in their quest for power. engine life is measured in terms of seconds, merely long enough to thrust the machines 1,320 feet in a cataclysmic burst of energy. Operating under such extreme stresses, engine failure occurs with alarming frequency, often in a shower of flame. Although this driver escapes injury, similar mishaps take 2 lives at Indy and destroy thousands of dollars in expensive machinery. In a sport noted for its high standards of safety, the struggle against time reaches the outer limits. Funny cars, as they're called, operate in a limbo between fantasy and reality. Externally, they resemble normal street automobiles, but their thin fiberglass shells cover sparse tubular frames and gigantic engines. They are nearly as fast as the pure dragsters, and their wicked displays of noise and speed make them great favorites among the crowd.
Big upsetting.
A pair of cars and drivers work their way through the elimination round. One final race between a pair of California pros remains. Danny Ungaius, driving a machine that resembles a Mustang sports coupe, will face Rich Soroyan at the wheel of a sparkling red Barracuda-bodied creation. The two drivers' rivalry is old and intense. Their cars' speeds are almost equal.
Sarunian is red-lighted. Rick Sarunian red light. The winner is Danny Ongaias. Mickey Thompson wins. Let's read the numbers. A lap time for Big John.
Soroyan appears to win, but has left the line a millisecond early, causing his disqualification. Although he makes the run with an elapsed time of 7.24 seconds with a speed of 204 miles per hour, his error in judgment cost him the race. The winner, who drives a car belonging to retired racing champion Mickey Thompson, takes the championship, while his time for the quarter mile is slower, 7.47 seconds. Drag racing demands great speed, but punishes the overeager who violate its fail-safe electronic starting system. Today, Danny Ungaius observed rules and won, ironically by being slower. The backbone of drag racing is formed by the stock class automobiles, cars that closely resemble those driven on the street. Although slower than the dragsters, they face the same challenge, to run the quarter mile faster than the competition. While many of the stock class drivers are weekend amateurs, the men who dominate the action are full-time professionals. One such pro is a burly veteran named Dick Landy.
I enjoy the super stock racing myself, and that's probably the biggest reason that I'm going to stick in it. I've been into funny cars, and I enjoyed them, but I enjoy the super stockers a lot more. We have the competition in the super stockers. Instead of having 10, 15 cars, we've got 80 or 90 to contend with. The racing itself, I enjoy a lot more than I do the preparation. Let's put it that way. Preparation's a lot of hard work. I believe probably that the average individual who does it as a hobby, I would say it's at least 80%. They spend their whole lives working. Imagine their wives and families get pretty upset at them sometimes, but it's more of a family thing with them. Myself, it's a business. We do it day in, day out, and hire people to do the job.
Landy is knocked out of contention in an elimination round, while another top pro, Ronnie Sox of Burlington, North Carolina, moves into the final. Sox's job of winning the Superstock Championship becomes a simple one when his opponent, Dave Wren of Missoula, Montana, experiences car failure on the starting line.
Drive shaft. The drive shaft lets go, and your champion is Sox and Martin. 10 points.
While the racing goes on in spurts of noise on the track, the zany scene that is Indy flows in a colorful parade of flamboyant people and spectacular machines. Behind the pop art at Indy lies the deadly serious world of fuel dragster competition. A world filled with driving greats like Don the Snake Prudhomme and Don Big Daddy Garlitz.
I've been doing it now for about 8 years, and every year they get faster and stronger, and they come out with new equipment and 2-speed transmissions for fuel dragsters, which a couple of years ago you never even think of something like that. So it does excite me every year. It's something new to happen, and it's something new to look forward to.
The cars are turning today with the 650s and the 230-mile-an-hour runs. The horsepower has to be fantastic. It may be approaching 1,700 horsepower on some of these cars, really turning fast times.
Within about 6 months ago, a couple of fellows dropped into the 660s, and I thought that was a national event where we got A #1 clocks and timing it in run one. That's when you do it.
And this sport as it is right now, the machine probably is playing about 20% of the performance of the cars, and I'd say the man is about 80. Now, when drag racing first got started, the machine played about 80% and the driver about 20, and it has moved to the new position in the last, say, 5 years, because it's so important how the driver drives his machine and responds to the way the machine reacts.
When I used to drive a car from somebody before I paid for it for myself, I used to think it was about 50-50, but now I'm afraid it's about 70-30 for the machine. You've got to have the top running machine to compete, especially against people like Garlitz and Tom McEwen and so on. It's when you come to the start line, you better be ready, and so you got to have the good equipment.
They've gotten cars out of the junkyards, old model cars, I'm talking about old model, 10, 12 years old. And they've just completely hampered these cars. They ride on trailers. They get worked on 7 days a week. No dust can settle on these cars. They never go out into the rain.
About 2 years ago, I guess it was been now, I had full desires to go to Indianapolis. I wanted to drive a speedway car. But drag racing is growing with such leaps and bounds till I have no time to do anything else, and I'm building a funny car right now, and I'm building another fuel dragster, so it's really hard to get out of it, plus I love it.
This is the world Prudhomme loves. Speeds over 230 miles per hour, brutal G-loads punishing his body, and the fearsome challenge of trying to control a machine that resembles a guided missile more than an automobile.
David Chenevert, a slow 702, 194.38.
struggle against the clock continues as men thunder down the short strip of pavement like artillery shells. The time machines reduce racing to the most basic dimension. It is a flat-out proposition, without mercy for the opposition or one's equipment. Sometimes things break under this oppressive strain. In the semifinal race, Prudhomme wins, but this crew plus a slight reprieve due to a rain shower give him time to install a replacement engine. With his best engine ruined, fuel eliminator, against a hot young contender from Southern California named the unsinkable Kelly Brown, a driver who gains in stature with each successful run. Before the big showdown comes, a pair of outlandish machines roll to the line to square off for the Super Eliminator title. Ron Ellis and his 1923 Model T-bodied dragster faces George Montgomery's supercharged Mustang in the championship run. Montgomery wins a tight race, running 164 miles per hour in the process. A pair of gas dragsters driven by Dominic Santucci and Phil Hobbs stage for the Top Gas Eliminator Championship. Identical to the mighty fuel dragsters, except that their engines run on pump gasoline, the gassers are nearly as quick as their more powerful cousins. Santucci wins the title when Hobbs starts too soon and red lights. The tension that is built around the top fuel eliminator race is about to unwind. Kelly Brown and Don Prudhomme are strapped into their fearsome machines and pushed toward the starting line. Brown cannot withstand the determined charge of Prudhomme, who wins a second Nationals crown. He streaks through the quarter mile in 6.51 seconds, hitting a top speed of 223 miles per hour. Elated at his victory, which looked so improbable in the face of his mechanical woes only hours earlier, Prudhomme celebrates with his crew and his opponent. Looking as if he's driven 500 miles rather than 1,320 feet, he stands at the top of his trade for a fleeting moment of notoriety and reward, until he and his courageous colleagues once again climb into their awesome cars to resume their relentless battle against time.
The past turns into future when the red light turns to green. I can make it happen in my time machine. Time's frozen by motion, speed can almost make me blind. Heat inside my helmet nearly bends my mind. The tires are screaming, mid-smoke and fire I'm dreaming of the someday when no time will pass at all.
Two weeks ago in Pomona, California, there were urgent messages left for the Top Fuel heavy hitters when Shelly Anderson won the NHRA season opener, with old-timer Rance McDaniel starring as runner-up. Open letter to Eddie Hill. Winston chants, can't smoke the tires. Mr. Bernstein, you have a voicemail about needing 4 clean passes. And Joe Amato, inquiring minds want Diddley. Casey Hollywood Spurlock's win has likewise filled the funny car department's inbox. Hollywood himself sending the first message with his win. Al Hoffman, your plane load of new parts, ready for immediate use. Grapevine for Chuck Etchell, still waiting for 4-second passes. Here's a FedEx from outer space for John Force, and it's ticking. International fax to Mr. Okazaki, return home. Cult status as American Basher now assured. When Warren Johnson won the opener against Darrell Alderman, all Pro Stock drivers got their messages loud and clear. First is an email to Warren from Darrell. I'm back. Carrier pigeon from Kurt to Dan Warren. Send more engines, quick. And from all of us to Scott Jeffrey on Just Do It. Today, the $19 million 18-event NHRA Winston Championship Drag Racing Series presents same-day coverage of the 10th Annual Ford Quality Care Nationals from Firebird Raceway in Phoenix, Arizona. It was just about a month ago, back in the middle of January during preseason testing, that a message was sent from here at Firebird Raceway that resounded throughout the drag racing world. It was the quickest elapsed time in Top Fuel history. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave McClellan, and welcome to the Ford Quality Care Nationals here at Firebird Raceway. This is normally known as the Valley of the Sun, but cloudy conditions have prevailed all weekend, uncharacteristically cool, and that has led to the quickest field in the history of the sport. For more on that and other stories, here's my good pal, Steve Evans.
Well, Dave, as you know, 1994 marks the 3rd year for the McDonald's Top Fuel Dragster on the NHRA Winston Pro Tour. You'll recall their debut season in 92 had some good success. Won the U.S. Nationals with driver Ed McCullough. 1993, virtually nothing to write home about for this team. And nobody blamed McCullough, but sometimes you just got to change the recipe. And new driver Corey McClanahan has brought a spark to this team, along with a new engine combination from crew chief Lee Beard. 2 weeks ago, the season opener in Pomona, California, #1 qualifier, Corey Mack in the Big Mac. And here in Phoenix yesterday, Saturday's qualifying, how about a brand new national record for the team, 4.75 seconds, and a career best speed for Corey. Is it as much fun to break your own national record as it is somebody else's?
It's more fun, especially when you can go in with a fresh team and do it the second race out. I am so proud of those guys, Lee Beard and the whole crew. And Larry Miner giving me the opportunity to drive this McDonald's car. I'm just happy to be here.
You've still got a shot at a speed record to back up that 304.
Yeah, we really like to do it. It kind of hesitated in the middle there, then kicked it in the butt in the end. And boy, that's what it's all about, right?
Couldn't have hesitated too much. Well, it's all smiles, as you might imagine, in the McDonald's pits, but over in reigning Winston champ Eddie Hill's top fuel operation, a lot of this going on. Scratch in their head. They did not qualify well in Pomona, got beat first round smoking the tires, and here on virtually every qualifying run, same problem. They don't know how much power they have because the tires smoke before they get down the track far enough to find out. Everybody's talking about John Force in Funny Car, not because he's dominating like he did last year, but because he is struggling. Did not qualify well in Pomona, got beat first round by Kenji Okazaki. Here in qualifying, he had some blower problems that actually damaged the body. John, that's a lot of body damage from a small little blower pop. Shouldn't happen.
Yeah, pretty exciting. We got some new stuff in here we're trying, and she shook real hard, and I pedaled her, and I hit her, and she went and boom, banged, but that's kind of the way we race, and we like it that way.
But everybody in the pits agrees John Force will be back, and probably in a hurry. In pro stock, well, when the Mopar team announced they would run 2 Dodge automobiles, the Daytonas, bringing back Darrell Alderman, a lot of so-called experts said, well, they're not deep enough in parts and talent to do that. Yeah, humble pie time, guys. The Dodges rule the roost.
Alderman and Jeffrey on the #1 and 2 qualifiers, respectively. The 1994 NHRA Ford Quality Care Nationals is being brought to you by Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline. And here is Al Hoffman, and he certainly has something to celebrate. We'll have more on that later when we talk Funny Car. Welcome back to Firebird International Raceway near Phoenix, Arizona, in the 10th annual running of the NHRA Ford Quality Care Nationals. Just a little bit earlier, we posed the question, can Joe Amato run fast? But more importantly, can he do it with consistency? I think that question has been answered at this race. He qualified with a brilliant 475. That put him #2 in the field, and in eliminations, he has been running very strong. Joe had a lackluster season last year, and he gives all the credit to his new crew chief, Jimmy Prock, and the guys that put this race car together. With one event completed in the 18-race series, let's take a look at the Winston point standings. After her win at Pomona, Shelley Anderson the leader, followed by Rance McDaniel, Pat Austin. Joe Amato is 4th, then Mike Dunn. Eddie Hill, the reigning Winston champion, would just as soon forget this weekend in Phoenix. Believe it or not, Eddie Hill did not qualify. This was his 3rd qualifying effort, and the results here, the same as they were in the first 2. Instantaneous loss of traction. Up in smoke went the nuclear banana. Then, in his final qualifying effort, Eddie Hill was in the near lane. He and his crew chief, Bussy Carter, had it almost right. Then the engine let go.
Lenny, you can barely handle a first-round loss at Pomona. That happened the year before, but a DNQ here as the defending champ has got to make you sick.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to put into words how bad we feel right now. We sure had an awful lot of stuff go wrong this year already. What can I say? We're going to work hard, and we'll be back.
We know you will.
Tension and depression showed on Eddie Hill, both on his face and in his voice, after that final qualifying effort. 2 of the heavy hitters met in round #1 of Top Fuel. Joe Amato, the #2 qualifier, and Kenny Bernstein, who debuted a brand new car at this race and had lots of problems. He had a 4.90 in qualifying. That put him 15th. earned him the right to face 475 Joe Amato. And Amato now has run 475 on 2 racetracks. He did it first 2 weeks ago at Pomona. Here in qualifying, he ran it to qualify second. Bernstein ended up with lots of problems, as our onboard camera showed in that first round race. It was Amato winning the race at a 476 at 208 miles an hour. Meantime, the runner-up in Pomona, Rance McDaniel, defeated Clayton Harris to advance to round number 2. Rance had been the picture of consistency at Pomona until the final round, running low 480s, and he matched that in qualifying here at Phoenix with a great 483. That was good for number 7 in the quickest field in the history of Top Fuel racing. At the flash of the green light, Rance McDaniel got an ever so slight advantage, but Joe Amato just drove away.
Well, Steve, you know, we're in the semifinals and we got them valuable win some points going, but Jimmy Prock and the team's doing a good job. When the sun came out, we just got a little nervous. We backed the power up a little bit, just trying to get enough to get it down there and win. And Rance's team's a good team, so we just don't want to take anything away from them and underestimate them.
That win put Joe Amato into the semifinals. His competition was decided between the next 4 cars. Michael Brotherton topped Jim Head in the first round, while Pat Austin defeated Ed McCulloch. It was back in 1992 that Pat won this race. He qualified here with a fine 483, good for the number 6 spot. Michael Brotherton, acquiring the services over the winner of Larry Meyer as his crew chief, qualified in the number 3 spot with a great 479. In round number 2, Austin and Brotherton met with Pat in the near lane. He held the lane choice coming into this round. In fact, he joined the 4-7 Ed McCulloch. Here he came from behind to defeat Brotherton.
Pat, the fans in the stands are enjoying this newfound sunshine. The racetrack is not. That was a good job.
Thanks. It's it's just a pleasure to be in the second round. It's just a pleasure to qualify at these tough, shows.
484. Maybe that's all this track was ready to handle.
Well, that was great. That was part of our plan. We just wanted to come back and maybe slow down a little bit, because usually the track isn't as good the second round, and it just puts the Syntec Oldsmobile down on Max Red Wing shoes in the semis, and that's where we're going.
See you then.
Thanks.
So that sets up one of our semifinal pairs, Joe Amato against Pat Austin. Both of them we know capable of running in the 470s. On the other side of the ladder, in the first round, Shelly Anderson was upset by the number 13 qualifier Mike Dunn. While Connie Coletta was enjoying the best day of his career, he defeated rookie Bob Vanderdrift Jr. Mike Dunn had qualified 13th at a 488. This was a very tough field, so it's no shame to be upset. Connie Coletta had qualified 5th with the quickest time of his long career at a 482. Dunn had the lane choice in round number 2 and watched his advantage disappear.
Well, Connie, first half of the track, you saw a lot of that salsa car.
I know it. He was out there in front of me.
It was a good race in 83 to an 86.
83 to 86? I had 83?
You betcha.
What kind of speed it run?
Not quite 300 again.
Yeah, it don't look like it would have.
No, it doesn't. In fact, they're going to have to do a bit of wrenching on this one.
It was in round number 1 that Connie Coletta became the newest member of the Slick 50 300-mile-an-hour club. He's now in the semifinals. His opponent reached that level of competition this way. Corey McClenathan defeated Tommy Johnson Jr. in the first round, while Scott Coletta beat Don Prudhomme with a great time, his quickest ever, a 476. Of course, Corey Mack had the quicker time of the weekend. He set the national record at 4.75 seconds, while the world's fastest driver had yet to top 300 miles an hour here in Phoenix. Scott had the opportunity to set up a father and son confrontation in the semifinals. Connie, his dad, already there, but Scott was up against a juggernaut called the McDonald's Dragster, driven by Corey McClenathan. In one of the great races of the day, Corey Mack won it.
Corey, without the pressure of being a car owner, I see a marked improvement in your driving.
Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. I want to do my job for these guys, and I want to win races, and you don't have competitors like Scott Coletta and Dick LaHaye around for nothing. They're out for our throat. We're number 1 qualifier. We have to do good out here.
So that sets up our semifinals here at the Ford Quality Care Nationals. Corey McClenathan, the new national record holder, against Connie Coletta and Joe Amato. Hot on the heels of that national mark, takes on the young superstar Pat Austin. Pulling up into the staging lanes, Corey McLenithan. He's ready for his race against Connie Coletta. Top Fuel semifinal coming up next. Back at Firebird Raceway near Phoenix, Arizona, in the Ford Quality Care Nationals, Corey McLenithan getting ready for his semifinal round confrontation with the old veteran Connie Coletta. And this may be a tougher race than you might imagine because Connie Coletta is revitalized. His new crew chief, Tim Richards, has wrenched him already to the quickest elapsed time in his history of 482 and to the latest member of the 300-mile-an-hour club from Slick 50. Corey Mack in the McDonald's dragster had the choice of lanes. He selected the far side of the track. Coletta with the American International Airways car, giving him all he can handle, though. But Corey Mack, look at this. The quickest elapsed time in the history of drag racing. A 4.74 second elapsed time at 298 miles an hour. And Corey Mack has just broken his own record again. Our other pair of the final four getting ready to go. That is Jimmy Brock reaching inside the cockpit of the Team Valvoline car as Joe Amato gives us a thumbs up. Amato, having run exceptionally well in qualifying at a 475, has the lane choice here by just thousandths of a second. 3 of them, in fact, over Pat Austin. Austin ran a 484 with a 3. Amato had a 4.840 in the previous round. That let him select his lane. Steve?
Well, they say the rich get richer. Here at Firebird, the quick get quicker. Another national record of 474.
You gotta be kidding. I don't believe it. These guys, these McDonald's, these guys are something else, man.
Who are you?
What a bunch of characters. These guys make me run so good, make me look so good. I have to do my job, keep making those lights, and make them look good, too.
It's been printed here and there that that's the old Jimmy Prock combination. That's not true.
No, it's not. And anybody that thinks any different can come on down. We'll take the motor apart and show them.
That's a Lee Beard engine, bud.
And Steve Lee is certainly the master of this racetrack on this given day. But the question still remains, what about Jimmy Brock, Corey Mack's former crew chief? What can he do for Joe Amato? Earlier, Steve had a chance to take a look at the good luck charms of Joe Amato.
Every Joe Amato fan is aware of his belief in Snoopy power. He wouldn't drive without his Snoopy underwear, and this year he has 2 Snoopy characters on the car. First of all, because of Joe's love of pasture pool, we have golfing Snoopy. And in honor of his new young crew chief, Jimmy Prock, who's a longtime member of the unofficial Bad Boys Club, we have heavy metal Snoopy. And the way Joe sees it, if golfing Snoopy doesn't drive him out of the field, maybe Bad Boy Snoopy will punch him out.
He may need both, drive him and punch him, because Pat Austin at the wheel of the Castrol Syntec Dragster has done remarkable things this weekend, running a 479 in the first round. Remember, the difference on paper as these two approach the staging beams, only 0.003 of a second in favor of Joe. Austin hazing the tires, and Joe Amato advances to the final round. A huge cloud of smoke coming out of Pat Austin's engine, but he keeps the car under control. Amato's elapsed time, 485 at 298 miles an hour. What a match. Number 1 qualifier Corey McLenithan against number 2 qualifier Joe Amato. Corey Mack holding the lane choice in the championship round. Let's go to Steve.
You got your work cut out for you, buddy, racing Corey Mack in the final to come.
Hey, Steve, anytime you can get to the final, I'm happy. With Fun Meters at full throttle right now. Just real happy to be in the final, and, Jimmy and the guys can just go for it. The sun will be down, it'll be cooler. This baby can run a 475 or better. Stand back.
You heard it here first.
Steve, we'll find out real quick how good Joe Amato is as a predictor. We'll be back with more action from the Ford Quality Care Nationals in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to Firebird International Raceway near Phoenix, Arizona, and the 10th annual running of the Ford Quality Care Nationals. If drag racing didn't get the message 2 weeks ago about pro stock racing came up at the Winter Nationals, it looks like 1994 is going to boil down to a classic titanic battle between the Dodges and the Oldsmobiles. And the Oldsmobiles, of course, driven by the Johnsons. Dad Warren won the Winston Championship a year ago, and son Kurt finished second to his dad, and in doing so, established a standard of excellence for the entire family. Now let's take a look at the point standings. Dad Warren's in the lead, followed by Darrell Alderman in the Dodge. Kurt Johnson's now third. Scott Jeffrey on in the other Dodge is fourth, and Larry Morgan rounds out the top five. In round number one of competition here at Phoenix, Kurt raced Steve Schmidt and won, while Mark Howick met up against the Pontiac of Jerry Ekman, and it was Howick who prevailed. Then in round number two, Howick, who had qualified number 5 with a great 7:15 in the Summit Racing Oldsmobile, had the opportunity to race the Oldsmobile Cutlass of Kurt Johnson from Lawrenceville, Georgia, and sponsored by Mark Christopher Olds of Ontario, California. Remember, it was Kurt who went on his head here a year ago. And you talk about peaks and valleys, it was Mark Howick winning this race just 12 months ago. A tremendously close race, and Kurt Johnson prevailed by 100th of a second.
Oh boy, what a drag race.
We got by that nasty second round we had here last year anyways.
18 to a 19.
Wow, it's definitely tight out there. Heat's gotten to the track, and we just haven't been able to hit our butt all weekend. Hopefully we'll have some luck here.
Those Dodges are going to play a part in your future before this is over.
Oh, they're going to have a problem with the Oldsmobiles, I believe.
I love it.
And so does every drag racing fan in the world. Also in round number one, the low qualifier, Darrell Alderman, defeated the number 16 car, Jerry Haas, while David Rampy, who had qualified 8th, and Larry Morgan squared off. Morgan won with a whole shot. Alderman used a track record time of 7:07 to qualify in the top spot, while Larry Morgan had run a 7:17 in his qualifying effort in the Castrol Super Clean Oldsmobile. Alderman had the lane choice in round number 2 based on a 7:11 time in the first round. A 7:21 was the best that Morgan could muster in defeating Rampy. We were on board in the Castrol Super Clean car as Morgan hit the button and Darrell Alderman pulled the levers in the Dodge. Out the window you can see Larry Morgan. Alderman won by half a car length.
7:15?
Yeah, I got a little loose. I knew my time was off that time.
You can fix that?
Yeah, I think so. The boys at the trailer will tune her up for me.
Alderman was runner-up to Warren Johnson 2 weeks ago at Pomona. Now he is in the semifinals and facing the same man he did at Pomona, Kurt Johnson. The other side of the ladder, Scott Jeffrey on, the driver of the number 2 qualified Dodge, defeated Ray Franks, while Gary Brown met up with Mike Thomas in a battle of Oldsmobile Cutlasses, and Brown prevailed. Scott Jeffrey on had run 7:08 in qualifying, only 100th of a second slower than his teammate, Darrell Alderman. That put Scott in the number 2 spot. Gary Brown qualified with a 7:18. He matched it in his first round win, and Scott Jeffrey ran 7:08 in round number 1 to match his qualifying time. That gave him the choice of lanes here in round number 2, and we had the opportunity to ride on board. So Scott matched the winning performance of Darrell, and the 2 Dodges moved to the semifinals.
7:14, that's mighty good in the heat of the day.
Sure is, you know, and the main thing is we're not shaking out here in Phoenix. They've done an excellent job at this facility over the winter. It's a real smooth racetrack, and these 2 parts Dodge Daytonas are looking good right now.
Gonna run into some Oldsmobiles here pretty quick.
It always happens, don't it?
That 7:14 was the quickest of the round thus far in Pro Stock competition. In the first round, Warren Johnson, the number 3 qualifier, defeated Mark Osborne, while Jim Yates and his Pontiac disposed of the Ford Quality Care Thunderbird of Bob Glidden. Johnson had used a 7:09 to occupy that 3rd spot and held the lane choice in round number 2 against Jim Yates. Yates having one of the best days of his career and qualified at a 7:15 and actually improved in the first round, running a 7:14 with the Dynamax Pontiac. The choice of lanes put Johnson and the GM Performance Parts Oldsmobile in the lane nearest the camera in round 2. WJ had a giant advantage off the starting line and actually ran quicker, a 7:15 to a 7:18.
Well, a 7:15 sounds pretty good until I tell you lost lane choice to the dreaded Dodge at Jeffrey on next round.
I never heard of a dreaded Dodge, just dreaded Oldsmobiles.
You're going to handle them?
No problem.
Confidence definitely prevailed with Warren Johnson, and a wink to our camera. He will be racing Scott Jeffrey on in a rematch of what happened 2 weeks ago in Pomona. Same for the other side of the ladder in the final four. Darrell Alderman against Kurt Johnson, and in both cases, the Dodges hold lane choice. We're in the pit area of Corey McClendon. That's Lee Beard, the crew chief on the McDonald's dragster, and he's been working some magic this weekend. We'll be right back. Just outside of Phoenix, Arizona is the motorsports complex known as Firebird International Raceway. And here is a view of the sprawling grounds and the huge crowd that is jammed in for this Ford Quality Care Nationals. We're in the semifinals of Pro Stock Eliminator. That is Kurt Johnson at the wheel of the Mark Christopher Oldsmobile. Alongside of him, we're inside the car during the burnout. That is Darrell Alderman driving the Mopar Parts Dodge Daytona. The Wayne County Speed Shop crew has had quite a chore on their hands. Earlier, Steve took a look at it.
2 weeks ago in Pomona, the Darrell Alderman Dodge had an intermittent miss. In fact, it may have cost him that final round win over Warren Johnson. Rather than replace one component at a time trying to find it, they stripped this puppy and replaced everything electrical, starting with the distributor and the coils. Moving into the cockpit, they completely overhauled it, replaced the MSD ignition system, every switch, every gauge, the batteries, the starter, even the fuel pump for good measure. The miss is gone. Alderman qualified #1, is terrorizing the competition, who hopes it comes back.
The question remains, though, what was the problem? They'll never know, will they, when they changed everything, but it solved the difficulty, and now Darrell Alderman and Kurt Johnson square off for the second race in a row. It was at Pomona just 2 weeks ago that Alderman was able to defeat Kurt Johnson and advance to the finals, where he was laid away by Kurt's dad, Warren. Look at the concentration on Darrell's face as he approaches the staging beam. From Kurt Johnson to take the win, a 7:11 elapsed time. His speed, 193 miles an hour. Kurt was trailing about a half a car length back at a 7:16. You are seeing double. This is the other half of the Mopar team. This Dodge Daytona is driven by Scott Jeffrey on his opponent, as it was 2 weeks ago at Pomona. Warren Johnson at the wheel of the GM Performance Parts Oldsmobile. Here, Jeffrey holds the lane choice by 100th of a second, those times coming in the second round of competition. Down at the far end of the racetrack, Steve Evans has had a chance to catch up with Darrell Alderman.
Darrell, I don't know if you're a gambler, but it doesn't get better than 7:11.
Yeah, I figured that was a good run there because it stayed hooked up good and low in second, and when it does that, it's usually a good ET in the little Dodge.
193.
Yeah, it's hanging right in there, 193 today. It's a little hotter.
Would you like a little revenge on Warren Johnson for 2 weeks ago?
I tell you what I'd like. I'd like for Scott Jeffrey to win this next round, and it'd be an all-Mopar final.
And it would still be a fist fight.
Yes, it would.
We know the dreams of Darrell Alderman, but there's something standing in the way. The spoiler, Warren Johnson. While Scott Jeffrey has got the lane choice, you know that the favorite's role has got to go to the blue and white Oldsmobile based on past performances. 2 years in a row, reigning Winston champion, inside the car with Scott Jeffrey Neither driver anxious to stage. Now then, the RPMs begin to come up and they move into the staging beams. And Scott Jeffrey pulls off the win. Darrell Alderman's dream comes true. Scott Jeffrey in a lap time of 7:13 at 193 miles an hour. Warren Johnson trailed with a 7:14. WJ had the advantage also slide off the starting line. At the finish line, you can look at the amount of distance between the front of these two cars as they cross the finish line in time. That is 0.06 of a second, and Scott Jeffrey is the winner. He will go against his teammate, Darrell Alderman, in the final, and Darrell, with his 7:11, has the choice of lane. Steve?
Can anybody out there remember an old Dodge Pro Stock final? I can't. How about you?
I don't know, but I think there's going to be plenty of them this year. We got an answer to Brand X this year, and it's named Mopar.
Darrell was down here wishing you into the final round. That'll stop now.
Tell you, he's a heck of a guy. We're competitors this round, though.
All right. 7:13, Scott.
That is truly a happy man, Scott Jeffrey on. Welcome back to the NHRA Ford Quality Care Nationals at Firebird International Raceway in truly the Valley of the Sun. The weather has definitely taken a turn for the better. It's warmed up, and this team is red hot. We're talking about Chuck Etchells, a 5:05 to dominate in qualifying. You remember Etchells, the first funny car driver in the fours? Well, this is a team in transition. Over the winter, Tim Richards exited as crew chief, and his hand-picked successor, none other than John Medlin, the crew chief that had served so well for Don the Snake Prudhomme. Consistent performances are coming out of Etchells and the Kendall Dodge. Now let's take a look at the Winston Point standings coming to Phoenix. After one of 18 events of the 94 season, Casey Spurlock the leader, followed by Al Hoffman, Kenji Okazaki, Dean Scusa, and Cruz Pedregon in the top 5. Al Hoffman made headlines in qualifying here in Phoenix. It was the final qualifying effort for the funny cars. Hoffman brought the Western Auto Slick 50 Dodge Daytona to the starting line. He covered the quarter mile in 5.12 seconds, not his best, but the speed and unreal 301.10 miles an hour.
Al Hoffman, you are now the fastest funny car driver in history at 300.10 miles per hour.
I kind of thought so. It was really trucking down there. I owe this to Tom Anderson, my whole crew, Western Auto, Slick 50, BDS. Everybody's worked so hard for this, and to finally, do that. I don't know what the ET was. It probably was ran 12. 12. Well, that's okay. We'll take it.
Good job.
In his excitement, Steve shortchanged Al by a mile an hour. It was 301.10. In the first round of racing, Hoffman came up against Del Worsham. Hoffman had qualified in the number 2 spot at a great 5:09. But the young Del Worsham at the age of 24 pulled off what many regard as one of the biggest upsets of the meet. He had qualified at a 5:40, light years away from the 5:09 of Hoffman, but in the race it didn't matter. Hoffman had problems, Worsham won.
Well, Al, unfortunately, what a difference a day can make.
Yeah, that's for sure. I don't understand what happened there. It was on a good run. 300 foot out, he just fell over and quit running.
Nothing the driver can do about that.
No, I feel I made a good move. I don't know what the lights were, but I never seen them until it nosed over.
As Dell advanced into the second round, that gave him the opportunity to race the winner of the Dean Scusa-John Force confrontation. John, in his Castrol Chevy Lumina-bodied entry, had not had the best qualifying session. He had come in with the number 7 spot at a 5:14 and actually had lost lane choice when he defeated Dean Scusa with a 5:24 in the first round. Del Worsham was out for John Force in round number 2. And he came oh so close to pulling it off.
Sideways at half track, on fire down here. That's the John Force we know and love.
Right, you got it. You see that there? That's a sign of the times, buddy. You ain't dead yet.
Flames in the paint job, flames out of the header. You came to rumble.
That's what Castro pays us for, and Jolly Rancher, and she's making a little noise now. She's talking to Uncle Austin. That's what she's all about.
John Force was back on his game after that second round victory. The other 4 cars on this side of the ladder found the Winter Nationals champion Casey Spurlock, defeating Jerry Caminito in the first round, while Dale Coldy took advantage of a troubled Gordy Bonnet in the first round to meet up with Casey Hollywood Spurlock. The Nashville, Tennessee resident had qualified very well in the number 3 spot at a 5:11. Baldy's qualifying position was number 6 at a 5:14. The Pisano brothers, carrying on in the tradition of the late Joe Pisano, have had this car running very well. Casey Spurlock and the Fruit of the Loom activewear car had problems. Baldy won it.
Well, I tell you, that 5:15 put an end to a Hollywood script, I think.
Well, that's good. We're just trying to keep consistent here. It's working out for the best for us. We've missing a crew chief for the last couple races, so we're all kind of guessing at what we're doing. It's working out okay, though.
You're in a position to take out John Force next round.
Well, I hope so. That's what we're here for, I guess.
A smiling Dale Poldy as he anticipates the run against John Force. And as we slide our way over to the other side of the ladder, it was Jim Epler against Cruz Pedregon. And Pedregon, from his number 12 spot, pulled off an upset and took the win. A rejuvenated Tom Hoover in the Pioneer Electronics Dodge had qualified 5th at a 5:12. He defeated Richard Hartman in the first round, but lost the lane choice. He only ran a 5:22. Cruz Pedregon, from his number 12 spot, he qualified at a 5:35 and had a dramatic improvement to a 5:20 in his first round victory over Jim Epler. Here, Hoover smoked the tires and Pedregon took the win.
In the heat with a new motor, a 510, that was a shot.
Whoa, 510. We're happy, Steve. I'll tell you, we've been struggling all weekend. I got to hand it to Mike Green and the guys. They're doing an outstanding job. That just goes to show what kind of team we have here to battle back. We struggle, qualify 12th. We're extremely happy. Thank you.
Pedregon on the hunt for his second Winston Championship. He lost it last year to John Force. The other 4 cars on this side of the ladder, Chuck Etchels, the number 1 qualifier, easily disposed of Jack Wyatt, while Kenji Okazaki came from his number 8 spot to defeat Gary Bolger. Etchels ran 5:05 in qualifying, but slowed to a 5:13 in that first round race. On the other hand, Kenji Okazaki, his opponent here in round number 2, had qualified on 1 run at a 5:15, then blistered the asphalt at 5:05 in the first round win over Gary Bolger. Okazaki was ahead, but smoked the tires.
The good thing he smoked the tires, or I might be saying Kenji-san instead of Chucky-san.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he was out there. I mean, he was way out on me. I mean, I hit the throttle on this thing and did it yesterday to us. You know, we have a new crew chief. He's doing a great job, but we've got a clutch deal that's a little weird on it.
Not responding?
No, not at all. It just laid there, didn't move. All of a sudden, it took off. I saw Kenji for a long ways. Then I see him smoke the tires. So, you know, just try and get the Kendall Super Winch Dodge to the semifinals. We're happy.
Whatever works.
And it worked for Chuck Etchels in that round number 2 race, but they had lots of work to get ready for the semifinals against Cruz Pedregon. The other half of our final 4 shows Dale Baldy holding the lane choice over John Force. That should be a great race. We'll be right back to Phoenix, Arizona and the Ford Quality Care Nationals. Back at Firebird International Raceway near Phoenix, Arizona. We're ready for the semifinal round of Funny Car Eliminator, and you are looking at Mike Green, the crew chief for Cruz Pedregon. You're inside the car now with Chuck Etchell, John Medlin and his crew chief, directing him into the proper spot on the starting line. The Kendall GT1 Super Winch Dodge in the far lane, the McDonald's Coca-Cola Oldsmobile here in the near lane. The lane choice going to Pedregon. A great 5:10 in round number 2. And just squeezing out the win. His elapsed time, 5:18, falling off just a bit at only 278 miles an hour. But Chuck Etchels fell off a whole lot more. 5:20 his elapsed time, and the speed, 247 miles an hour. Let's watch this in replay and see if we can pick up what happened to Chuck Etchels, because his car slowed dramatically at the finish line. He was right alongside Pedregon until just about now. Something going wrong, and look at him just squirt past it. Cruz Pedregon won the race and goes to the finals. Steve?
Been a long time. In fact, you won this race 1 year ago, and you might do it again.
Yeah, Steve, I'll tell you, the McDonald's crew's doing an excellent job. It's tough out here. It's hot. Etchel's a great competitor, but, you know, we're in the final round, and, you know, hopefully we can win 2 with McDonald's teammate Corey Mack.
Speed fell way off, 270.
It was loose out there. I was steering it, but I didn't want to lift because Etchel's is always there.
Absolutely. Etchel's, by the way, lost a blower belt.
And that certainly answers the question why he slowed so dramatically in the last few feet of the racetrack. Austin Coyle, the crew chief for John Force, making a final check underneath that fiberglass Chevy Lumina body. Force proudly bearing the big number 1, indicating his Winston Championship title. Alongside of him is Dale Baldy, and believe it or not, Baldy has the lane choice. That may be a surprise to some folks, but not to those that follow West Coast drag racing, because Dale Baldy, along with the Fasano brothers, one of the toughest cars in competition. But today it is John Force, only a 5:37 at 289 miles an hour. not the kind of performance that John would have expected or wanted, because what it does, it lets Cruz Pedregon pick the lane in the championship round. For the last couple of years, Cruz and John have duked it out in funny car racing, and it'll be that all over again here at Phoenix in the finals of the Ford Quality Care Nationals. Now to the far end, and Steve.
Just like old times. The Cruiser and the Force Man, all over the place is right. Maybe because it doesn't have enough power.
Boys, the boys will let me do anything. I might have to change lanes with old Cruz. Well, who got lane choice?
He does.
He did? Yeah, that's okay. She was all over, Steve. She was sliding and gripping. I saw center line. I saw Polly. I thought this would be great to put this whole heap over the wall, but whatever. We're going.
You love it. You love it.
Yes, I do.
And so do we, John. We'll be right back to Firebird Raceway. At the Ford Quality Care Nationals at Firebird Raceway, it is time for the championship round of Pro Stock Eliminator. And for the first time in the modern era of Pro Stock racing, two Dodges are meeting in the championship round. Darrell Alderman, intently concentrating on the task at hand, has the lane choice. He selected the lane nearest the camera. His teammate in the far lane is Scott Jeffreyon. As both drivers pointed out after their semifinal round wins, this is open competition. There's no holds barred between Jeffreyon and Alderman. The best man will be the winner. We've got cameras on board both of the Mopar cars. You're riding with Jeffreyon. Now you're with Alderman. Look at this, side by side. And at the finish line, it's just inches that separate the two, and Scott Jeffreyon has defeated Darrell Alderman. The times, don't look at your screen, listen to me, 7-11 for both drivers. Let's watch it again in replay. Scott Jeffreyon got oh so slight an advantage. Darrell Alderman tried to keep pace, and he did. As you saw on our in-car camera during the run, it was side-by-side racing all the way to the finish line until Scott Jeffreyon crossed it first. The margin of victory, 0.006 of a second. So Scott Jeffreyon has upset the number one qualifier to win Pro Stock.
Well, Scott Jeffreyon down here in the dirt, but who cares, buddy? You won it.
Oh, it didn't matter. It was a tight drag race down through there, and you know they don't come any better in this business. You know, I've tried to do a lot of things out here in drag racing as far as driving, and I've styled a lot of my driving after the guy who just happens to be my teammate. I consider him and Lee Shepard to be the best that there ever was in this game.
You done dodged him to death.
Well, I don't know what happened. It was all for the guys at Wayne County, all these Mopar fans. I wanted to do it for my dad. He's been down in the dumps a little bit lately, and he knows I love him. And I'll tell you what, I had a dear friend here pass away in Phoenix about 2 months ago, and his name was Mr. Tom Demby, and this one's for Tom. I told him I was going to do it for Tom.
You both ran 7-11. You must have left first.
Well, that's all that counts.
What counts is who gets to the finish line first, and Scott Jeffreyon did. That moved him into third in the Winston points chase, led now by Darrell Alderman. Warren Johnson only 2 points behind. Kurt Johnson in fourth. Jim Yates, number 5. Scott Jeffreyon celebrating with Darrell Alderman his second national event win. Our funny car finalists fired and backing up after their long smoky burnout. Mike Green directing traffic for the driver of the McDonald's Oldsmobile, Cruz Pedregon. Alongside of him, Austin Coyle is doing identically the same for the reigning Winston champ, John Force, at the wheel of the Castrol GTX Chevy Lumina. A quick check under the body. Austin Coyle making a very slight adjustment. He says to John, everything's okay. A crewman checking out the back end of the Pedregon-driven Oldsmobile. As it has been last season and the year before, John Force and Cruz Pedregon duking it out in a quarter mile of NHRA Winston Championship drag racing. The lane choice here to Cruz Pedregon, a substantial difference on paper. 5:18 to a 5:37. Those times coming from the semifinal round of racing. And John Force just squeezes past to take the win. Force elapsed time 5:18. Pendragon losing at a 5:19 and slowing dramatically at the finish line. Maybe something going wrong, but nothing went wrong for John Force on this run. A 5:18, his best of the weekend. And look at the side-by-side competition that has evolved in this Funny Car Championship round. A puff of smoke or two out of the McDonald's car. That was the problem. Look at Force 5:18 in the victory. Steve.
John, it looked like he might have had you until he overcooked the burger.
Out the window, you wouldn't believe it. Please, hump you old Chevy run. I couldn't even believe it, man. That was close. I ain't felt this good since Dallas. Hey, all my people, we know Castro, Jolly Rancher, the Dorman people, the Wax Shop people, Fram, Autolite. This old Chevrolet here, she really an Oldsmobile. Nobody knows her. But I love her.
They do now.
We're happy. Fans, 1-800-RACE team. Don't forget, call us.
When he comes out of his shell, he's going to be something, huh?
Sorry that the man doesn't get emotional for you, folks, but John Force has just moved into the top 5 in the Winston point standings after 2 of 18 events. Still led by Casey Spurlock. The Cruiser is second, Al Hoffman fourth, and Kenji Okazaki rounds out the top 5. As John Force continues to celebrate, we're getting ready for the finals in Top Fuel. Don't go away. What a race remains. The Top Fuel final here in the Ford Quality Care Nationals at Firebird Raceway. That's Joe Amato in a long, hard, smoky burnout. Next is Corey McLenithan. The crew is holding him up, now bringing him into the water box. He'll hit the throttle and watch this. The tires getting so hot they actually smoke, but now they are up to operating temperature. 17 inches of Goodyear rubber planted on that pavement, and both of these racers with more than 5,000 horsepower at their command need every bit of traction they can get. Jimmy Prock directing Joe Amato back into the tracks that he left after the burnout. In the other lane, it is Lee Beard performing the same chore for this man, Corey McLenithan, who 1 round to go set the quickest elapsed time in drag racing history at 4.742. That is the new national record. These are the 2 quickest Top Fuel races in the country today, and you could not ask for a better final. The number 1 qualifier, McLenithan, against the number 2 qualifier, Joe Amato. It's all over for the crew chiefs now. All they can do is give a nod of approval and a thumbs up to their drivers. Lee Beard to the far lane, Jimmy Prock in the near lane. And now it is up to Corey Mack and Joe Amato to decide who will be the Top Fuel champion of this Ford Quality Care Nationals. The tires. Corey Mack has won his first championship at the wheel of the McDonald's dragster. His elapsed time, a relatively slow 498 at only 268 miles an hour, but he would say, who cares about the time? He's got the win. In the near lane, Joe Amato up in smoke, and Corey Mack streaks to the finish line for the championship title. What an impressive performance this entire weekend by Corey McLenithan, from his domination of qualifying to his victory in Top Fuel Eliminator. Corey Mack, certainly the force to be reckoned with in Top Fuel Eliminator. Steve?
Such a good day.
It is such a good day.
I don't know what to say. I wanted this one in a big way. Everybody knows that. And Lee Beard and the crew, Larry Miner, and my parents and everybody, thanks so much. And this one is for Neil Bonnet. He'll always be remembered.
Can't add to that.
An absolutely emotional Corey McLenithan winning the Top Fuel title. The victory by Corey Mack moves him into the lead in the Winston point standings, followed by Joe Amato. 2 weeks ago, Shelly Anderson was the leader. She went out first round. She's dropped to third. Rance McDaniel fourth. Pat Austin number 5. Don't miss the two-wheel terrors, the Pro Stock Motorcycles of NHRA all season long on ESPN2, the Suzuki Pro Bike Challenge. The 1994 NHRA Ford Quality Care Nationals have been brought to you by Budweiser, proud sponsors of America's Olympic team. I think you'll agree this has been one incredible drag race, and we hope that you have enjoyed our same-day coverage. For Steve Evans, I'm Dave McClellan. We're saying so long from Firebird Raceway near Phoenix. Coverage of the NHRA Ford Quality Care Nationals has been a presentation of Diamond P Sports in association with ESPN.
The Fram Corporation, makers of the world's finest oil, air, and fuel filters, brings you the NHRA World Championship Finals.
This is Brock Yates, reporting from the Southwest Drag Strip in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the scene of the National Hot Rod Association's World Championship Finals, the World Series of drag racing. The Tulsa World Finals is exactly what it claims to be, a winner-take-all runoff between the champions who have accumulated the most competition points in 7 National Hot Rod Association regions that span the country. Over 300 of these top cars and drivers are on hand at Tulsa to compete in 7 special eliminator categories that range from the elite top-fueled dragster bracket to the purely stock street sedans. With me is racing champion Big Daddy Don Garlits, the Babe Ruth of this frantic 200-mile-an-hour sport. Since he's not entered at Tulsa, Don and I discussed the challenges that drivers would face on the wind-buffeted Southwest Raceway drag strip. Don, with qualifications about to begin, let's talk a little bit about the critical factors involved with the starting line procedure. What will you do as you approach the line with your dragster?
Well, you have to pick a real good spot on the strip. That's very critical, the position of the car. And then the other factor that's very critical is your leave time, when you leave from the yellow to the green.
Are you actually leaving before the green light comes on?
You actually activate the clutch in the car before the green light comes on.
What kind of a time differential is that, really?
Well, it works around 200th of a second. The real good drivers are cutting it that close.
Well, say you were to leave a tenth of a second before your opponent left. What sort of an advantage would that give you?
Well, with a 220-mile-an-hour vehicle, that would give you about a 30-foot advantage at the other end.
How about the slower super stocks, which are only attaining velocities of about 130 miles an hour at the other end of the strip?
Well, this interval then comes back to about 17 or 18 feet, but still quite an advantage, as you can see.
Well, obviously, as you say, most of the races are won or lost here, but let's take a walk down to the other end of the drag strip and see what factors are involved down there.
Fine.
Well, Don, here we are about 350 feet away from the starting line. With a 1,500 horsepower fuel dragster, I can imagine things start getting pretty thrilling out here.
Right. After you come off the line, Brock, coming down the course, and the car's set on a ballistic course, just about however, that's why I said lining up on the line is very important. But out about 300 feet, where we are now, you just have to start steering. Front wheels are down on the ground pretty steady, everything's set up, you're getting traction, and this is where the fuel dragster driver's got his hands full.
What about traction here, about midway down the strip? Is the car still breaking traction, or is it beginning to really get a bite?
This is where it should be getting a real bite, and this is where the driver has a lot of work to do. He's either got to push the clutch down a little bit to stop the tires from smoking if they are, or if he's using the accelerator pedal to get the traction, he's got to start getting it on the wood pretty soon.
How about the super stocks? What is a good super stock driver doing at this point?
A good super stock driver, Brock, is he's watching his tack and he's getting his shift points just right. He doesn't have quite the steering problem that the fuel dragsters have, but it's very important on his shift points.
Is he involved in a traction problem like the big cars?
No, his big traction problem is back at the line, getting off without spinning the wheels at all. But out here, the super stock driver is usually flat on the wood.
Are there many drag races, both with the big cars and with the super stocks, that are resolved here? In other words, do many losing drivers get passed at this point, or does it usually occur very near the starting line?
Super stocks, I'd say most of the losing drivers get beaten at the line, not counting the starting sequence. But the fuel dragsters, this is where the good cars pass the mediocre cars.
Well, here we are, Don, 1,320 feet from where we started at the finish line. Exactly what sort of elements are involved down here regarding elapsed time and top speed? Those seem to be the two most important parts of drag racing as far as the records are concerned.
Well, the elapsed time is the time it takes the vehicle to go from the start to this line, the finish line.
Will the winner always get a lower elapsed time as he crosses this line?
Provided he left at the same time his opponent did, he'll have a lower elapsed time.
How about top speed? Will he always have a higher top speed?
No, not necessarily. It has nothing to do with the top speed, how fast he's going. It's just who gets to this line first.
So that the top speed that we hear recorded is merely the amount of time that it takes for a car to traverse the 132-foot timing trap. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not the average speed over the entire quarter, which is a misconception by many people who are watching this sport.
Don, it's about time for qualifications to begin, and unless we want to get hit by a 220-mile-an-hour dragster, let's move on.
Right, Brock.
Some of the biggest names in the sport have arrived at Tulsa to take a crack at a share of the World Finals, nearly $100,000 in prize money. In the fuel dragster class, Sneaky Pete Robinson, the Georgia Tech engineer, has returned with driver Steve Carboni to try for his second consecutive World Finals championship. Representing Southern California is Don Prudhomme, a lanky young man who has won most of the nation's big drag meets, but is still looking for his first Tulsa victory. Detroit's Connie Kalita is here with his long-nosed Bounty Hunter, a car that's won the prestigious Winter Nationals Championship. While local attention is focused on hometown hero Benny Osborne. The tremendously popular Superstock class is loaded with dozens of big-name drivers at the wheels of hot Chevrolets, Plymouths, Fords, and Dodges. Heading the list is the current national champion, Bill Jenkins. Ronnie Sox, driving the potent Sox and Martin Hemi Plymouth, is here. As is the always tough Ron Mancini in another factory-backed Plymouth. Dick Aarons, a top Camaro driver, is considered a major threat in this, the most competitive class in the entire Tulsa meet. These top stars, plus a raft of other contenders, face a rugged round of time trials and qualifying before the field is narrowed to 16 finalists in each of the 7 eliminator categories, a total of 112 cars and drivers to be selected out of this entry list of 300. And for everybody, the pressure is on.
John, we've got an important qualifying round coming up here. It's an elimination match between Bill Mullen from Birmingham, Alabama, and Sneaky Pete Robinson from Atlanta, Georgia, to fill that final qualifying spot in the Division II runoffs. How does the race shape up?
Well, Bill Mullins has got a little home-built dragster from Birmingham, and Pete Robinson is in the Factory Works car, the Ford-sponsored car, and this is like a David and Goliath match race.
Mullins got out of shape a little bit off the line. Robinson took the win. Mullins had a terrific hole shot, and he got out just a little ways. The front end came up, and he got out of shape and had to lift momentarily. Could have cost him the race.
We've got a real crosswind here right now. Do you think that had any effect on the run?
Could have been, because when the front end came up on Mullins' car, the wind blew it the way that across to the pit side of the track.
Looked like there was an awful lot of smoke from both cars. What does that appear to be affected from the track, or was it the tires themselves?
All indications at this point indicate that the track hasn't got the bite that the racers were expecting out of it.
What do you think about this resurfacing job here, Don? It was scraped, as we talked about earlier, and now it appears to be breaking up a little bit.
Right, there's a lot of loose rocks coming up through the surface. They cut the top off this track by heating it and running a knife over it. This is the first time this has ever been done in the sport. Everybody's kind of standing by. They don't know exactly what to expect, but at this point it doesn't look like we're going to get the phenomenal ETs that we're accustomed to.
Pete Robinson, the defending World Finals champion, is a top-ranked star with heavy factory support. Like Don Prudhomme and several other big names at Tulsa, Robinson's car, called the Tinker Toy, is powered by an exotic overhead cam Ford engine, nicknamed a Cammer by the racing crowd. Pete is recovering from injuries suffered in a crash a few months earlier and is engaged a California pro, Steve Carboni, to drive his car at Tulsa.
Well, you just made a run which set low ET of the event up to this point. What do you think of the track condition out there?
It's fairly good. If the weather continues to be like it is, we can expect the same conditions tomorrow with a forecast rain. They have been better. Last year, Tulsa, the conditions were better.
Well, I've talked to several of the drivers, and, they scraped this track, and some of the drivers they're of the opinion that perhaps the track wasn't helped as far as traction was concerned. However, it is smoother. What do you think about that, Pete?
Well, I think it's definitely smoother. The bite is not what it could have been had it been done a different way, but I'm not, of course, an asphalt person. But the elapsed times this year will not affect the crowd because they will be lower than they were last year.
Well, that's right, because you've just turned a 7:13, and the lower elapsed time of the meet last year was turned by your car at 7:19.
While fuel drivers like Robinson worry about elapsed times in the 7-second bracket, a great percentage of the crowd's attention is devoted to the slower but bitterly competitive Superstock Classic. These automobiles, which are basically high-performance versions of the cars Mr. and Mrs. America drive on the street, run the quarter mile in 10 to 11 seconds and seldom exceed speeds of 130 miles an hour. Possibly the biggest name in all of Superstock racing is an owlish, middle-aged mechanical genius named Bill Jenkins. Grumpy, as he's called by his friends, is acknowledged to be the toughest competitor in his class.
Well, Bill, they've cut this track back here to get it smoother. Have you made any adjustments or any changes to compensate for the traction out there?
Well, we're running maybe not quite as tight a gear ratio as we could, and a little bit taller tires. And I think tonight I'll probably take a little bit of flywheel weight out of it, about another 10 or 12 pounds flywheel weight out of it, to try to make it a little bit easier to drive, because in scraping the paving, they've made it a little bit sore, and it's kind of hard to get a hold of. There's not a real good seal on the surface, and as it gets used again, the rubber and the oil will get mixed up in the surface and seal it again, and it'll become as good as it was, but it's going to take some time. It may happen by tomorrow afternoon, and it might not. We're going to have to adjust for it if it does.
How do you stand in the field right now?
Well, I think I'm in number 4 position as far as the qualifying is concerned.
That doesn't mean a whole lot, though, does it, when you're as competitive as the Superstock class is right now?
No, I believe actually there were a couple cases this morning when I was experimenting a little bit too much, and I could probably have gone a little bit quicker this morning as it was.
Another man who's experimenting to find the right combination is Ronnie Sachs, a Southern pro who teams with his mechanic, Buddy Martin, to form one of the toughest partnerships in big-time drag racing.
Well, early in the day, it was slowing them down right much, but we're getting some rubber on it right now, and it seems to be times are coming down right smart.
Who's in there as a contender as far as you're concerned right now, Ron?
Well, every one of the guys right now is only 11/100ths difference, so it's anybody's race.
Didn't you have a little trouble earlier this morning in one of your runs?
Right, we were experimenting with some new transmission and didn't seem to work out too good.
Another driver who's having trouble at this point is three-time Winter Nationals champion Connie Coletta and his Bounty Hunter. He hasn't been able to record competitive qualifying times, and he's far from pleased about his performance.
Well, my car didn't seem to work too good out there. We've got to do a little changing, it looks like. The conditions are quite a bit different here, and looks like it's going to be just a little bit harder to get the cars to ET.
What kind of times did you run this morning?
I only run 750. I run 210, but it just couldn't get a hold of anything on the racetrack. They made a change here. They've scraped the racetrack, and there's a lot of loose pebbles that are being pulled up to the surface now, and it's really giving us a lot of problems.
How about this crosswind out here, Connie? Is this going to be any trouble?
Yes, it is. When I pulled from the parachute down in the lights here, it got all the car and slid it sideways on me, and it got into a couple of gyrations. This wind picks up any more this afternoon, which I believe it's supposed to. I think they're going to have a little bit of handling problems out here.
Will you do anything as far as gear ratios or setting the chassis up differently to counteract any sort of crosswind?
Not really, because the vehicle is all under a strain when it's under acceleration, and the car takes a set. The wind doesn't usually affect it. It's on acceleration. It's in the shutdown areas where you really get into trouble.
Don, Connie Coletta's on his way to the line, and what kind of a rough situation does he face as qualifying draws to a close?
Well, we've only got about an hour and a half left, Brock. The track is now as good as it's going to get today. Connie is running in the 750s. 750s are not going to make the program. He'll probably not get another run today. This is it. He's going to have to make it now, or he's not going to make it. So here he comes. You can hear his engine coming up now, so let's see what it's going to be.
Right.
Very carefully staging. This is an all-important run. Coletta has lots of smoke. Awful lot of smoke. 7:55. Coletta probably will not make the program.
Fine draws to a close. A mass of drivers take to the track for one last crack at making the list of 16 finalists in their respective classes. Some make it, others, including big names like Tom McEwen and Connie Coletta, do not. They have no choice but to load up and begin the long trip home. For the men who made the finals, they face a night of tuning and a last-minute search for a few more horsepower before official elimination rounds begin in the morning.
Brand. Fram is the filtering system for your car, too. The same Fram oil filters used by race experts the world over will keep the oil in your car's engine just as clean. Effective filtration is keeping dirt outside so that things work better inside. For oil, air, and fuel, the final word in filtration is Fram. They work on the track. They work on the road. Fram.
The wind is still rattling across the Oklahoma prairie, and the weatherman is predicting rain. But the drag fans have come anyway, thousands of them, to watch the contestants chew away at each other until only 7 champions remain. Two rounds of top fuel eliminations have been run off, and now suddenly only 4 drivers are left. Don Prudhomme, one of the coolest drivers in racing history, has been invincible all afternoon. Now he's approaching the line to face off against Larry Hendrickson.
driving the blowing ejected cluster on the spectator side. Right along with the Ford, and the win goes to Don Prudhomme. He will go into the final. A lap time 7.19 seconds.
Now it's dark horse Benny Osborne's turn to face the factory-backed might of Steve Carboni and the Robinson Fueler.
Benny Osborne making the turnaround. The super powerful machine of Pete Robinson is following the red car with Steve Carboni doing the handling.
The storm begins to move in, and race officials hustle Bill Jenkins to the line to face dark horse Ed Miller from Rochester, New York, in the third round of the Super Stock eliminations. Grumpy has found the right combination for the rugged Tulsa conditions and appears headed for the championship, but Ed Miller has other ideas. The countdown begins. There it is, a red light, meaning Grumpy left a wink too early and is disqualified. Miller's in the finals. And now it's Ron Mancini and Dick Ahrens, a pair of longtime Detroit crosstown rivals, squaring off in the second Super Stock runoff. Mancini jumps eagerly toward the starting line. Aaron moves forward.
Before the countdown starts. Keep an eye on that. There he goes, spinning a tire.
There's the green, and there's another foul. In his attempt to stage his car, Mancini drove a few inches too far into the ultra-sensitive electric eye beams. The storm begins to move closer. Dick Ahrens and Ed Miller are hustled to the line for the Super Stock Championship run. Riding in the next few seconds is a special $10,000 award, the biggest ever for cars in this class. It's a perfect start, and they roar away into the gathering darkness. The crowd waits for the win light. It's Miller in a tight finish. But there's no time to celebrate Ed's victory now. The storm is moments away, and Benny Osborne and Don Prudhomme move to the line for the Top Fuel Eliminator Final. It's so dark that little more than the exhaust flames licking from the car's nitro-powered engines are visible. Neck and neck at the 8th mile. Then Benny makes his move, and the race is his. It's been an afternoon for the underdogs, but now the big winner is the weather, and the World Finals come to a sudden halt. While the rainstorm hammers down outside, National Hot Rod Association officials present the prize money and trophies to the 7 champions. Some of the biggest cheers are received by an unassuming Benny Osborne, a young man who unexpectedly beat the best in the business and underlined his win by turning in the low elapsed time and top speed of the meet. Ed Miller's upset victory in the Super Stock class becomes all the sweeter with that extra $10,000, making him the biggest winner in the history of Super Stock drag racing. Tulsa traditionally marks the end of the National Hot Rod Association's racing season, the last of the major events on the ever-growing schedule of big-time drag competition. A pair of underdogs, Benny Osborne and Ed Miller, outraced the favorites and the storm clouds to capture most of the headlines and to prove once again that it takes more than the latest cars and the most expensive equipment to win drag races, a point that Don Garlits himself has proved many times during his fabulous career.
Well, Don, we're back where we started, and it's been really a sensational weekend of racing, I must say. You know, now that this season is just about at an end and we've had all of our major NHRA events completed, let's reflect for a minute on what 1967 brought drag racing.
Well, Brock, it brought us the magic 6-second barrier was broken. The cars are running into 6 seconds consistently now. It's commonplace. 230 mile an hour has been broken. It's been a fabulous year.
What do you expect for 1968? More of the same?
Right. The innovations that are going to be brought about on these cars in the coming year are going to produce speeds probably approaching 250 miles an hour in the bottom of the sixes. Maybe we'll even see the top of the fives. Who knows? The tires are fabulous, and we're going to see some new tricks on these fuelers in this next year that people aren't going to believe.
The Fram Corporation, makers of the world's finest oil, air, and fuel filters, has brought you the NHRA World Championship Finals.
Diamond P Sports presents championship drag racing from the National Hot Rod Association. The Gator Nationals. Brought to you by Fram, makers of oil, air, and fuel filters, windshield wipers, and Autolite spark plugs and tune-up kits. And by English Leather, toiletries for men. Ask for English Leather at fine toiletry counters everywhere. And by Kodak, whose fine cameras and film help you save all your good times in pictures. The final qualifying attempt for Shirley Muldowney, the world champion. An exploding engine, and the world champ not in the program at the Gator Nationals. Proof positive, there's no sure thing in the sport of championship drag racing except excitement. And we've got it for you at the Gator Nationals. Shirley Muldowney having a trouble-plagued weekend, capping it in her final qualifying attempt, and Shirley is a bit upset. Billy Monzel in the first round of modified eliminator suffered some parts breakage in his Corvette. Round and round he goes. Where he stops, only Billy knows. A great driving job by both Billy and his competitor minimized damage to only the parts breakage in Billy Monzel's Corvette. The true damage goes to Billy's ego and to his pocketbook for the parts breakage. Andy Manarino, pro stock driver, a horrendous 147-mile-an-hour crash in his Mustang II Pro Stocker. Manarino was hospitalized. The good word is, Andy, back at the races, only minor cuts and bruises. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave McClelland, and the excitement reigns supreme at this 9th annual NHRA Gator Nationals. Over 600 race cars on tap. We'll be bringing you all the excitement, and we'll be back in just a moment. The final eliminations for the 9th annual NHRA Gator Nationals just a few moments away. Working with me throughout this event will be Steve Evans. Steve is in the pits right now. Let's check in with him.
Dave, talking to the drivers in the pit area, especially in the lower classes, it's pretty much business as usual. A well-prepared car, good driver reactions, means a chance to win. In Top Fuel and Funny Car, though, it's another ball game. They feel it will be a day of finesse. If the driver reels out more horsepower than necessary to win, he's liable to smoke the tires. If that happens, no doubt, he'll be beaten. Tremendous weather. It's just perfect for this great 9th annual Gator Nationals.
The first cars we'll see this afternoon, top fuel dragsters, the kings of the sport. Let's meet some of the drivers.
Hi, I'm Kelly Brown from Tarzana, California.
Richard Tharp, Dallas, Texas.
Hello, I'm Marvin Graham from Oklahoma City. I'm Graham Light, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Hi, I'm Big Daddy Don Garlitz, and I'm from Seffner, Florida.
My name's Frank Bradley. I'm from Napa, California.
My name's Gordon Fabeck, and I'm from Brush Prairie, Washington.
The first pair of cars in Top Fuel Eliminator from DeWitt, Michigan, Dick LaHaye. That's with LaHaye, the low qualifier at the Gator Nationals, Kelly Brown, driving the Brissett and Drake car from Tarzana, California. Kelly Brown, the man that won the Winter National Championship just about a month ago out in Pomona, California, now the #1 qualifier here at the Gator Nationals. Both cars coming into the staging beams at the starting line. And Kelly Brown building a big lead in the middle of the course. Kelly Brown winning at 6.00 second elapsed time, duplicating his qualifying time with a speed of 240 miles an hour. Dale Thier, Whitehall, Pennsylvania, driving for the team of Jim and Allison Lee against the former world champion, Richard Tharp of Dallas, Texas. He drives for the team of Candies and Hughes out of Houma, Louisiana. Dale Thier with a slight lead off the starting line. Here comes Tharp, and it's Richard Tharp winning it by inches. 6.31 seconds for Tharp to a quicker 6.29 second for Thier. Tharp's speed 242 miles an hour to the losing 229. Bob Struckness from Minot, North Dakota. In the far lane, his competition, Clayton Harris out of Bolton, Alabama. Clayton Harris with a big lead at the finish line by over a car length, defeating Bob Struckness. 6.27 second elapsed time, his speed 227 miles an hour. Coming from behind, Clayton Harris defeating Bob Struckness, who had a faster speed, 230 miles an hour. Here in slow motion, you see Clayton Harris beginning to make his move and pulling away from Bob Struckness as they go into the finish line, a little over a car length, the parachute beginning to deploy. Johnny Abbott from Denver, Colorado in the far lane. Ron Barrow, a new driver. This only the 6th run ever in a Top Fuel car for Ronnie Barrow from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, driving for Neil Moss. A big lead for Johnny Abbott. And something going wrong, and Ron Barrow slipping by just at the finish line. Barrow takes the win, 6.22 second elapsed time. That's the amount of time it takes to go from the starting line to the finish line in a quarter-mile drag race. Here in slow motion, you see Abbott pulling away at the start. In the middle of the course, he's got a big lead, and then the motor goes away, and Ron Barrow comes past at 229 miles an hour. The NHRA Safety Safari crew checking over the track as the next pair get ready to go. Bill Selly, driving Dale Shane's car from Lawrence, Kansas, having his problems getting the engine fired. His competition, Graham Light, having completed his burnout out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, Canada, being pushed back to the starting line. And Bill Selly, a tough break for him, qualified very well into this strong Gator Nationals field, unable to get the engine to start, so Graham Light will get a single in the first round of competition here at the Gator Nationals. Graham Light shutting it off early, only runs 6.84 seconds, his speed 173 miles an hour, saving the wear and tear on the parts until round number 2 when he has a tougher race. The competition extremely strong, 16 cars making the first round of Top Fuel Eliminator. Paul Longnecker from Arcanum, Ohio against Gordon Fabeck from Brush Prairie, Washington. Longnecker, one of the interesting drivers in Top Fuel Eliminator, one of the few drivers ever to have driven a super stock car. few years ago, earlier in his career, Longnecker drove a 1957 Chevrolet station wagon in Super Stock Eliminator. Today, Paul Longnecker sits behind the wheel and in front of 2,000 horsepower in the Kings of the Sport Top Fuel Eliminator. Most cars coming into the staging beams, those are the light beams across the starting line indicating when both cars are set to go. Buster counts the starter throws the switch, and the race is on to the finish line. Paul Longnecker with a motor explosion by Paul Longnecker. He wins the race, but the motor exploding into pieces. You saw the supercharger bouncing down the track. Here in slow motion, let's watch again. A puff of flame comes out as the motor explodes and the supercharger coming off the car, running right alongside Paul Longnecker. He's going 195 miles an hour at this point. You saw him win the race over Gordon Faybeck. The supercharger bouncing down track as Paul Longnecker goes into round number 2, but he's got a lot of work to do. The defending Gator Nationals champion, Don Big Daddy Garlitz of Sefner, Florida. Garlitz, in fact, a two-time winner of this event, having taken Top Fuel Eliminator back in 1972. The Gator Nationals now in its 9th year, over $250,000 in cash and awards, over 600 race drivers from all over the United States and Canada started qualifying here 3 days ago, leading to final eliminations where only the best make the final. Don Garlitz qualified number 2, right behind Kelly Brown. His competition, Frank Bradley from Napa, California, former Winter Nationals champion. And Don Garlitz got to be headed from wire to wire. It is Garlitz winning the race. 6.16 second elapsed time. His speed, 238 miles an hour. The home state crowd of Floridians loving it as their hero, Big Daddy Don Garlitz, wins the race. Marvin Graham of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in the near lane against Hank Johnson from Marysville, Washington. Here in slow motion, we see the burnout by Marvin Graham. All cars do burnouts. The purpose, to heat the tires. They're designed to work at the highest temperature possible to provide the ultimate in traction. The crew in hot pursuit to push Marvin Graham back to the starting line. Marvin, a television repairman a few years ago, now a professional racer, won the 1974 National Championship. Hank Johnson with problems, the motor losing fire after the burnout, the crew pushing him back to an area where they can clear Marvin Graham to allow him to make a single run. Hank Johnson not too happy with this turn of events. It's not been a good weekend for Hank. Had trouble getting into the program, actually came in as an alternate. He was the number 17 qualifier. Crew and Hank moving back behind the guardrail as Marvin Graham stages his car to make the single run. And Marvin not shutting it off early, goes 6.26 second elapsed time. His speed 237 miles an hour. Hank Johnson dejectedly getting ready to push his car off the track, as we'll be back with more action from the Gator Nationals. Wheeling a full-bodied car at speeds upwards of 160 miles an hour can be quite a handful. Let's meet some of the drivers of the factory hot rods called Pro Stock.
Hi, I'm Gordy Rivera, and I run Pro Stock, and I'm from Yuma, Arizona. I'm Dino Don Nicholson from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Frank Iaconio from Totowa, New Jersey.
Hi, I'm Wally Booth from Berkeley, Michigan.
Warren Johnson from Fridley, Minnesota, the Chevrolet Camaro. Johnson races Lee Shepard, driving the Rare and Morrison car based in Arlington, Texas. This is the second round of Pro Stock Eliminator. They leave the line together, but Warren Johnson beginning to build a little bit of a lead in the middle of the course. Something going wrong with Lee Shepard's car. Warren Johnson taking the win, 8.71 seconds, his speed 156 miles an hour. The next pair finished number 1 and 2 in the world last year. Here's Bob Glidden. His Ford Pinto, the number 2 car in the World Championship chase. His competition, the world champion Dino Don Nicholson. Nicholson at the age of 50, winning the biggest title of his career. Here is Bob Glidden, winning at 8.59 seconds, 151 miles an hour. In slow motion, we see the big win for Glidden. Several car lengths lead over the world champion. Larry Lombardo driving for Bill Grumpy Jenkins. A Chevrolet Monza, small block Chevrolet engine. Against Gordy Rivera from Yuma, Arizona, another Chevrolet Monza. Lombardo already staged. Here comes Rivera into the staging beams. Together they lead the starting line. Larry Lombardo with lots of top-end horsepower, 8.68 seconds. His speed, 156 miles an hour, as the final pair of this round number 2 Pro Stock eliminations comes out of the burnout area. Frank Iaconio, qualified number 2 in the 16-car field, against the American Motors AMX of Wally Booth. Booth winning this event in 1974. Iaconio having yet to win an NHRA national title. The wheels bouncing off the pavement as Iaconio pulls a bit of a lead right at the start. And that's just enough to hold on for the win. Here in slow motion, Frank Iaconio over Wally Booth. You can see just how close it was. The fiberglass fantastics called funny cars. 240 miles an hour, sitting behind 2,000 horsepower. The drivers are a breed unto themselves.
Hi, I'm Trip Shoemaker, Phoenix, Arizona.
Gordy Bonham, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Hi, I'm Gary Bergen. I'm from Orange County, California.
I'm Don Perdone. I'm from Granada Hills, California.
I'm Dale Poldy from Van Nuys, California.
The world champion Don the Snake Prudhomme, alongside Gary Bergen from Stanton, California. Gary Bergen, the 1976 national champion in funny car eliminator, refers to himself as the Orange Baron, a bit of play on words with his home area of Orange County, California. Don Prudhomme has been the ultimate star of funny car eliminator for the past 4 to 5 years. He won this event in 1974, 75, and 76. He is the 3-time world champion and the reigning world champ. Don Prudhomme against Gary Bergen, round number 2 at the Gator National. Here we see the Christmas tree facing all the drivers. As they approach the starting line, first comes on the pre-stage light as they cross the light beam. The cars then roll forward into the staging beams. That means it's time to go. Gary Bergen, lots of smoke. The car losing traction. It's Don Prudhomme from start to finish. 6.42 seconds. His speed, 232 miles an hour. Gary Bergen smoking the tires violently and losing the race just as he leaves the starting line. The brand new car of Cheryl Greer from Warner Robins, Georgia. And what a beautiful machine this is. Greer was number 2 in the world in 1976, debuting this new machine here at the Gator National. Gordy Bonham from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, driving a similar car. The bodies both Trans Am Firebirds. Bonham, the defending champion at this event, winning a year ago, had the misfortune of having a fuel line break during qualifying and actually popped the windshield out of the car. Thus, you see the tape over the windshield on Gordy Bonham's car, and that's holding it in place. And as you're going down the track at over 200 miles an hour, air pressure helps hold it in. along with the tape. Cheryl Greer and Gordy Bonnet both stayed. Bonnet pulling a lead at the early start of the race, holds on at the finish. Gordy Bonnet running 234 miles an hour to defeat Cheryl Greer. Coming back from his burnout, a true work of art. These funny cars with the broad expanse of fiberglass panels, allowing the creativity of the artist and the layout man to create some of, without a doubt, the most beautiful equipment ever seen anywhere. Show cars, but yet they run 230 miles an hour plus. Johnny Loper's Little Hoss with Trip Shoemaker at the wheel in the far lane, Dale Poldy and the War Eagle in the near lane. A close race. And at the finish line, it's Dale Poldy, 6.37 seconds, 234 miles an hour. The losing elapsed time, 6.44 seconds. In slow motion, Poldy wins this race by just about a car length. "23-year-old Billy Meyer, the only car he's ever driven in competition is a funny car. He started at the age of 16. He's now 23, has been a professional racer from 16 to 23 years of age. Alongside of Billy Meyer is Tim Cushy, the Yankee Sizzler. Massachusetts is out of control as he leaves the starting line. Billy Meyer shutting it off early. You can see some smoke coming out of the car, some problems possibly. 6.91 seconds, 192 miles an hour in slow motion. You see Tim Cushy bouncing all over the track, losing traction and losing the race. Emergency crew out cleaning up just a little bit of moisture or oil that has dripped on the track. Let's go down to Steve Evans.
Thank you, David. One of the most colorful parts of this Gator Nationals pits is the manufacturer's midway behind us. With me is Wally Parks. And Wally, this is proof positive of the involvement of so many performance and automotive companies in the sport of drag racing. Just how are they involved and what impact does it have?
Well, there's no question about the fact that the participation of the manufacturers, who are our sponsors, have probably done more to help the development and advancement of the sport from just an amateur activity into a very highly professional field of entertainment and performance. The manufacturers that you see represented among the tents and the signs around here are involved in major sponsorship programs, and their contributions are made directly to the racers. The contingent awards that they post based on the product use on the thing has made it possible for an awful lot of racers not only to get into drag racing, but to stay in the sport.
And it's fun for the fans, too. They're having a ball visiting with these people and picking up literature and so forth.
Yes, I think the manufacturer's midway has added a whole new atmosphere to the sport because the people in drag racing can go through the pits, they can roam through here and actually see the products and talk to the manufacturers, as well as circulating among the racers out here. As far as the dollar value is concerned, why, our awards have climbed to over $4 million this year in total postings, and this includes manufacturers' contingent awards and the event purses, which normally range from $70,000 to over $100,000 per event.
Well, congratulations on a great race, and let's hope that this grows in the future, too, Wally.
Thanks, Steve. It's going real well so far.
David?
Steve, we'll be back with more Gator Nationals racing in just a moment. From Gainesville, Florida, the 9th annual NHRA Gator Nationals, I'm Dave McClelland, and along with Steve Evans, we're back into racing with the second round of Top Fuel Eliminator. We started the day with 16 cars in this category. Here in round number 2, we're down to 8. This is Kelly Brown sitting in front of the Donovan aluminum racing engine. His competition, Richard Tharp at the wheel of the Candies and Hughes car. His automobile powered by a Keith Black racing engine. Both drivers inching into the staging means. The staging process, one that is done ever so delicately. Each driver has a place on the track that he wants to be, and he very gently brings his 2,000 horsepower dragster into those staging beams to get ready for the race. Kelly Brown with no tire smoke. You see Richard Tharp, the tires losing traction. But a lot of piston smoke out of Kelly Brown's car. That means some work for his team. The Brissett and Drake crew back in the pits. Another 6 seconds flat elapsed time. The speed for Kelly Brown, 224 miles an hour. Graham Light from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, was to have met Paul Longnecker. Longnecker unable to return. You saw the blower explosion in round number 1. So Graham Light, for the first time of this entire event, gets to run in the right-hand lane. And this could be a factor because the lowest elapsed time of the preceding round determines who gets lane choice in the next round of racing. And Graham Light drives it to the finish line, 6.07 seconds, an outstanding time for Light, which means he may have the lane choice when he comes up into round number 3. Don Garlits from Sefner, Florida. An interesting story here. His competition is Ron Barrow, driving for Neil Marr from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Ron Barrow, 1 year ago, was the crew chief for Don Garlits. Today, it is the teacher and the student. A little bit of smoke out of Don Garlits' tires, but with a big victory, Don Garlits advances to the next round. Ron Barrow in this race only because Don Garlits provided some parts and pieces and actually helped work on his competitor's car, so Ron Barrow could make it into this round of racing. Marvin Graham from Oklahoma City against Clayton Harris. Harris removing his fire gloves, and he throws up his hands. He says, "That's it for the day," and it's Marvin Graham opting not to make a full run. So it's obvious whoever the competitor for Marvin Graham is in the next round of racing will have the lane choice. Clayton Harris shutting the engine off, obviously having some mechanical problems. Marvin Graham coasting through the traps, taking the early turn off and running 53 miles an hour. There are 5 categories of sportsman competition here at the Gator National. Stock Eliminator is ready for the final round. Gary Long from Corona, Michigan, the 29-year-old Long, winner of the Sports National Stock Eliminator title, will be on hand. Diamond P Sports will be covering the Sports Nationals. Jerry Dover, Jr., 16 years old from Houma, Louisiana, started driving at the age of 15. He's been in drag racing now for 2 years. Stock Eliminator, handicap racing. One car getting the physical head start over the other. The handicap based on the index for each of the respective classes. You see Dover, the slower of the 2 classes, getting the head start. If you run quicker than the index, you can lose, even though you might get there first. And Jerry Dover there first, but the win goes to Gary Long as Jerry Dover, by 6,000ths of a second, breaks out, giving the win to Long. Here's the final in Super Stock Eliminator. Cotton Perry in the far lane from Ringgold, Georgia. Charlie Taylor in the tower lane from Lumberton, North Carolina. Approaching the finish line, it's the same situation here. A close race, and Cotton Perry wins the race, 11.52 seconds. His speed, 114 miles an hour. In slow motion, let's watch again. A very slight advantage going to Charlie Taylor. Cotton Perry winning as Taylor breaking out at the finish line. Some $9,000 in cash and awards going to the 30-year-old Cotton Perry as he wins the race. Charlie Taylor going too quick on the index for his class. This is Modified Eliminator. Phil Pyle from Clarksboro, New Jersey. In the Chevrolet Camaro, his competition, Ross Gherkin out of New York, New York. The head start to Pyle. He leaves the line on time. Notice Gherkin. Look at Gherkin drift off towards his guardrail, but he brings the Corvette back under control. This is no breakout. And it's Ross Gherkin there first. He wins the race, 9.97 seconds, 138 miles an hour, some $9,000. Richer is Ross Gherkin as we watch in slow motion. Gherkin driving around Philip Pyle just about at the finish line. 1 car length victory. $9,000 to Ross Gherkin. The final in competition eliminator, the 6-cylinder roadster of Joe Williamson against the dragster of John Lingenfelter. Williamson won this event in 1975. He's going to have to hold on. He
he did it. Joe Williamson with the win, 8.76 seconds. His speed, 152 miles an hour out of the six-cylinder engine. A little over a half-second head start, it appears, going to Williamson. You see in slow motion how close this race is. Right there, less than a half a car length. Joe Williamson winning competition eliminator at $8,500. This now the final at the top of the line in the sportsman category racing. Bogey Kell, the wheel of the supercharged Donovan-powered dragster, running on alcohol. In the far lane, Dale Hall from Granby, Connecticut. Hall's car powered by a small block Chevrolet. One of the older style dragsters using the front engine position in Pro Cop racing. This is just like the professionals in that it is one amber light, then green. And something going wrong with Dale Hall. Bogey Kell taking the win. The first major event victory for the Attala, Alabama-based driver. 6.93 seconds. His speed, 204 miles an hour. One man's name has been synonymous with Top Fuel drag racing for over 2 decades. He is a home state Floridian. He is entered here at the Gator Nationals. Steve has that story. The engine in every Top Fuel dragster sits behind the driver. It's there because 8 years ago, one man said, that's where it belongs, and sure enough, that's where it ended up. He's Big Daddy Don Garlitz, the winningest Top Fuel driver in drag racing history. But Don, it wasn't always custom-built trailers and fancy racetracks, was it?
No, Steve, it all started out back in the early 50s on airstrips.
Got a 3-window coupe that's short on bus, but she looks real good in the record books. I hold the track record in the quarter mile to the low ET down the asphalt aisle.
The truth of the matter is, it was just a bunch of young guys racing on the street, and then, you know, we later got airstrips with the help of the National Hot Rod Association. You know, they would convince the city fathers that that was the safest way to get these young fellas off the street, and it was just kind of little old Fords with Mercury motors in them, and everybody just racing and having a lot of fun. No spectators or anything.
We look back at Swamp Rat number 1, the car that came to California from Florida. Nobody believed it would go 180 miles an hour, and they came by the thousands to see it.
That's right. You know, Steve, that original car, trailer and tow vehicle, cost less than $1,000 whenever I pulled into Bakersfield that year in 1959 with that car. And it was built on 31 Chevy frame rails that had an old engine in it out of a junkyard. Of course, that old engine was that Hemi that Chrysler had produced, and it was really the thing that got drag racing really going.
March 8th, 1970, Long Beach, California. A tragic accident. It certainly changed your life and the whole sport.
I was on the starting line at Long Beach in the final run, and the transmission exploded, and it took off half of my right foot. Well, I lay in the hospital in Long Beach, California for 8 weeks, and I vowed that I would do something about this problem. So I put together on paper this rear-engine car that I thought would work. Got out of the hospital, I built the car, I debuted at the Winter Nationals. 71 at Pomona, won the event. And it was the first rear-engine car to ever qualify at a national event, much less win one. So it's my proudest achievement in the sport.
You know, we look at National Dragster at the record list, and we see that the all-time marks were set by Don Garlitz in 1975 and still stand.
Well, that was probably the height of my career. Not to say that I won't do anything else, but to me, as I look back of all the things I ever did, that was the greatest, because I won the NHRA World Championships, set both ends of the record all in the same day. Both ends of the record were set on one run, and then the following day they were backed up while I won the race.
Big Daddy, stay with us another 25 years, will you?
Well, I don't know whether I'll be able to do that or not, but I'm certainly going to be around 4 or 5.
I believe it. Thank you. When the people at Fram first told me that their pick as best engineered car at this Gator Nationals was a purple Henry J, I was a little dubious. Upon seeing it, I am amazed. A 1951 Henry J, the Henry J frame, a very rare single overhead cam Ford motor, and an absolute plumber's nightmare. Dry sump oil system, just too many things to even mention. I'm sure you can see just by looking at it that it truly deserves best engineered car of the event. It's owned by E.L. Williams of Redford, Michigan. 4 cars remain in each of the Pro Stock and Funny Car categories. Bob Glidden matches up against Warren Johnson, while Frank Iaconio meets Larry Lombardo driving for Bill Jenkins. In Funny Car Eliminator, it is Dale Poldy against Don Prudhomme, while Billy Meyer
goes against Gordy Bonnet. And here is 23-year-old Billy Meyer from Waco, Texas. Gordy Bonnet, his competition back frantically, the crew working on the car. There's something wrong. It has not yet started. Meyer's burnout is completed, and he's approaching the starting line. And it looks like Bonnet will not make the semifinals. The defending champion out of the race at the Gator Nationals. Billy Meyer getting into tire shake, smoking the tires, just coasting through at 91 miles an hour. And a tough break for Edmonton, Alberta's Gordy Bonnet. Dale Poldy driving the War Eagle, and this could be the race of Funny Car Eliminator against Don Prudhomme. Prudhomme, having lost the lane choice in the previous round, allows Dale Poldy to select the right-hand lane. Slow motion of Poldy's burnout as the tires growing in height, the smoke pouring off of them, burning the rubber, actually heat the tire to get the ultimate in traction. Prudhomme, having been plagued with some tire shaking problems, nobody knows what causes it, but it will literally shake the car to pieces. And Poldy out alongside of Prudhomme. Prudhomme smoking the tires. Dale Poldy takes the win and advances to the finals. 6.37 seconds, 236 miles an hour. In slow motion, you see the Snake losing the race right there. The car breaking traction, starting to drift a little towards the guardrail, and it's Dale Poldy in the finals. Pro Stock semifinal racing. Larry Lombardo driving Bill Grumpy Jenkins. Grumpy's toy, a Chevrolet Monza. The best of the Chevrolets thus far at this event has been the team of Iaconio and Allen in the near lane. Frank Iaconio, out together they go. Approaching the finish line, anybody's race. It's Frankie Iaconio, 8.68 seconds in slow motion. You can see how close this race really is. They come into the first speed trap light, side by side. Frank Iaconio pulling it out by just about a half a car length. Warren Johnson, the Minnesota-based Chevrolet Pro Stocker against Bob Glidden. This is your classic Ford versus Chevrolet. Johnson's car powered by the big block Chevy engine, and a red light start. You saw him leave just before Glidden, and that was just enough to catch the big red eye, leaving the line too soon. Bob Glidden takes the win, 8.57 seconds at 156 miles an hour. It's time for the semifinals of Top Fuel Racing, and it's Big Daddy Don Garlits against the Canadian Graham Light. The low qualifier Kelly Brown has a tough race against Marvin Graham. Kelly Brown, Mr. Consistency thus far. He qualified at 6 seconds flat. First round, second round, both 6.00 second elapsed time. Marvin Graham, easing through the round before, relinquished the lane choice, gives it to Kelly Brown, hoping that he can make the horsepower necessary. Here in a dramatic close-up and special effects, we'll take a look at this staging procedure. You can see Marvin Graham's wheels already in that first light beam. The pre-stage light is lit in the left-hand lane for Marvin Graham. Here now comes the Brissett Drake car, Kelly Brown driving. He comes into the first light beam. He is pre-stage. Both cars will now move forward another 3 to 4 inches and will pull into the staging beam. When they're both staged and set, that's the time Buster Couch, the starter, throws the switch. The Christmas tree goes green. Both cars leave the line. And to the finish line, 1,320 feet away, it's Kelly Brown with his third consecutive 6.0 second elapsed time, this time 6.06. Now, will the lane choice make a difference? We saw a moment ago that fine 6.07 by Graham Light. That gave him lane choice over Big Daddy Don Garlits. Light took the right-hand lane. We have found most of the lane choices have gone to the right-hand lane. Will it make a difference here? Only the finish line win light will be the ultimate judge as Garlits against Light to determine who goes into the finals against Kelly Brown. A tremendous hole shot by Don Garlits. A little bit of smoke off of Graham Light's car. And it's Don Garlits. 6.21 seconds at 234 miles an hour. The matchup of the number 1 and 2 qualifiers in the finals. Let's go to Steve.
It's going to go in. Excuse me, Billy. It looked like you were having a little trouble getting down that left-hand lane on the single.
He had lane choice, and on a single, I just wanted to see how much it would go, and I hit it really hard, and it just wouldn't take it. On a run, I'd have pedaled it, but, then I would have lost a lot of ET, so I wanted to see if I could do it. It did the same thing Prudhomme did.
Go get him, Billy Meyer, in the finals in Funny Car Eliminator.
It's time for the finals of professional racing at the 9th Annual NHRA Gator Nationals. Let's join Steve Evans with the driver of this car.
Kelly Brown, this has got to be science fiction. A 5-year layoff, you go to Pomona with a brand new car, Jim Brissett, you'll win the event. Then you come here. It looks like you could win this one, too. Do you even believe it, Chad?
Well, I have to believe it because I'm still here and I'm very tired. We're very pleased, just like we were at Pomona, and we're moving right along, and neither one of us really understand it because we're racing guys that have been racing full-on pro racers, and we're very pleased about it. The car is running exceptionally well, and we'll just keep going.
The finals of Pro Stock Eliminator, the Ford Pinto of Bob Glidden, 13-time national event champion. The Chevrolet Monza of Frank Iaconio. 3 times before he's finished runner-up, has yet to win a national event. Some $12,000 riding on this race. And a red light start by Bob Glidden. Automatically will win to Frank Iaconio. Glidden drives it through the finish at 8.58 seconds, but in slow motion you see right there, Glidden just perceptibly ahead of the green light. And that leaves the glowing red bulb, indicating a loss. Finals of Funny Car, Dale Poldy, the California-based War Eagle, against Billy Meyer, Waco Willie, they call him. He's only 23 years old, has been driving a funny car since he was 16. Poldy, at the age of 27, in drag racing more than a decade. A close race as they leave the line together. And it's Poldy at the finish by just a little over a car length, 6.42 seconds. His speed, 234 miles an hour. In slow motion, you see him pull away from Billy Meyer just at the finish. So Dale Poldy wins his first national event title, the beautiful War Eagle from Van Nuys, California.
Our funny car champion, Dale Poldy, trying to crawl out of his car, get the breather mask off. I'm sure there's a big smile behind it somewhere in there. Boy, there is. You got to race about 10 years to do it, but feels good.
I'm telling you, it really feels great. I just can't wait to call my family and everything, tell everybody about it.
Well, Meyer was right there.
Was he really? I don't even know. Yeah, I just was hoping I never saw him.
It was only a tenth of a second, 6:42 to a 6:52.
Wow. I thought the car would have run better than that, too.
The race this crowd of Floridians has been waiting for. Don Garlits of Sefner, Florida. For the first time in a long time, coming in as an underdog in this final round against Kelly Brown. Brown, 35 years old, a stuntman and an actor from Tarzana, California, has recorded low elapsed time, 6 seconds flat, 6 seconds flat, 6.06 seconds. He has the lane choice. Will it make a difference? Garlits staging very carefully. Right alongside comes Kelly Brown. Both drivers just as cool as can be as they inch their cars into the staging beam, corralling some 2,000 horsepower apiece. The finals of the Gator Nationals. And it's Don Garlits with a big lead. He smokes the tires, but an exploded engine. Trouble for Kelly Brown, and it's Don Garlits to the finish line, and the crowd loves it. 6.55 seconds was all his elapsed time, but that's more than enough to take the title in Top Fuel Eliminator, winning some $11,000 in cash and awards.
Big Daddy Don Garlits is still the king. An all-Donovan final. Kelly Brown broke a motor. Connecting rod broke and just stopped him right in his track.
I'll be darned.
Well, you know, it smoked the tires. Mine did right at the line. I figured it was all over, but I couldn't see him anywhere, so I just stayed after it.
Well, Big Daddy's the king, but it's refreshing to see a nice fellow like Kelly Brown running so hard and giving you a race for your paycheck.
Yeah, Kelly's really a great guy. The whole team is nice. Of course, Brissett's been around for years, you know, one of the old guys, and we're really, and it's Donovan. We're excited about the whole thing.
Well, this is going to help on that march towards the World Championship that you want so bad this year.
Yes, it'll be a big help, Steve.
Congratulations to you and your wife, Pat, and we'll see you at the next race.
Steve and I will be back with a final look at the Gator Nationals in just a moment. For his closing thoughts, here again, Steve Evans.
Dave, I like the contrast, I think, in this event. 25-year-old Dale Pulley wins his first ever national title. 46-year-old Don Garlits wins his 17th national title. For Garlits, it was a bit of a lucky break. Pulley literally had to claw his way through eliminations. He had close races with Trip Shoemake, a close race with Billy Meyer, only a tenth of a second at the finish line with Billy Meyer, who incidentally gave Pulley a bottle of champagne in the turnout area just to congratulate him, one he had bought for himself. In Gainesville here, you'd have a hard time convincing the newspapers, the TV stations, the motel, or the merchants that they're not a contender to Indianapolis for the biggest car race in the world. They think this is just one fabulous event, and so do we.
Right you are, Steve, about Gainesville and the Gator Nationals. This 9th annual event has seen an all-time record attendance. It was just 9 short years ago that some far-sighted Gainesvillians carved a racetrack out of some swampland. That racetrack has been improved and upgraded every year. Diamond P Sports' next stop on the championship drag racing trail will be the Cajun Nationals, a new event from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. For Steve Evans, I'm Dave McClellan. Thanks for being with us. The NHRA Gator Nationals has been brought to you by Kodak, whose fine cameras and film help you save all your good times in pictures. And by Fram, makers of oil, air, and fuel filters, windshield wipers, and Autolite spark plugs and tune-up kits. Promotional consideration received and a fee paid by Whammo. It's a whole new ball game. Trackball by Whammo. The executive producer of Diamond P Sports, Harvey Palish, our producer-director, John Mullen. This has been an NHRA presentation, a Diamond P Sports production. Diamond P Sports presents the American Sports Cavalcade. With your host, the Tennessee Cowboy, Ed Bruce, and Brock Yates, and Steve Evans. The American Sports Cavalcade.
A year ago, the site National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Ohio, where 3 former world champions of drag racing stepped to the forefront to renew their stake on the claim of champion. Pro stock great Bob Glidden, funny car driver Raymond Beadle, and top fueler Richard Tharp all scored impressive victories and a needed shot in the arm for the 1983 season. These victories underscored the dramatic competition that we've come to expect from the Spring Nationals. Hi, I'm Ed Bruce, and welcome to the 20th annual Spring Nationals of Drag Racing. The fans here in Columbus have come to expect over the years a lot of tremendous action in fast racing, and this year they're expecting more of the same, and so are we. Brock Yates and Steve Evans are set to call all the action for you, and from time to time we'll bring you highlights from last year's racing. But right now, Brock and Steve are down at the track, so let's go to them.
Well, Ed, it may not be the wing of a B1 or the Concorde, but by drag racing standards, it's mighty impressive. And without the downforce of that airfoil, and even with these great big tires, there's no way a top fuel dragster would get any traction in the quarter of a mile at 260 miles an hour. They just have that much horsepower. Some people say 3,000. Qualifying so far has been pretty close to form. Gary Beck, the world record holder, is #1. Joe Amato is arch rival for the world championship, #2. But if you want a little bit of a dark horse, don't forget Gary Ormsby from California. He's been the #1 qualifier at the past 2 races and won the opening race of the year, the Winter Nationals. This could be a good bet. Shirley Muldowney is in the 8th spot, still in the top half of the field. Her crew frantically trying to find a 10th or a 10th and a half to run with the guys like Ormsby, Beck, and Amato. The other classes of competition today? Well, let's join Brock Yates and have a look.
Thanks, Steve. I know they're on a roll in Top Fuel, but let's not forget this iron, the funny cars. This one belongs to Frank Hawley, the reigning world champion. He's had some problems earlier in the season, but he may be on a roll here at Columbus. And the Snake, Don Prudhomme, he's had some problems as well, but he's running strong here. And so is another old pro, Raymond Beadle. The Pro Stocks, Bob Glidden, who can forget him? 5 victories in a row here at the Spring Nationals. He's running very strong. Lee Shepard, always a winner. He's the world champion. And Warren Johnson has got top speed here at the meet. So the Pro Stock competition, wild and woolly as always. The funny cars, who can predict? But we got 3 great veterans in the competition.
Well, Brock, as everyone could probably tell by my appearance, it is hot in Columbus. And this kind of heat can make for a very tricky racing surface and is also very hard on the equipment. Gary Beck was a recipient, actually, of Top Fuel attrition when in round #1 earlier, he got a bye run, a single and automatic win by virtue of being the low qualifier at 5.52 seconds. Of course, Beck, the reigning world champion this season, the quickest driver in the world at 5.39 seconds. He has all the credentials.
He sure does, and he just drives a Top Fuel dragster like an absolute pro. Straight as a string. Incredibly consistent, Gary Beck is, Steve.
That was a 5.63 at 255 miles an hour. Of course, Beck running all out, shooting for lane choice. And in funny car eliminator, Billy Meyer of Waco, Texas, who has won the last 2 events on the circuit. We saw him win the Cajun Nationals, went up against John Force of Fullerton, California. And Force had a bit of a surprise here for Billy Meyer.
He sure did, because John Force was definitely the underdog in this particular race, but Force just drove by Billy Meyer in the last half of track and took a victory at 6:06, 242 miles an hour. A fine victory. Steve, talked to him about it.
Anytime you can get around the hottest car on the circuit, the #1 qualifier, Billy Meyer, John Force, you got to be awfully pleased.
Tell you, we did it at Pomona. We got around Bernstein, #1 qualifier. We did it at Gainesville, and then Baton Rouge. I started getting that red light syndrome deal, and enough that it even changed my car. Last week at Bristol, the car wasn't running right. I found out that I was driving into the car and making it run different. The ETs fell way off. I told Fraser, I'm going back to beating that throttle. If I give him a red light, I'll take the embarrassment. It paid off here.
It certainly did in big. Going into round 2 is John Force.
But the surprises weren't over. This was Kenny Bernstein. Remember him, 260 miles an hour, the absolute funny car top speed record at the Gator Nationals. He came to the Spring Nationals loaded for bear, but it wasn't to be because he faced Sherm Gunn, Azusa, California. Again, a decided underdog, Steve.
Well, Sherm Gunn has been racing for years. In fact, this car in the near lane is 6 years old, but this is the first season he's gone out and run the entire NHRA National Event Circuit. And that experience paid off for Sherm, as Kenny Bernstein lost traction right off the starting line, battling for control, but to no avail as Sherm Gunn wins it at 6:14. Later, I talked to Kenny in the pits about the tire smoke.
You try as a driver very hard. You anticipate and you know it's coming, but sometimes even as much as you're prepared yourself and you think it might happen, you can't catch it, and I couldn't keep up with it there. We just got a little problem we got to work out.
Sometimes when you feel them come loose, you can short shift it or shift early and it'll help.
Yeah, sometimes you can do that, or you can pedal it, come off the throttle all the way back on, but it's so quick and so fast that it's really difficult to do. I thought about it then, but by the time you thought, it's over with. It's too late.
So now the smoke is cleared at Columbus, and we're ready for the second round of Top Fuel Dragsters. Stay with us.
And nothing seems to bother the Greek, as they call Chris Karamessinis, Brock. I've seen him on fire. I've seen him ground loop a Top Fuel dragster upside down, and he'll come out and say, hey, how you doing today? Nothing bothers the man. And some of his most thrilling moments came at the old drag strip in Bakersfield, California in the late 50s, early 60s. In the grandstands then was a very young Doug Krahulis. In the staging lanes just before this race, I asked Doug, what's it feel like to race one of your heroes? Well, Doug, when you were about 12 years old, dreaming of being a pro drag racer, no one would have convinced you then someday you'd be racing a legend, the Greek.
Oh, you're not kidding. Well, he's definitely a good friend of ours. And I've been over there trying to rag on him pretty hard, trying to get him to mess up, but he's been driving too long. So it's going to be one of those Joe Amato, Dick LaHaye races, I'm sure.
By that you mean very close.
Very, very close. We stepped on the engine a little bit, and I'm sure Chris did too.
Well, it's going to be an interesting race, as Doug says. In the near lane is Kerhulis. That is Chris, the Greek Karamessinis, in that beautiful blue and pearlescent dragster, Steve.
And he loves to gold plate everything he possibly can. That's been the Greek's trademark for a long, long time. The captain of the Greek fleet out of Chicago, Illinois. Some kind of drag racing legend. Kerhulis in the near lane, they leave right together. Kerhulis with a bit of an edge, and something breaks in Karamessini's car. Doug Kerhulis wins the race. The wing has broken off of Doug Kerhulis' car. The parachute is wrapped around the wing, and this is a very short racetrack. Doug Kerhulis headed for the catch net, and he just drills the bullseye on the net. Actually, it's a pair of nets, aircraft carrier style, that have gathered up Doug Kerhulis' 150-mile-an-hour race car.
Well, Steve, these cars are made to go, not to stop. They have only two-wheel brakes on the back, and of course that parachute to slow them down. As we saw, Doug did not have his parachute because of this broken wing. And here at Columbus, that was big, big trouble right from the start. As you can see, the race car has crossed the line somewhere in the range of 250 miles an hour, and down comes the wing and immediately snags the parachute, and then he's in big trouble.
Well, at 250 miles an hour, there's about 200 pounds of downforce on that wing, and apparently some component in the wing support structure broke, and as you can see, the parachute wrapped right around it. Now, Doug Kerhulis did exactly what you're supposed to do. Keep the car from bouncing on the tires and aim right at that target. It takes a lot of courage to do it, and he did it brilliantly.
He certainly did. As you can see, there's a steel guardrail beyond that. The catch fence did its job to perfection, but we hope that Doug got out of that crash all right.
Well, Doug Kerhulis right now has been put into the ambulance here at National Trail and is getting medical attention from NHRA Safety Safari paramedics.
As near as we can see, the integrity of the race car, the roll cage, and the rest of the safety equipment worked. That Doug was well packaged in the race car. As we see it, another impact, and the catch fence there pulls the car to an immediate halt. But of course, there were massive G-forces at work in that crash.
Well, Brock, the only information we have so far as to the condition of Doug Kerhulis is that he is unconscious and obviously being transported to the hospital, and we'll relay any further information as it comes to us.
Well, he's a very strong and physically fit young man, so we can only hope he's going to be all right. As we go back down to the starting line, here is yet another of the great drag racing legends getting ready to go, Connie Coletta.
And as Connie slips on his fireproof gloves, he has got to be thinking back to his very close shave. Also, an encounter with the net at the end of Columbus. Now, you see what happens if they get to bouncing on those great big balloon-like tires, Brock. That can be a problem in itself, but Coletta takes it right into the net at a much slower speed, however, than Doug Kerhulis was going. And minor damage, really, to the race car. They put a new front end on it, and we're back here for the second round.
And there goes the engine, the electric starter hooked up to the blower drive that kicks over that monster 500 cubic inch nitro burning V8 engine behind Connie Coletta.
And he better have a lot of nitro in the tank, because his competition here in round number 2, the low qualifier, the world champion, Gary Beck of Hemet, California.
Well, we said earlier that Beck has won about everything there is to win in this sport, in addition to shattering records virtually every place he runs.
Now, by virtue of his 5.63 on that bye run we saw in the first round, Gary Beck has lane choice. He has selected that far lane, Brock, that he's burning out in right now. But according to the drivers I've talked to, they really, at this point anyway, see no imbalance in the lanes.
Well, let's not forget, though, Steve, that lane that Gary Beck is in is the one we saw Kenny Bernstein go up and smoke in a little bit earlier. So it's possible, and especially when you got 3,000 horsepower to play with.
Well, the consensus on Bernstein was just too much too soon. Look how fast Gary Beck backs up, wanting to keep those tires from cooling off, Brock.
He does everything according to a plan. He's so exact in the way he goes racing.
Well, he is the total drag racer, driver, engineer, you name it, Beck can do it. Much like Connie Coletta, he has done it all in the sport of drag racing from Ypsilanti, Michigan, where he operates a professional flying service. Gary Beck recently moved from El Toro to Hemet, California, to be closer to the race car shop owned by Larry Miner, the team captain.
And a very effective one as well, a man that also handles the Top Fuel car pretty well in his second season.
And you just saw the second burnout of Gary Beck, which is now part of that starting line ritual. First, a long smoky burnout to lay down some rubber to heat up the tires, the track. Then that second burnout, which gives the driver some indication of starting line conditions. Connie Coletta adjusting his gear in the cockpit. He's ready. Gary Beck is ready. This could be a good one.
It sure could. A couple of seasoned professionals. You can't fault these guys for inexperience, that's for sure, as Coletta slides up against that electronically controlled Christmas tree.
Coletta tried to pull a hole shot, but the Christmas tree caught him in the act. A red light on the tree for Coletta. He is disqualified. Doesn't matter anyway. Gary Beck at 5:69, 245 miles an hour wins it.
Well, a 5:69 is a relatively routine time for Gary Beck. 99% of the other Top Fuel drivers would consider it a near record run. Let's take a look one more time at Connie Coletta squeezing that light, clicking on the red, and putting him away for the afternoon. Gary Beck goes on to an easy victory here at Columbus.
Well, anytime you race Gary Beck, you better try to get off the starting line first. Connie Coletta tried to do that and ended up with the foul start. The electronic system caught him, Gary, and you've won it at 5:69.
Yeah, well, we're trying to hang on to the track. You know, it's a little tricky and trying to be careful, trying to stay out of that net. So, but it's, no, it's fortunate. Coletta leaves early. I'm sure he was trying to cut it real fine.
You see you're trying to get a hold of the track. Are you running safe? Is that what you're saying? You back up a little bit?
We've been real careful with the clutch. We're trying to keep the power in to be able to get an ET, but we're being real careful with what we do with the clutch.
Okay, so being very cautious and wisely so. Gary Beck goes into the semifinals.
And the quiet man from Hemet, California establishes himself as the man to beat here at Columbus. More Top Fuel racing on its way.
It's standing room only here at National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Ohio. The next pair of Top Fuel dragsters are just about ready to start. But first, let's check in with Ed Bruce for some history on this event.
Last year's Top Fuel final was more than just another exciting race. It was a matchup of two former world champions, both with something to prove in 1983. Let's take a look back at last year's Fuel final between Richard Tharp and Shirley Muldowney. Shirley Muldowney in the far lane has had tremendous success here at National Trail Raceway, winning the Top Fuel title in 1976, 77, 80, and 82. She'd been running very well all day. Richard Tharp in the near lane exploded an engine on an earlier run and had to put in a new power plant to make this run. At the start, both cars are together, but Shirley lost some traction and Tharp was ahead. Then Tharp exploded his engine, and Shirley, trying to catch up, came up a little short. Richard Tharp won an incredibly close race. In slow motion, we see that when Shirley's car lost traction, Richard pulled out to a big lead. Then he blew his second engine and was literally coasting toward the finish line. Shirley came on strong, but Tharp had just enough momentum to carry him home for the win. A great race for the Top Fuel final.
Well, hopefully we'll lead to something like that as a conclusion here this year as a couple of more Top Fuel dragsters fire up in the staging lane. Steve Evans, this is Bob Simmons, a man not quite as well known as some of the other contestants.
But a dedicated drag racer, Brock. It has been Simmons' lifelong dream to race this kind of competition, the Becks and the Amatos and the Ormsbys, and here he is for the very first time doing it.
Well, he may very well have run up against Joe Amato, his rival in this race, before. They're both a couple of Easterners and run a lot of NHRA events along the East Coast.
And interestingly enough, Simmons' car in the near lane is equipped with a Donovan power plant. Now, that was the first of the aftermarket drag racing engines, and the only one you'll find in this field. Simmons' car called the New Englander. He's proud of his Eastern heritage, and so is this man, the world's fastest drag racer. Joe Amato set the record at the Gator Nationals at 262 miles an hour, partially due to that great big wing you see. He invented that style of wing, and his wife, Jerry, is always on the starting line checking things out and backing up her husband.
Well, if it's Bob Simmons' goal to squeeze his way into the big time of Top Fuel drag racing, here is his opportunity. His rival, Joe Amato, the quickest in the business as we know, his chance to beat him. Well, let's hear what Bob Simmons had to say about racing Joe.
Well, we're not only tickled, we're giving it all we got. We're going to go out and do the best we can against Amato. He's the toughest guy here, but we're going to whip him.
In a lot of ways, he is the toughest. What kind of a gamble do you take against Amato? Parts are expensive.
Well, I got two gambles. I'm gonna try to cut the light as hard as I can. If I red light, I red light. And I'm gonna chase him as far as I can. He may hurt something on the high end and I get a chance to drive around him, I'm gonna do it.
Well, there's the strategy, at least on paper, that you go about to beat a man like Joe Amato, but the reality may be a little bit harder to pull off than the theory, Steve.
Indeed, Brock. First, let's see if Simmons can get the hole shot that he wants so badly.
Well, it's a clean start. No red light for Simmons, but it was Amato out first, and Amato is going to win this race convincingly, as a matter of fact.
It is Joe Amato at 573, 252 miles an hour. But Simmons was game rock with the old Donovan motor at 615, 223. Nothing to be ashamed of.
It sure was, and a good job for Bob Simmons, even though he did lose. All right, you recognize this lady.
Most of the racing world does. The pink cars, Shirley Muldowney, 3-time Top Fuel world champion. In fact, we got a couple of real class acts here, Brock. Shirley Muldowney up against Gary Ormsby in the far lane. Ormsby won the opening race of the season. The Winter Nationals has been the low qualifier at the last 2 events on the circuit. He's a tough customer from Roseville, California. And in Roseville, California, Gary Ormsby has a very successful automotive dealership. Kind of grew up in the car business, started out as a lot boy and worked very hard.
And of course, you know the story of Shirley Muldowney. It's been told in books and magazines and in movies. One of the great figures in this sport and something of a hero among the women's movement. She is a rags to riches story of unparalleled dimension. But right now, her only thoughts are directed toward running this racetrack and beating Gary Ormsby. So as they stage, let's go to Steve.
So Joe Amato, a nice effort, Joe, at 573.
That's pretty good, Steve. We had to change a lot of parts in the first round because the car was a little soft. We're not really hurting it. We're really working hard to try and put a little more power in to try and, you know, use up the fuel a little bit and burn the motor up a little to make some more power.
And not smoke the tires.
And not smoke the tires yet. Did we smoke the tires then?
No, it didn't look like it.
No, it felt pretty good. It shook a lot when I put it in right before I shifted it. But, you know, that was more like a tune-up run, so I think it'll come around now because we had to change the clutch. And my car never runs good when it has a fresh clutch in it. So the next run, I think it'll come around. And, you know, right now we've got her on Ormsby. The lane choice, I don't think, is that critical.
You saying that Ormsby's going to beat Shirley Muldowney?
Well, he's running the best right now. You know, that's anybody's race. You know, I like to see both of them. I'm friends with both of them. I like to see Shirley beat him because he's closer to us in the points, but it's anybody's race, you know. Just the best man win.
Well, let's go out and find out. But you heard Joe Amato. He's already got Ormsby advancing here.
Well, we'll see how that prediction comes out, but let's not forget this. Shirley Muldowney is very, very close friends with Doug Kerhulis, who is now on his way to the hospital, and we have to wonder whether or not she is somewhat distracted by his problems.
Shirley would be on her way to the hospital right now if it were not for her commitment to this sport and this race. Gary Ormsby is out first. Shirley Muldowney trying to gun him down, but not today. Joe Amato was right. Gary Ormsby does advance into the semifinals at 5:65, a nice elapsed time, and a good speed of 247 miles an hour.
An excellent run for Gary Ormsby. In fact, 4/100ths of a second quicker than Gary Beck's earlier ET. Let's take one more look at that. Shirley gives it the old college try, but it was Ormsby out first and driving on to a convincing victory. As we see here, as they go through the lights, it's Gary Ormsby all the way by a full car length. Steve is with Gary.
She ran a pretty good number against you. She stepped right up with a 74, but you got her in the 60s.
Yeah, she's no lightweight. She ain't easy to beat.
I know. Even now, after all these years, if she beats you, you go back to Sacramento, your old friends will still give you a hard time about it.
Oh, there's a lot of heat, Steve. A lot of heat. That lady beats you.
And especially if she leaves on you, which she didn't.
Well, that's good. But nothing's worse than getting beat by her. And it's not because she's not a good racer. It's just people don't understand. You know, she's a lady and she's a very good racer.
Oh, I'll say she is. You got another very good racer coming up next round, Joe Amato.
Yeah, we went battle several races, and he's pretty tough. But I think we're going to be ready this time, hopefully.
Okay, we'll see Gary Ormsby in the semis.
So as Gary and Shirley end this particular little encounter with a handshake and head back to the pits, let's take a look at the semifinal pairings. It will be Ormsby versus Joe Amato. Gary Beck will have a bye run because of that unfortunate accident involving Doug Kerhulis. Stay with us at the Spring Nationals. We're back at the Spring Nationals in Columbus, Ohio. Hi, I'm Brock Yates along with Steve Evans and Ed Bruce. We've got some funny car competition coming up, but first, Steve has rounded up some more information on Doug Kerhulis, who had that unfortunate crash a few moments ago. Steve?
I'm with Ronnie Davis, the emergency medical technician on NHRA's Safety Safari team. And Ronnie, how is Doug Kerhulis doing?
Fine. We just got back from the hospital, and he's in fair condition. All the vitals are stable. He's breathing on his own, and he's being transferred to Riverside Hospital, which is our neurosurgical center, and got more facilities to take care of him. But at this point, everything looks pretty good for him.
Thank you.
Well, that is encouraging news about Doug Kerhulis, and we hope his recovery continues as we get ready for some funny car action, and that is John Force, Steve Evans, and a real force in funny car competition at this point.
Yes, he is, but talk about a force. How about Don Prudhomme, the winningest funny car driver of all time, 4 world championships to his credit. And Brock, I feel that these are the most violent race cars in all the world of motorsports.
And the noisiest and most spectacular as well, Steve. I only wish the people at home could smell these things. They had some kind of smell-o-vision. The nitro fumes will just bring tears to your eyes.
John Force of Fullerton, California, is one of the toughest individuals, mentally and physically, that I've ever met. And this is Force's idol. Don Prudhomme, they call him the Snake. Granada Hills, California. That is a Pontiac Firebird. Well, a replica of a Pontiac Firebird.
Has won world championships in both funny cars and Top Fuel. The only man ever to do that, and one of the singly most successful race drivers in history in all kinds of motorsports.
And these cars are just a bear to drive, Brock. They shake and they rattle. They sometimes even roll. Of course, fire, the biggest danger with the engine in the front-mounted location. The only thing separating the driver from that engine is a thin aluminum firewall.
And also, Steve, don't forget, these guys don't carry either tape decks or air conditionings in these things. Don't forget John Force. He knocked off Billy Meyer, who was on a big hot streak.
And John Force, in our interview earlier, said that he'd risk a red light if that's what it took to get by the competition today.
Well, no red light and a good start, but John Force comes to a halt early in the going, and Don Prudhomme makes a strong pass, 5.99, 2.12, to take that race. John Force broke earlier in the going, and that was the end of it for him. Unfortunate for John Force, but he is through for the day here at Columbus. As for Don Prudhomme, a 5.99, a pretty good ET, low top speed, 212 miles an hour. He obviously shut it off in the lights when he saw he'd won. Tom McEwen, the Mongoose, in his car, ready to go after the racetrack is clear to John Force's machine. That'll take a couple of minutes. In the meantime, Don Prudhomme is out of his car and will have a chance to reflect on his easy victory.
Well, in this sport, the win lights make you smile, but when there's rounds to go, the 5.99s don't. Snake, what happened? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I think so. It just fell off. We made a jet change, and the track was loose in the middle, and it used the engine up during the three-quarter mark of the course, so, it just slowed up.
All right, so Don Prudhomme goes to the semifinals, and at least he thinks he knows how to get back into that 580 track. There's still hope.
There's always hope when the Snake is on the racetrack, as he gets ready to go back and find a few more horsepower out of that big V8. In the meantime, the smoke is clearing for some burnouts between these two gentlemen, Tom McEwen and the world champion, Frank Hawley.
Frank Hawley really represents the new generation of drag racer, Brock. He's in his late 20s, and as you said, has won the world title 2 times, and has worn that mantle very, very well. He's excellent with the press, goes out of his way to expose the sport of drag racing, to encourage youngsters not to street race, to do it on NHRA-sanctioned drag strip. Just a fine all-around guy. And so, of course, is Tom McEwen of Fountain Valley, California. If he's not racing his funny car in the quarter of a mile, you'll find him in SoCal at Los Alamitos Racetrack racing his horses in a quarter of a mile.
It's all 1,320 feet, no matter how you cut it with McEwen. One of the real veterans and one of the best-known racing personalities in the United States. Survey after survey reveals that everybody's heard of the Mongoose.
And a very glib guy, Brock. An excellent interview. He'll often go to the timing tower and work with the PA announcer and entertain the crowd. Just a terrific guy.
Frank Hawley runs for Austin Coyle out of the Chicago area, also one of the great fixtures in drag racing. Relatively independently financed operation, Steve, as compared to some of the other high-buck operations.
That's right. They exist on what they win.
And they win a lot with Frank Hawley inside that machine. Hawley, very good with the lights, generally a very consistent race driver, not prone to mistakes.
Austin Coyle has had 11 drivers in the long line of Chi-Town Hustler automobiles. He tells me that Frank is the best of the lot because he can do things down the racetrack. He has just a magic quality with that throttle foot to keep those tires from spinning.
Yeah, you'll very seldom see Hawley get the car sideways, have to go up in smoke, red light it, and do all the mistakes that can you do in one of these things.
But right now he's behind Tom McEwen and not catching up. It is Tom McEwen enjoying his finest season of performance in a long time. 592 for the Mongoose at 249 miles an hour. He can go quicker than that, I think.
Well, that was just a case of Tom McEwen using raw horsepower and good traction to drive away from Hawley. As you can see, Hawley ran well, but McEwen ran better. to beat the world champion with that beautiful new red Corvette of his.
And as always at the Spring Nationals, a huge crowd enjoying the finest drag racing possible, and it appears that maybe Halloween has come early to Central Ohio. We'll be back.
You think you're having fun? How about these folks here at Columbus, Ohio? They dressed up real pretty to come out and watch the drag races as we get ready for more funny car action.
And here is the giant killer, Sherm Gunn of Azusa, California, who knocked off Kenny Bernstein in round number 1 with his 6-year-old race car. Now Sherman is up against the blue car. From Dallas, Texas, Raymond Beadle in the Blue Max. There is no more popular funny car in the drag racing sport. Now, all of these drivers know Sherm Gunn very well because most of them are customers at his California race car shop. Sherm specializes in building the interior aluminum for these cars, and Raymond Beadle won't have anyone else do his 10, as they call it, because he feels that Sherm's is the best at keeping the fire off your body.
And that is mighty important in one of these things. As we said, the engine right up front, it's practically in your lap, and these things have been known to go up like giant firecrackers if you feed too much fuel to them.
Raymond Beadle with the emergency hatch open. There's no problem with the car other than that it's darned hot inside, and the only way you get a little ventilation, in fact, they do carry air conditioning, Brock. All you do is open that escape hatch.
I stand corrected. In fact, Sherm Gunn's got his window down, too, so he's going to stay nice and cool.
Well, Sherm doesn't have the latest in aerodynamics. You talked earlier about the pungent aroma of nitromethane fuel, Brock. That could be a problem for the drivers were it not for some very special equipment in the helmet area. Whoa! The nitro fumes can get pretty intense, even in the pit area when they're just warming up the cars. And you know, back in the early 50s, the first fellow to run nitro was a guy named Fran Hernandez, and there was no way Fran could keep it a secret, for obvious reasons. And along about the early 60s, when the drivers were becoming nauseous from the fumes, the breather mask was conceived. A filtered mask made the driver a good deal more comfortable. And even today, Raymond Beadle still uses this trusty device along with his old, rather battered, full-coverage helmet. But here right now is the latest technology in helmets. In fact, Mark Oswald of the Candies and Hughes team just got this helmet yesterday. The breathers are built into it, and it has a fireproof Nomex sock made out of carbon fiber. The entire helmet weighs less than 2 pounds. And also brand new on this helmet is the double layer goggles. In case of fire, this top layer can burn off and still the driver will have some vision with that second layer. You'll see motocross riders even using these helmets today without this sock to filter out the dust and the dirt. So even in the helmet department, the technology marches on.
And so do the race cars. That's the front wheel of Raymond Beadle's Blue Max moving into the staging lights. That is the 84 Camaro of Sherm Gunn's in the foreground.
Well, it may be an 84 Camaro body, but looking under it is a 1978 race car chassis. Now, Raymond Beadle has an 18-wheeler full of parts and pieces. Not so Sherm Gunn. In fact, there's already some smoke coming out of the right bank of Sherm Gunn's engine. But Sherm Gunn very alert on the lights. The engine's starting to fade for Gunn. It is Raymond Beadle all the way. Beadle wins it at a 593, 247 miles per hour. So for Sherm Gunn, the day is over, but with some good memories, defeating Bernstein in round 1, his best ever effort.
Well, Raymond Beadle goes on as the Blue Max eases to a stop up there at the far end of the racetrack, but we've got another pair. That is the Candies and Hughes car, driven by Mark Oswald, one of the strongest runners in funny car competition. Going up against him is Gary Southern, Glendora, California. Not quite as well known a competitor in this particular kind of competition, Steve.
No, but Gary Southern has driven everything in drag racing. Top fuelers, you name it. In his early days, he was a go-kart champion. And I would tell you, Southern is quite an outdoorsman. He is also now a professional bass fisherman, in addition to hunting and all kinds of outdoor activities. Mark Oswald has an awful lot of fans and even family in the grandstand because he's from Cincinnati, Ohio, but spends most of his time these days in Houma, Louisiana, working on the bright red Firebird. This is Gary Southern, Glendora, California. He's got 4 children. In fact, one of the boys is a professional baseball player, a pitcher.
He's got to be mighty proud of that. And a good-looking race car. This is a new tempo-bodied funny car that Gary's brought here to Columbus, and it's really well turned out. Not a whole lot of sponsorship signage along the side of the car. He runs it independently, but he does a good job with it. The car, beautifully turned out, and it's going to have to be to beat the man in the other lane.
Well, a lot of people feel the Candies and Hughes car is the best prepared in funny car racing. And Mark Oswald, very savvy when it comes to track conditions. Earlier, Brock asked him if there were ideal conditions.
Mark, if you had your absolute choice in terms of sea level or altitude, in terms of temperature, time of day, humidity levels, what would you pick? If you could dial in the weather and the location and the geography, inland, on the seacoast, in the mountains, on the deserts, where would you like to run, and exactly what, if you could pick the optimum weather and conditions, what would you choose?
If I wanted to build my optimum racetrack, I'd build it in Death Valley as low as I could get it, and I'd put a big forest all around it so there's a lot of oxygen off the trees. That'd be about the ultimate.
How about temperature?
Oh, I'd say around 50 degrees, 60 degrees in that range. Plenty cool.
Do you like that for the tires or for the engine?
Well, it depends on the racetrack, too. A lot of the racetracks, they like this track here particularly, will get a problem if it gets real hot. They like to be cooler, too. The concrete, you don't really need that heat for the racetrack to be good. And the supercharger heats the air going into the engine so much, the cooler the air going in, the better off you are.
Okay, now you're going to be running in 90-degree temperatures here all weekend. What kind of specific changes will you make in a race car to compensate for that?
It just burns less fuel volume. You have to take a little bit of fuel volume away from it, and you just play with a little bit, and we can get her there.
Okay, well, good luck. It seems like it's working so far.
Yeah, it is good.
Well, Brock, if we think we're hot, imagine Mark Oswald and Gary Southern in 5-layer fire suits. That's like being inside a baked potato.
And a mighty noisy one at that. Plenty uncomfortable in these race cars.
They leave right together, but Gary Southern better have an afterburner if he's going to catch Mark Oswald. Look at that. 585, 243 miles an hour. Mark Oswald advances to the semifinals, where it will be Oswald versus Raymond Beadle in the Blue Max, and Don the Snake Purdue meets his old rival Tom McEwen.
The thermometer's starting to bubble here at Columbus, Ohio, as we get ready for pro stock action. But first, let's go down to the pits to our buddy Ed Bruce.
Pro stock driver Bob Glidden, the winningest driver on the NHRA Tour, has made a habit out of appearing in these final rounds at the Spring Nationals. He's won this event an amazing 5 years in a row, and 6 out of the 7 times he's won the championship when he made it to the final event. Let's go back to last year and watch him as he faced Frank Iaconio in that final run for the championship. Bob in the far lane had been having a tough year up until the Springs. Ranked number 4 in 1982, he faced Frank Iaconio, ranked number 2 in the near lane. Both cars eased into the staging lights, and off the line it was a very close race. But Glidden puts on the steam and pulls ahead for the victory, running 178 miles per hour, the highest speed for pro stockers at the Springs. In slow motion, we see it was a great start for both cars, but then Glidden poured it on for the win, his 5th consecutive win at the Spring Nationals. I wonder if Bob can do it 6 straight times.
Well, we're about to find out, Ed, because there is Bob Glidden, the red, white, and blue 84 Ford Thunderbird in the far lane. The Pro Stock is the single most expensive car in drag racing to build because of its sophistication. The minimum weight is 2,350 pounds with the driver aboard. They're 500 cubic inches, and nobody does it better than the 5-time world champion from Whiteland, Indiana, Bob Glidden, ably assisted by wife Etta. And here from Winston, Minnesota, with an 84 Pontiac Firebird is Gene Fashing.
Well, these guys are going to go at it. They just run head-to-head. Pro stock competition is also the tightest in drag racing, Steve. It's never decided by more than a car length.
And the most important part of any pro stock drag race is the start. Bob Glidden has red lighted in the far lane. The 5-year streak comes to an end. Gene Fashing upsets Bob Glidden here in pro stock competition. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable it is, and a 792 as we see Bob Glidden roll off the racetrack. He's got to be displeased.
As you watch Bob Glidden and the Christmas tree at the same time, you can see it was a very close red light, but it appeared that Glidden's car was rolling slowly as if possibly the line lock that holds the front brakes was not operating properly.
Well, the first of the big upsets in pro stock is Gene Fashing knocks off the favorite, Bob Glidden with a tremendous run. Trying to get out of the race car. Safety net out of the way. Door open. Hey, how about that? Congratulations. Kind of a surprise. Do you have any idea what happened, Gene?
Bob just staged last and red lighted. That's all I know.
Boy, 5 in a row he had here. You had to go up against him and say, boy, this guy owns this racetrack.
Yeah, I didn't expect to win. But I'm here.
You take it anyway, huh?
Yep, we'll go for the next one.
How's the car running?
I don't know. I don't know what I ran. It didn't run worth a darn on the first pass, but I hope we picked it up a little.
Well, congratulations. See you next round.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good thing that car wasn't on fire, Brock. You'd have been in real trouble. Gene Fashion having a little problem getting out. Okay, it is pro stock competition, the next race at hand. And this is a beautiful automobile. Gordy Rivera of Yuma, Arizona. Been pro stock racing for a long time, but still looking for that first big win. And he's got one tough customer here at Columbus. This man, the world's fastest pro stock driver at over 182 miles an hour, Warren Johnson, heating up the tires on the beautiful silver Oldsmobile. Now, Warren Johnson's career took a giant leap forward when he moved from Minnesota to Duluth, Georgia. They got a lot of stock car science down south, Brock, and it paid off for Warren. Gordy Rivera operates a speed shop in Yuma, Arizona, and the pro stock car is just kind of his way of keeping his hand in the business.
Well, he's got his hands full right now with that silver Oldsmobile. That's a big barn door of a race car compared to Gordy Rivera's very streamlined Camaro, but big horsepower on the part of Warren Johnson's Oldsmobile engine.
As they stage, the RPMs come up. Gordy Rivera with a tremendous hole shot. Rivera gambled on the lights and won. Here comes Warren Johnson. No, it is Gordy Rivera with the wind light of his life. He is going to be thrilled to death with a 783 over Warren Johnson's quicker 774. The lanes are timed independently, remember. The clocks don't start till the front wheels move. Gordy Rivera in the near lane. He was a half a car out on Warren Johnson. Warren a little complacent possibly with all of that horsepower that he owns. Now at this point of the racetrack, Warren Johnson running 6 miles an hour faster, but it's still not enough to catch Rivera.
Almost a perfect light for Gordy Rivera. Another big upset here. Gordy, congratulations. Couldn't have done it any better. Caught a perfect light against the big killer. He was running real strong, but not strong enough.
Well, I'm working at it real hard, I tell you.
Car must have ran perfect.
I hope it did. It felt real good.
They told us that you squeezed the light about as good as anybody could do with one of these things.
I was working for it. I knew I had to be ready for him.
Everything's good otherwise?
Everything feels good.
Okay, congratulations. Super race.
Thank you.
Smiling Gordy Rivera reminds me a little bit of another famous athlete, Lee Trevino. Here we continue with pro stock competition. In the near lane, the Ewell brothers. Brad Ewell driving at the Spring Nationals. Mark often does. They operate a big performance center in Reno, Nevada. It's been a tough day so far for the Ewell brothers. This is Brad. They exploded a motor in round number 1 and have had to put in their spare power plant to go up against Ken Dondero, Balboa Island, California. Dondero, one of the finest pure drivers we've ever seen in pro stock. He drove for Bill Grumpy Jenkins, for Jack Roush in the Ford camp. Took about 5 years off, started a very successful business in Costa Mesa, California, and now he's back driving a car owned by Bob Pinella from Central California. So it's a pair of General Motors products. Firebird in the near lane, Camaro in the far lane, Brock.
Right, Steve, and who's out first? Yes, Brad Ewell. Good hole shot. And is he going to be able to hold off Ken Dondero? Dondero has problems. Brad Ewell takes it, 796, as Ken Dondero encountered some kind of mechanical problems and never really was in it.
Well, this is the best performance by the Ewell brothers in a long time as they go into the semifinals with their backup power plant on board. Coming up next, 3-time and current world champion Lee Shepard, the rear and Morrison Camaro. He will be in the far lane. Now, all the car owners ask Lee Shepard to do is drive. He does not work on the car between rounds. They prefer that he go over, get in the shade, get a cool drink, and just keep his mind on that starting line and that Christmas tree. 3 world titles for Lee Shepard. His competition, Sam Giannino, an engine builder from Royal Oak, Michigan, and this is the first time we have seen Giannino this far in competition in a long, long time.
Well, he's got to give it everything. Too much, in fact. A red light for Sam Giannino. That puts him away. It looks like he's going to win the race, but not to be. Lee Shepard wins it at 777. So with his rivals Glidden and Johnson out, it'll be Shepard against Gordy Rivera in the semifinal. Gene Fashing, Brad Ewell go against each other in the other race. Well, that does it with Pro Stock for the time being, but let's go back to the pit area. Those hands belong to Raymond Beetle crewman Fred Miller. He is a clutch specialist, and adjusting the clutch on one of these funny cars is one of the most critical components of fast racing. Steve is with Raymond Beetle to reflect on his upcoming race.
Raymond, let me get inside your head just a little bit. You've got a race, Mark Oswald, Candies and Hughes. They can out-tee you on this racetrack. We've seen that all weekend. Do you gamble on another motor setup, or go out there and just try to stay close to them and force them into a mistake?
Well, we're going to force them probably to make a mistake. We're going to change our car up a little bit, which we've been changing the last 2 or 3 rounds. We kind of changed our whole approach today, and we kind of did just the opposite of what we'd been doing the last 2 or 3 days, and the cars picked up 400 or 500s every run. So that time we were a little reluctant and leaning on the motor too much, thinking we might smoke the tires because the track has been kind of touchy for some of the cars. So we are going to lean on the car a little bit, but hopefully he hurt his car pretty good, and we know he's going to have to back it up. He had to change motors in the first round, so we think we'll stay pretty pat, but hopefully we'll pick up a few hundred.
Good luck, Raymond.
Thank you.
And that's Joe Amato. He's suiting up for semifinal action in the top fuel ranks. We'll be back at Columbus, Ohio for that following this.
Well, the racing has been as hot as the weather here at National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Steve Evans along with Ed Bruce and Brock Yates. Brock is right now back in the pit area with Bob Glidden.
Well, if there was a favorite in Pro Stock here at the Spring Nationals, it had to be Bob Glidden. 5 straight championships in this place, and then suddenly a turn of luck that even a veteran like you couldn't imagine happening. Bob, exactly how did it transpire?
Well, we staged with a brake, with an electric solenoid. And apparently when I put the line pressure on and went to stage, the solenoid released and the car rolled through the lights.
And in NHRA drag racing rules, that's it. Goodbye.
We're not allowed any mistakes in this business, and the smallest part can fail and you're still going to be out of action.
Bob, have you ever had this kind of a parts failure before?
I've had a similar thing happen, but in another case it was our fault. It was a broken wire. You know, we have parts fail occasionally, and we've had a ration of it. Glidden Race Cars has had a ration of it for about a year, but it'll change around.
Well, there's no second chances in this sport. Top Fuel semifinals, a pair of quality cars. The fastest driver in the world, Joe Amato, holds the record at 262 miles an hour. As we said earlier, pioneered this giant, tall wing up there in what Joe calls the clear air. Now, his competition in the far lane will be Gary Ormsby, the winner of this year's Winter Nationals, the low qualifier at the last 2 races. So, Brock, I think we've got a good chance for this to be a very tight competition.
Well, you sure can't fault the cars or the drivers. As we saw just a few moments ago when talking to Bob Glidden, that you could have a little mechanical failure. But as we watched Joe Amato's wife, Jerry, guide that beautiful maroon race car back into line, we can pretty well count on the fact that these cars are coming to the line with excellent preparation.
Brock, we just got a report from Ronnie Davis on the condition of Doug Krahulis. The hospital says that Krahulis has suffered some severe head injuries, but that the early prognosis is good for a recovery. It's going to be a long road for Doug, but he's going to make it.
Well, that's very, very hopeful and very good news for Doug and all his fans, and I'm sure that will help take some of the sting out of Shirley Muldowney's loss here earlier today.
Gary Ormsby and Joe Amato accomplishing the very delicate staging maneuver, not wanting to get any deeper into those electronic beams than they have to. It is a beautiful start, but Ormsby goes up in smoke, trying to recover, but that opened the door for Joe Amato. A happy crew there, and well, they should be, as Joe Amato goes into the final round with a 563 at 255 miles an hour. Ormsby losing at 580, 249. As we look at it again, you can see that there really was no advantage to either driver off the starting line. But as they move off the line, the centrifugal action of that clutch starts to hook up and put too much power to Gary Ormsby tires. He just simply overpowered that right-hand lane. And back at the starting line, Gary Beck's crew has already fired that 3,000 horsepower engine for his bye run. Now he gets a gift here in the semifinals because of the Doug Krahulis incident. Krahulis was his scheduled opponent, but he does have an opponent, and that is the clock, because he wants to run quicker than Joe Amato's 5:63 so that he will have lane choice in that final round over Amato. But it's not totally an automatic victory. Gary Beck has got to stage that car. Should anything go wrong with the engine, the transmission, he could still lose. Right now, back in the pits is Brock with Warren Johnson.
Well, it was a day of giant upsets, as we know, in pro stock, and one of the major players to fall was the top qualifier, Warren Johnson. I think it was a giant surprise, Warren, certainly to everybody in the stands, and I'm probably more so yourself than anybody.
Well, it's a situation that we were running well enough that you probably tend to be a little bit conservative. So what happened to Glidden wouldn't happen to myself. He red lighted, you know, and obviously he was in the same position I was. He was capable of winning the race just as well as Shepard is going to probably win this race. And you probably tend to be a little bit conservative, and the other guy's got nothing to lose. He's going to gamble, and this time he won. He'll try it next time, probably lose. You know, it's one of those things that what makes the sport a little bit exciting.
Well, that's why you see a lot of underdogs squeeze the light and red light so much, I suppose. But in this particular case, he squeezed it about as good as anybody could do. It was almost an impossible light, really.
Well, he took a pure guess at it, and he come out looking like a hero. If it had gone the other way, he had no choice but to do it. So either event, he can't lose, you know. So unfortunately, I lost.
And with a quicker elapsed time did he lose. This is Gary Beck, and quick elapsed times are his specialty. The mark he's shooting for right now is anything quicker than a 5:63 as he accomplishes what the racers call the dry hop. That's that little second burnout that heats up the clutch and gives the driver some idea of the traction qualities of the racetrack. Starter Buster Couch. He's been out there for the National Hot Rod Association over 20 years. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, and always has his eyes on those race cars, looking for anything that might be leaking out of the engine that could cause a potentially dangerous situation. Buster's made a lot of life and death decisions on that starting line over the years, Brock.
He has indeed, and he's flagged a lot of guys off if they've been late staging, and he's gotten some people hot. But once Buster says that's it, that's it.
Yep, there's no appeal there, but look at Gary Beck. He is flying. Gary Beck, the shootout. Is there any doubt about lane choice? 5:49 at 258 miles an hour. That is top speed of the event for Gary Beck. He will race Joe Amato in the final round of Top Fuel.
All right, that is a funny car. This is Columbus, Ohio, the Spring Nationals, and that automobile belongs to one of the great veterans in this sport, Don Prudhomme. He is going to go up against this man, Tom McEwen, and between them, they've got over 40 years of big league drag racing experience. Earlier, Steve had a chance to talk to Don about that endless rivalry with Tom McEwen.
Been doing this a long time, this jungle warfare, the snake and the mongoose. He's got a lane choice here, but not a big advantage, I don't think.
Well, no, he's been running pretty consistent, and you know we run a little quicker earlier in the rounds, and we had some trouble last round, which of course gave him lane choice. But depends on that left lane is. You know, I still think we can do a pretty good job over there.
He likes that lane choice. He says, I like the feeling of power it gives me to tell him where to go.
Yeah, yeah, he does. Of course, I like that too. You know. But it'll be a fun race, and if I get off to a good start together and we don't have any trouble getting the tires just and so on, I think we can put him away.
This is so much of a guessing game. The car goes a little slower that round. You come back here with your mechanic, Bob Brandon, and you really start guessing a lot.
You really do. You guess way before you get back to the pit, Steve. You know, you guess, you know, as the thing was going into high gear, I knew what was wrong with it, and you know, had to make some quick decisions on what to do on our way back to the pit. So we can discuss things like that in the tow vehicle. When we get back here, we pretty much know what to do.
Well, we look forward to watching anytime you and Tom get together. It's always fun.
It'll be a good race.
It sure will be. Whenever you hook a pair of superstars up like this, you know it's going to be hot. It'll be interesting to see whether the combination that Prudhomme chose after his last race will work, because this racetrack is getting mighty slick, Steve.
And Don Prudhomme absolutely hates to lose to Tom McEwen. He hates to lose, period. But to McEwen, that just breaks his back.
Well, you know that McEwen has got the good lane here, and that might spell the difference in this particular race.
Oh, McEwen is going to the starting line with all the confidence in the world. In the win-loss column, Prudhomme has won far more than McEwen over the years, but this one is going to belong to the mongoose. Don Prudhomme, too much
much tire smoke. Tom McEwen on to one of his best runs ever, a 587 at 251 miles an hour. The Goose is tough today.
He sure is. As we see Don Perdome coasting down the racetrack, he doesn't even pop the chute on that one. That was a disastrous run right from the time he dropped the clutch.
And now all he can hope is that McEwen doesn't stop by his trailer and nag him about it.
Well, there you see Don Perdome just immediately lighting up those tires, and from there on in, it was all McEwen.
Don Perdome doing a lot of steering in all of that tire smoke. Some kind of race car driver.
That was probably a clutch setup that just didn't work.
Exactly. An awful lot of times you'll try to make horsepower with the clutch. In other words, put more horsepower to the rear tires instead of building it in the engine. And when you try to do that, it's a calculated risk.
Well, let's see how it works with this man's adjustments. That's Fred Miller. We saw him working on Raymond Beadle's clutch a little bit earlier. That, of course, is a critical adjustment, and it will only be a matter of seconds before Raymond Beadle finds out how Fred Miller did with his clutch.
And their opponent will be Mark Oswald, who has that favored right-hand lane, right now doing his burnout in the red Pontiac Firebird. You'll remember, Brock, years ago in drag racing, you smoked the tires intentionally. That's just the way it was, all the way to the finish line sometimes. And along came what they call the slider clutch. The clutch actually slips. You can adjust the amount of slippage so that the excess horsepower goes up in clutch dust instead of tire smoke.
Exactly. It used to be the object just to hook that clutch up as tight as possible and eliminate slippage. But now that the science has come into the game, the clutch becomes as important as gear ratios used to be, or all kinds of tire pressures and all kinds of other components. The clutch is a critical component now.
And these are 3-disc clutches. You have one disc in a passenger car. Well, there's 3 of them inside a funny car clutch, and it's kind of like a hydromatic in some ways. You just step on the pedal and it goes.
Exactly. And remember, too, in the old days, it used to be direct drive. You just put them in gear and go. But now there is a gear change about halfway down the racetrack in a funny car and in a top fuel dragster as well.
That's right. It's just a matter of pushing a button or pulling a lever, depending on the setup. You don't have to depress the clutch like you would in a street car.
Well, again, it's a question of so much real surplus horsepower. I mean, we talk about 2,500, 3,000. Nobody really knows, but we do know this. There's more than you need.
Well, more than you need at the starting line, but you need every bit of it at the other end of the racetrack. So many times, it's one down there. We're ready. Mark Oswald, Raymond Beadle right together. Oswald starts to pull out with an advantage. It is Mark Oswald going into the final round at 589, 242 miles an hour. And that 589 means Tom McEwen will have lane choice with his quicker 587.
So as Mark Oswald coasts to a stop, let's take another look at that race. Pretty even off the line. Raymond Beadle going head for head with Mark Oswald. It looks like maybe Beadle's got a little bit of an edge at this point, but at the far end of the racetrack, it's Mark Oswald with big horsepower to go on to take that victory. So, Mark Oswald into the finals.
Well, Mark, you got a little lucky there. Beadle was closing fast.
Yeah, it was close. I wanted to drive in the chute. I had a little trouble getting stopped the last 2 times.
Yeah, it looked like you shut off before he did.
Yeah, I clicked it a little early. We've been kind of wounding the motor a little bit, and I want to save it as much as possible. I felt that I was ahead, so I clicked it.
We just learned that you've lost lane choice by 0.02 of a second to Tom McEwen in the final.
Well, it's not too big a deal. This racetrack's held up real good. I think we can make a good run in the left lane.
All right, go get him.
Plenty relaxed young man, total professional. Mark Oswald, he'll go against one of the real veterans, Tom McEwen. All right, let's go back. Pro Stock semifinals. That is Yule versus Fasching. Really no favorite in this one, I wouldn't think, Steve.
No, not particularly. One thing we know for sure, no matter which driver wins, we have a surprise final round contestant. Neither is generally expected to go that far.
Yeah, but let's not forget, we've lost a couple of the big names. We've lost Bob Glidden, we lost Warren Johnson, and who's to know? This could be a day of big upsets in Pro Stock.
Well, Gene Fasching won his race with a hole shot, as you remember. He may be trying that again on the Ewell brothers. Beautiful automobile for Brad Ewell, one of the cleanest Pro Stocks anywhere. Engine RPM's up. Gene Fasching has red lighted. It looked like the car just kind of lunged through the beams before he let the clutch out. This is Brad Ewell going into the final round at a 795, 173 miles an hour with his backup engine. Not bad at all.
Boy, the Ewell brothers have got to be happy. There's some celebrations going on in Reno right now, but unfortunately for Gene Fasching, It's over much too early. Matter of a few feet, and it was decided when he went through the beam and clicked on the old red light.
Well, Brad Ewell is going to race one of these two gentlemen. Either Gordy Rivera, who had the whole shot of the weekend in the earlier round, up against Lee Shepherd, the world champion. You see Gordy Rivera moving those levers. Unlike a street transmission where you have a single stick, in a Pro Stocker, you got a stick for each gear.
And you just keep yanking them back as you go down the racetrack. 4 speeds through the quarter mile.
This will be a very interesting start. Warren Johnson, when he talked to you earlier, Brock, said Gordy Rivera is flat guessing on the lights. Well, if he guessed against Warren Johnson, you know he's got to guess against Lee Shepherd because he's down a full 10th in the elapsed time department. Shepherd in the far lane, Yuma, Arizona's Gordy Rivera in the near lane, taking their time moving in. Shepherd breaks first, stages. Now Rivera is in. Buster Couch watches. Gordy Rivera guessed again, only not successfully this time. A red light in the near lane. It'll be Lee Shepherd going up against Brad Ewell in the Pro Stock final.
Well, Gordy Rivera had no choice but to try it and gamble against Lee Shepherd. It didn't pay off, so Lee goes on to the finals against Brad Ewell here at the Spring Nationals.
16 Pro Stocks qualified here at the Spring Nationals in Columbus, Ohio. Only 2 remain. This is the final round. It will pit Lee Shepherd, the 3-time world champion, in his white Camaro from Texas, against this glistening Pontiac Firebird from Reno, Nevada, with Brad Ewell at the wheel. Shepherd looking over, checking out the location of the Ewell brothers automobile. You know, Brock, the Ewell brothers, I've never seen brothers any closer. They race together, they party together, they're in business together, inseparable guys.
They sure are. They share the defeats, they share the losses, and they share the expenses. Earlier, Steve had a chance to talk with Brad.
Brad Ewell, another one of those perfect days at the races. You break a motor first round, have to change engines, put in, what, a 3-year-old motor, and here you are in the final?
Well, we feel good about it, Steve. We just, all weekend long, we just can't get down the track, can't get down the track. Now we feel pretty good. I've been driving well. A lot of other people have just failed to drive well.
I don't know if you're superstitious at all, but did you realize that Lee Shepherd has never won this race? It's the only one he's never won.
Well, to beat someone, that's a man you absolutely have to beat. Everything is in his court right now. He's the one that has to make the mistake. He's got the horsepower. We're just going to hope we leave on time and make a good race out of it.
So often in Pro Stock the last year or so, we see red lights in this kind of a situation where one guy's a 10th or 2 off. Are you liable to do that?
I might red light, but I hope I don't. We want to make a good race out of it. I want to get the start line, the finish line, hope the mistake is in Lee's lane.
There's nothing worse than red lighting, gambling on the lights, and seeing the other guy break a transmission.
That happens all the time. In the second round, it happened against Don Darrow. Me and Don Darrow, he was right alongside of me, and he shut it off. He broke something.
Well, I know both of you guys drive. Mark, step in here for just a second. Do you wish you were in the cockpit in this final round now?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, I wish I was in the cockpit. But that doesn't bother me. I'm real proud of the job that Brad's done, and it's an opportunity that we took advantage of, really. We've been in the semifinals 7 different times now and never been in the final, so we need a little luck, and Brad did his job, and here we are.
And here we are, just about ready to find out who's going to do it against Lee Shepherd in that beautiful white Camaro and that marvelous-looking Pontiac Trans Am of the Ewell brothers, Steve.
I got the feeling, talking to Brad, he wasn't going to take a Gordy Rivera type of a gamble. He hoped to have a green light, and he does. But if Lee Shepherd is going to make a mistake, it's going to have to be in the next 2 seconds because he's got a big, big lead. It is Lee Shepherd for the first time ever winning the Spring Nationals. The Rear and Morrison crew looking down the track like it's just kind of another day at the office. But for Mark Ewell, a thumbs up to his brother, even though he can't see it. He's proud of what he did today.
And he should be, because Brad Ewell did a fine job. He did not red light, he drove well, but he was just outpowered. You wonder whether or not Lee Shepherd would have had as easy a time of it if the Ewell brothers hadn't had to go to that old tired backup motor. But no matter, it's over with now. Lee Shepherd, the new champion here at the Spring Nationals, his first victory, and he is with Steve Evans.
Lee Shepherd was beginning to believe he was jinxed at Columbus, Ohio. Congratulations, your first ever Spring Nationals win.
Well, thanks, Steve. It really feels good. Yeah, things hadn't been looking too good the last few years, and we finally pulled it off.
Not here anyway, but everywhere else they've certainly been good.
Yeah, we've had a real good season so far.
In fact, you've got a huge points lead now. Brad Yule was not about to red light, as so many do against you. I think he thought he'd take his chances the whole quarter mile.
Well, that's usually the smartest thing to do, I think. Looked like we both left pretty close together, and it was a good race.
It certainly was a good race, and congratulations again. Lee Shepherd moving on towards what will undoubtedly be his 3rd World Championship.
And our congratulations as well to Lee. Job well done. All right, funny car finals. That is Mark Oswald in the Candies and Hughes Trans Am. Against him, the old pro, the Mongoose, Tom McEwen. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I think that Tom McEwen has more confidence today than I have seen in a long, long time, since maybe the late 70s. He's got the performance. His driving has never been better. He's got lane choice. Everything is in his court. Mark Oswald, well, he was about 13 years old when Tom McEwen first started drag racing. It is Mark Oswald all the way. Tom McEwen loses traction, even though he had the favored lane. Oswald, one of the few cars to really quickly get down the near lane at 590, 251 miles an hour. And a popular victory for the Ohio native.
Absolutely. Lots of Mark Oswald fans here as we take one more look at a race that turned out to be over in a matter of feet. Oswald on the left side. There goes Tom McEwen boiling his tires. He quits immediately. Mark Oswald goes on to victory.
So Mark Oswald avenges a final round loss here a year ago to Raymond Beadle to pick up his 3rd NHRA title. One of only 2 drivers to have ever won NHRA national events in Top Fuel and Funny Car, Don Prudhomme being the other one. Congratulations, Spring Nationals champion.
Thank you, Steve. I didn't think we'd ever get one this year.
I don't know what happened to McEwen, but he was out of it early.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really saw him at all. I don't know if he had a problem smoking the tires or what.
Well, it looks like you went up a little conservative, a 590 elapsed time. Colonel Paul Candies giving the high five to Mark. How did you set it up?
Well, we just tried to get down the track again. We've been trying to compensate in the final rounds, and we've been losing. You know, we've been trying to keep making it go quicker, and we decided to just go with it the same and try to win the race.
And you have certainly now matured as a funny car driver. No one can call this kid a rookie anymore. Paul Candies, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Fine young man here.
My guys did a great job. Best team in drag racing. It doesn't get any better than this.
Well, it certainly doesn't. They also leave here with the lead towards a potential world championship.
And now, one more race. Beck versus Amato, the Top Fuel Championship here at the Spring Nationals.
The world's fastest Top Fuel driver, Joe Amato. He will race in the final round at the Spring Nationals. The world's quickest Top Fuel driver, Gary Beck. What a matchup, Brock Yates.
Going to be mighty interesting, Steve. As you said, Gary Beck, the lowest ET in history, over there in that beautiful white dragster against Joe Amato, 262 miles an hour. We saw him do it at the Gator Nationals earlier. Boy, oh boy, you just wonder whether or not it's going to be Beck the first half of the track and Amato the last half of the track.
And Amato has served notice to Gary Beck that number 1 on his car is definitely not secure for next season. Amato has set his sights on the world title and makes no bones about telling Gary.
Well, it seems as if he shifted everybody's balance of power when he showed up at Gainesville with that big high wing raked way back, and now a lot of other guys have gone to it. Beck, not quite as radical a setup, though, wing-wise.
About 2 years ago is when Gary Beck first came up with his big advantage, and it was in the fuel system. He spent countless hours on a flow bench working it out, a 2-stage system, as we see Jerry Amato smiling as she backs up Joe. Anyway, back to that fuel system thing. Beck was able to keep that a secret for a long time, but now the cat is out of the bag, obviously. Joe Amato, some of the other drivers and crew chiefs starting to figure out what Beck has known for so long.
There are no secrets in any kind of motor racing. It just gets around. These guys are much too sharp. Watching the other guy, and there's a little bit of copycat in every kind of racing, and it sure happened here. Gary Beck had an advantage, and now we're going to start to see big wings, and I think an emphasis on aerodynamics now that Joe's gotten the big speeds.
Well, Beck says with the right aerodynamics that a Top Fuel dragster could go 300 miles an hour. Think about that. You won't see any game split on the starting line between these two guys. They're good, clean drivers. Both are pre-staged. Let's see who moves in first. Neither driver wanting to move in first. Gary Beck finally does. Amato follows. We are just seconds away from the final race of the Spring National. They leave right together, but Gary Beck starts to stretch it out. Gary Beck wins the Spring Nationals. His crew obviously delirious. Gary did it with a 5:54 at 2:57.
Well, he's been running in the 550s all day long, and I'm sure Joe Amato knew it was going to take that kind of an ED to beat him. It was not to be, though, as Gary Beck really had it all in hand. All those months at the flow bench working on engine efficiency pay off in situations like this. And right here, he presses what's called the high-speed button, leans out the motor for a rocket-fast finish, maximum horsepower as he crosses the line, a winner here at Columbus.
So Gary Beck makes it 2 big wins in a row. The Cajun Nationals just a few weeks ago, and now the Spring Nationals again for Gary Beck. Congratulations, my friend.
Well, thank you, Steve. Geez, it's a tough race. You know, anytime you race Joe Amato, it's a handful, and real happy to win, and that's for sure.
Well, even if he can't win, he seems to hang around a few more rounds than you'd like.
Oh, yeah, no, they got a great race team over there, and super guys, and certainly we're real happy for all the Light All-Stars and be able to get her in the winner's circle 2 times in a row.
And you just hold your breath all the way down the racetrack, hoping those tires stay stuck.
That's it. I saw some wheels over there right off the starting line, and then I wrung her out a little bit in low gear, and they went away. I was real happy to see that.
Well, here comes the station wagon full of some big, burly guys from Hemet, California, and they are mighty happy.
As well they should be. Their man wins it. Top Fuel victor here, Gary Beck. Our congratulations to him, to Mark Oswald and Funny Car, and to Lee Shepard for another Pro Stock victory. All right, you thought it was all over? How about this? That's Roger Gustin turning up the wick on his jet-powered Funny Car. They hang around to watch this one, Steve.
And look at him holding onto the Christmas tree so that Gustin doesn't blow it into Indiana somewhere. They have a manual afterburner, putting on a show, smoke and fire, the weenie roasters of drag racing. You got to see these things at night to believe them.
Well, this motor is right out of a jet aircraft, and it'll blast this car down the strip at record speeds. As it turns out, though, he's not in a recognized class. This is purely for show. Roger Gustin practically blows them out of the grandstands to cap a highly competitive day here at the National Trails Dragway in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Brock Yates, along with Steve Evans and Ed Bruce. Thanks for joining us at the Spring Nationals.
The executive producer for American Sports Cavalcade is Harvey M. Palish. Produced and directed by John B. Mullen. Promotional consideration provided for and a fee paid by the Style Auto World Championship Team, the nation's premier source of fast lane fashion. Style Auto, the champion's choice for the style of your life. The American Sports Cavalcade is a presentation of Diamond P Sports.
September 1st, 1960. Cars and crews roll into the Detroit Dragway from all across the country, eager for competition in the 6th Annual National Drag Race Championships. No time is lost getting these high-powered quarter-milers ready for the pre-race safety inspection. Protective road coverings are removed, and crews make a quick check for travel damage. More than 1,000 cars are entered, divided among 14 stock car classes and 36 hot car classes. But no car is allowed to run in a National Hot Rod Association sanctioned event unless it passes through NHRA's mechanical inspection. Lanes set up for the various classes permit orderly inspection of the large number of cars. It takes time, but when a driver pushes his car to the limit, trying to hit top speed and nothing flat, there can be no compromise with mechanical safety. You pass, or you join the spectators. The experienced NHRA inspectors carefully examine a number of important areas. More than 30 are covered by the safety regulations. Front wheels are given close inspection. At 150 miles per hour, failure in the front wheel assembly would create somewhat of a steering problem. One of the required accessories is a heavy gauge metal shield to cover flywheel and clutch. Should these parts break or come loose at high RPMs, driver and spectators are protected. Additional safety for the driver is provided by the metal roll bar that must extend at least 3.5 inches above the driver's helmet. A safety harness fastened to the frame of the car holds the driver securely in place. Each of the requirements on the list is checked off. Cars that fail to qualify may be re-inspected after the faults have been corrected. A well-equipped metal shop is on hand to help make required changes or repairs. Roll bars are altered. Flywheel shields are fabricated and installed on the spot. A special lane is provided to speed up examination of previously rejected cars. With the first inspection record in hand, the inspector need only examine the corrected items. After a car has been given the mechanical okay, it is pushed to the weigh-in area. Cars are pushed because many are not equipped with starters or cooling systems. And then, why wear out the engine when you have a strong crew? First, the empty weight of the car is recorded. Assault 1 weighs in at 1,498 pounds. Next, the car and driver are weighed together. Finally, the weight ratio between front and rear wheels is determined. Safe handling of the car requires correct weight distribution. While early inspection, weigh-ins, and classification were taking place, the electronic timing devices were being readied to clock the elapsed times as well as the speed at the end of the quarter-mile run. Recording instruments are housed in the timing tower. The monitor shack connects all areas of the dragway by phone. Successfully passed inspection and weigh-in, cars are moved to the pit area to be groomed for their first runs. The first 3 days of the meet are devoted to time trials, and engines are tuned and retuned. Finally, the only answer is out on the strip. The big go is on. At the starting line, the Deseronto Drag Strip Indians, a car club from Ontario, Canada, direct the cars up to the mark. In the time trials, cars run the quarter mile alone against the clock, striving for low elapsed time and top speeds at the finish line. Times are measured to the hundredth of a second with the accurate Krondeck system. At the starting line, a car's front wheels are stopped just short of the electric eye. The instant the ray is broken, the timer is started. 3 beams at the finish form the traps, measuring end-of-run speed and elapsed time. Results are kept for each entry in each of the 36 classes. When each run is completed, the monitor phones the car number, ET, and speed to a group stationed near the end of the track on the return road. A card is given to the driver with all the data on his run. Elapsed time, 11.50. Top speed, 129.37. To hot rodders, there is always room for improvement. So before the next trip, it's back to the pits for rework. Quite often, transmissions are torn apart and gears changed, or engines are completely overhauled or even replaced. Pit crews appreciated the on-the-spot distribution of spark plugs. Plenty of racing oil was close at hand, and plenty of cooling fluid for hot crews. Probably one of the most important jobs in running a smooth racing event is in the hands of the staging area personnel. As cars move up to the track, they are first directed into one of two lanes. Then they are further separated according to class in 6 lanes. This allows the staging area director to keep a steady flow of the various class cars moving to the starting line. Once the driver reaches the head of his lane, he waits to be called to the starting line. A push to start the engine. And he's ready for the race against time. At sundown, the machines rest, while the crews go for a look at the big National Custom Car Show of 1960. Beautifully displayed dream cars at the Detroit Armory competed for honors in styling and custom craftsmanship. The X-Pac 400 Air Car experimental class winner was an exciting look into the future. The fabulous Golden Sahara 2 is an all-electronically controlled custom. The big show provided 4 days of automotive splendor for admiring crowds. Sunday morning, start of class elimination runs. The starting area was washed and brushed clean to help the rear wheel racing slicks grab a good bite on the asphalt. Any loss of traction here can cost the driver the race. The crowds came. They packed lunches, radios, ice boxes, children, everything for an exciting day at the drag races. All the staging lanes were quickly crowded with cars and crews. Class eliminations are 2-car heats run tournament style. The loser is eliminated while the winner returns to race again. On either side of the finish line, a bank of lights flashes on automatically, indicating the winning lane to the entire crowd of spectators. One of the rules of the Nationals requires all entries to use gasoline only. To enforce this rule, a fuel check was set up along the road back to the pit area. samples were taken from the tanks and examined chemically for any evidence of special racing fuel mixtures, such as alcohol or nitro combinations. As the eliminations continue, the field narrows and competition becomes keener. The cars that remain are carefully gone over and retuned to a high pitch of performance. Everything must be in perfect order. Engine timing is adjusted. Superchargers get a going over. Say ah, please. The last engine bolt is tightened, wheels checked, and then back to battle it out for class honor. The race is fast, and the result conclusive. In each class, one car, one driver finally emerges as champion, and the class winners are eligible to compete for one of the elimination titles: top, middle, little, street, and stock. The night before the big day, the cars are divided into proper eliminator classes. The crowds are out. The chips are down. Again, the elimination. 2 up, 1 down. The experts pick the winners as the field narrows to the 5 final runs of the Big Go. First is the stock eliminator run. The next heat is for the street eliminator title. Now the run for little eliminator. Next, middle eliminator. Now for the big prize of the meet, top eliminator. There's the light. It's the Albertson Olds from California. In this year's Nationals, more than $30,000 worth of prizes went to the various winners. 2 things. A twin Chevy-powered dragster from California is sure enough a double winner with 1 trophy for top speed of the meet, 171.10 miles per hour, and another for best engineered car. Stock eliminator title goes to a hometown Pontiac. Street eliminator award was captured with an ET of 13.14 seconds and top speed of 108.56 miles per hour by the custom speed shop entry from Washington, D.C. Taking the little eliminator title for the 2nd straight year, George Montgomery of Dayton, Ohio, turned 119.94 miles per hour in 11.88 seconds in a Cadillac-powered Willys. Licklider Brothers Chrysler-driven competition coupe with an elapsed time of 10.35 seconds and top-end speed of 152.80 miles per hour, took Middle Eliminator awards, a trophy for the mantle, and a Falcon for the garage. The big moment for the big winner of the 1960 national meet. Albertson Old's entry from Culver City, California, won top eliminator honors with a 9.81 elapsed time in the final heat. The grand prize is worth racing for, and so, judging by the expression, is the title of Mr. Eliminator, top driver of 1960's Big Go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dave McClellan. Standards of performance are set for every type of competition, and this inaugural Southern Nationals, no exception. In Top Fuel Eliminator, an all 5-second field, tough to beat. In Funny Car, 2 cars under 6 seconds in that magic 5-second zone, a new track record in Pro Stock. Working with me is Steve Evans, and he's got a further report on all the action.
The Deep South has waited a long, long time for their first ever NHRA National Championship event. And what a treat this crowd is going to get here today outside of Atlanta. These are the quickest ever 8-car pro fields, and ironically, all 3 of them are led by Texans. In Top Fuel, Mike Tarter qualifying low for the first time in his career. In Funny Car from Dallas, the Blue Max, and apparently their problems of the last few months are over. In Pro Stock, well, it's Lee Shepard, again proving that Bob Glidden at least can be out-qualified. If there's anything louder here today than the Funny Cars and the Fuelers, it's going to be this crowd.
Thank you, Steve. And this crowd has reserved one of its greatest ovations for one of the superstars of the sport, 2-time Top Fuel world champion Shirley Muldowney. We'll be joining her and the rest of the professionals of championship drag racing in just a moment as we begin coverage of the Southern Nationals. The huge crowd jammed into Atlanta Raceway for the Southern Nationals, getting ready for the start of Top Fuel Racing. 8 quickest cars qualified for this field to start the first round of eliminations, heading to a purse topping $11,000. Here we see the low qualifier, Mike Tarter out of Houston, Texas, driving Mike Himes' dragster. He'll be racing against the U.S. Nationals champion, Terry Kapp from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Jeb Allen, the quickest man in the history of drag racing from Long Beach, California, will be going off against a former national champion, Marvin Graham. The runner-up at the Gator Nationals, Jody Smart, hopes to continue his winning ways, particularly in the first round against Frank Bradley from California. The 2-time Top Fuel world champion, Shirley Muldowney, calls Mount Clemens, Michigan home. She'll be racing against a rising star from Bakersfield, California, Doug Kerhulis. We're back into the action, starting off first round of eliminations in Top Fuel Eliminator. The near lane is the U.S. Nationals champion, the Wheeler Dealer from Canada. That's Terry Kapp. His competition is the low qualifier, Mike Tarter out of Houston, Texas. Mike recorded a 5:76 elapsed time to take that #1 spot. Before the first round started, he had some problems, and Steve asked him about them.
You told me earlier, Mike, that you have a slight motor problem. If you can get by Terry Kapp in the first round, is it something you can repair?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just something we don't have 30 minutes to fix right now. We're going to have to try it. We didn't really notice it till just now, so we are concerned.
Showing the pressure is Mike Tarter, and it's going to be plenty tough against Terry Kapp because he is one of the strongest competitors here at the Southern Nationals. And you saw, there it was, Mike Tarter jumping the start. He got a red light, and the pressure just got to him. He knew something was probably wrong with the car. Terry Kapp, a very easy run, only 5.99 seconds elapsed time at over 220 miles an hour. Mike Tarter taking the early turn off as he just coasted through. He couldn't wait. Terry Kapp on this hot Georgia day, climbing out of his car, trying to catch a bit of the breeze as the turnaround crew pushes him off. Next pair, it'll be Jeb Allen against Marvin Graham. Jeb sitting in as his crewman starts, and there's a fire on the engine, and Jeb Allen waving some help over. He either sees it or feels it or just anticipates. They just blow it out. It's probably gasoline. They use gasoline in a little squirt jar, squirt it into the injectors, then spin the motor over using the supercharger to drive it. Jeb just shakes his head and said, what next could go wrong? But it looks like there's no problem. As Jeb Allen gets it started, his crewman says, let's go to the starting line. And the quickest man in the history of the sport comes to the starting line at Atlanta Raceway. He's racing against Marvin Graham, who'll be in the far lane. Steve's now caught up with Terry Kapp, the winner of that first round race.
He red lighted, Terry.
Yeah.
Were you aware that he had a motor problem?
No, well, I was aware he had a motor problem as before the parade, he left, and they said he had an oiler, but when his car started, everything was fine. Like, I looked over and all the holes were firing and sounded extremely good. But he red lit so early, I took it through low gear just to make sure it had low gear again, and then I clicked her off.
It ran 590s in low gear?
I just hit high gear, just put it in high gear. So I took it through low gear, hit high gear, shut it off.
The national champion, Terry Kapp, looking forward already to the second round race as Marvin Graham heads to the starting line. Before Jeb set that 5.62 second time down at Gainesville at the Gator Nationals, you saw it on your Diamond P Sports coverage. Marvin Graham had recorded a 5.68. This made these two racers the quickest men in the history of the sport in the past 5 years. Jeb Allen ever, and it is Marvin Graham crossing the center line. He's out of competition. What a close race it was, but it was Marvin Graham going across the center line, and that means automatic disqualification. Watch, they leave the line together, and it appears at this point that Marvin has just a little bit of an advantage. He drifts towards the center line. You think he's going to correct, but he does just a hair too late. The rear wheel crossing the center line, and it's a dejected Marvin Graham getting out of his fire suit and looking at his car. Not happy at all, I can assure you there. Marvin Graham and his partner, Mark Danicus. But for Jeb Allen, the 26-year-old superstar, he started this sport at the age of 18 with his first major win. His dad helping him off with his fire suit. Jeb Allen advances to round number 2. Talking about Diamond P Sports coverage, you saw Jody Smart finish in the runner-up spot down at Gainesville at the Gator Nationals just about a month ago. He's racing Frank Bradley from Napa, California, here in the first round at the Southern Nationals. Both cars leaving the line. Frank Bradley with a bit of a lead. Boy, this is a close race in the middle of the course, and it is Jody Smart just pulling it out from behind. A quick time, 5.84 seconds. His speed over 241 miles an hour. There you see Frank Bradley with a bit of a lead, but he starts to drift towards that center line. We may have lifted, I don't know, but it took him a little bit of time to pull it back into the proper posture, headed towards that finish line, and that may have been just enough to let Jody Smart get ahead. A tenth of a second separating him at the finish line.
Well, Jody Smart picks up here in Atlanta where he left off in Florida a month ago, but you were a little late on the line. It made that race closer than it should have been.
Awful late, Steve. Can't be doing that the rest of the day. It'll hurt us. Going to have to be right there for the rest of the race. I was real late.
And for Frank Bradley, his racing day is over, but a fine 5.94 second elapsed time. Absolutely no shame in being defeated by Jody Smart, one of the great ones. When you talk about greats in Top Fuel, this has to be the premier Top Fuel racer today. She is the two-time world champion. She's probably the only person known that could run a single name on the side of her race car, and everybody knows who she is, Shirley. None other than Shirley Muldowney. She has won them all. She has defeated the men at the best of their game, and she is continuing to do so, as evidenced by a win down at the Gator Nationals. Shirley doing her burnout. The burnout designed to heat up the tires prior to her run against Doug Kerhulis in this first round racing at the Southern Nationals. Let's watch in slow motion what happens to that tire. She rolls out of the water, and that's all it is, just plain water to help get the tire spinning. It spins very rapidly, it burns, it smokes, and boy, it's getting hot. And of course, both cars do the burnouts. This one driven by Doug Kerhulis, and Doug's got quite a problem on his hands. That problem, of course, is Shirley Muldowney. Earlier, we asked Doug, what's it like to drive against Shirley?
Well, I'll tell you what, she's so consistent on the starting line, and Ron Tolber's got that thing running excellent. The only thing is we both leave the starting line fairly well, I'd say. You know, we're good leavers, so my main concern is not to let her get out on me. You know, I have definitely got to leave with her or on her to have a chance to win the race.
Doug, that's one of the most difficult tasks in all of motorsports, that of leaving on Shirley Muldowney in Top Fuel racing. The burnouts are all completed, all the preparations are finished. It's now up to the car and the driver to see who gets to the finish line first. Both now staged, ready to go. And off the starting line, it appears to be side by side. Doug Kerhulis moves towards the center line. That may have cost him the race. Shirley Muldowney with a lot of smoke out of the engine, indicating some damaged pistons, but she won it, and that's what counts. 5.89 seconds, the speed 238 miles an hour.
as we watch again. Watch Doug Kerhulis' car. It drifts towards the center line just like Marvin Graham. It's almost a repeat of the Marvin Graham race, except Doug Kerhulis corrected, kept it away from the center line in disqualification, but at that time, Shirley Muldowney came past him and was not to be headed to the finish line. Look how close it was. Shirley Muldowney 5.89, Doug Kerhulis 5.91, 0.02 of a second separating Shirley Muldowney from Kerhulis. In the semifinals, Terry Kapp against Jody Smart, Shirley Muldowney against Jeb Allen. We're back at the Southern Nationals at Atlanta Raceway near Atlanta, Georgia, and girls come with blonde hair and blue eyes and freckles down here in the northern Georgia part of this world. They come in all sizes, too. We got little ones, and we got big ones, and we got ones big enough to drive race cars. As Steve talked to the two-time world champion, Shirley Muldowney.
You know, you and I have talked a lot, and I know you have great respect for the abilities of young Jeb Allen. How do you feel now going here in the second round against Jeb?
Just like any other driver, he doesn't bother me one bit. He can be beat just like anyone else. But then again, I'm in that class, too. So I think it'll be an awfully good drag race, and they said Gainesville was the greatest. I think this racetrack's better.
Well, that sort of sets the stage for the next round of Top Fuel racing as far as Shirley is concerned, but right now at the Southern Nationals, it's funny car time. Those fiberglass-bodied creations with the 2,000-plus horsepower engines that have become such crowd favorites. Let's take an opportunity to meet the drivers in this first round of competition. It'll be Raymond Beadle from Dallas, Texas at the wheel of the Blue Max. He is against one of the toughest ever competitors, Don the Snake Prudhomme from Granada Hills, California. Trip Shoemake drives Johnny Loper's car. They come from Phoenix, Arizona to match up against Paul Smith. He calls Hobie Sound, Florida home. Billy Myers started in funny car racing at the age of 16 out of Waco, Texas. And Kenny Bernstein, now living in Dallas, dropped out of the sport for about 6 years, but he's come back strong. From Easton, Massachusetts, Al Segrini. He's matched against the grand old man of funny car racing, Shiro Greer, a hometown boy from Warner Robins, Georgia. In the first round, the first matchup will find the two men that have held the world champion title for the past 6 years. That's right, over the past 6 years, no other racer other than these two have won a world champion title in funny car racing. Don Prudhomme held the title for 4 consecutive years. Then 2 seasons ago, Raymond Beadle, driving the Blue Max, took it away. The second year, Raymond Beadle repeated as the world champion. He reigns with that title right now. In the first round, they're meeting each other. We asked Raymond, who's his toughest competitor?
Well, Snake's definitely we always think our toughest competitor, and we try real hard against him, and he tries real hard against us. Last night, we just had a situation where we would have ran him if we hadn't qualified better, and afterwards, when we went to number 1, he went to number 5, so we still run him, so we were in a no-win situation.
Well, it's going to be hard to tell. During the heat of the day, during qualifying periods that we've had, our car has run quicker than their car has. In the evening, the way their car is set up with a nice cool air, it showed that they like cool air. And we are thinking that perhaps today they could have a problem of dropping cylinders, having problems with their engine, not performing in the heat, and we think our car can perform quite well.
Well, at this point, the talking is over, and it will be decided in just a few seconds. And it is Raymond Beadle out first. There goes Prudhomme towards that center line. He drives away. Beadle's car smoking, and it is Don Prudhomme with the win and the upset, as Beadle had been the low qualifier at 5.96 seconds. But qualifying doesn't count, as Prudhomme told us in the interview, and Prudhomme is the winner. The next round will be finding Trip Shoemake against this man, Paul Smith, and apparently some problems inside the car. It's a brand new race car, qualified very well here. The crew going inside the car must have been some type of shifting linkage problem. Generally, when you see the crew going in the windows of a funny car, that's what it is. Trip Shoemake sitting very patiently as all the work is completed on Paul Smith's car, and they both approach the starting line, ready to challenge each other and this quarter-mile racing service at Atlanta Raceway. Paul Smith's car totally unlettered, except for the number 10, indicating his finishing position in last season's World Championship. Shoemake with the big lead, and Paul Smith heads towards the guardrail. He has to shut it off, and Shoemake nipping a few pistons, but look at the time. 6.10, a 6:10 elapsed time. That's the amount of time it takes to travel the quarter of a mile from a standing start. Shoemake with a big lead, but Paul Smith already into trouble as the car drifts out towards the guardrail, and right there he has to lift away from it, gives the win to Shoemake, who's with Steve Evans right now.
Well, you know, it's fun to see you down here for changing a favorites role.
Oh, man, I tell you, it's been a long time coming. I'm tired now. Well, it's good to be here. That's
You're in 6:10, but it sounds like you cooked it to do it.
Well, we did. We ran that 5:98 last night, and we cooked it then, but I'd rather go home with burned up pieces and go home a loser, you know. Got plenty of tin soldiers where those came from, let me tell you.
Okay, we'll see you down here in round 2.
Okay, off here.
As Trip Shoemake and his crew heads back to the pit area to start work on their car, Crew Chief Ray Alley lining up Kenny Bernstein out of Dallas, Texas, into his own tracks after the burnout. The purpose of the burnout, in addition to heating the tires, is to lay down a lot of rubber to provide a good, tight racing surface so these huge slicks can get the traction they need to put these cars through the quarter mile in elapsed times of under 6 seconds. Kenny Bernstein in the near lane. His competition is Billy Meyer. Meyer out of Waco, Texas, started his racing career at the tender age of 16. He is 25 years old today, and he's driven nothing but funny cars. That's right, at 16, he started his racing career coming out of go-karts and jumping right straight into a nitro-burning funny car. He is one of the best today. Here you see Kenny Bernstein with a bit of a lead at this point as Billy Meyer goes up into smoke. He heads towards the center line, causes some problems, and Ray Alley's wife very, very happy with Kenny Bernstein's big win because he recorded 6.08 second elapsed time, and his speed was a blistering 242 miles an hour. Billy Meyer smoking the tires, the car getting out of control. It heads towards the center line, and that's all for Billy Meyer. For Kenny, a big win.
Well, Kenny, based now on average elapsed times, you look like the favorite.
Well, you know how that goes, Steve. Those favorites come and go in a hurry. But we're into the second round, and that's a start. And now we'll go back and fix her up. We nipped her a little bit and try it again.
Well, now the bad news. You race the snake next round.
Sure, yeah. Well, we're on the good side of the ladder. We had Billy, Prudhomme or Beetle, and the final, whoever the other side is. But we had the bad guys. Let's put it that way. It was Beetle, Prudhomme, Billy and me on the same side of the ladder.
So you look ahead. A lot of people try not to do that.
Oh, I think that's in their minds. I like to know who's coming up next, even if there's a chance, right?
Absolutely. Okay, we'll see. You were the snake down here in round 2.
That'll be it. Thank you.
And obviously elated Kenny Bernstein as we get ready for the last race of this round of funny cars. In the far lane, the Sting of Larry Kugel, driven by Cheryl Greer, while here in the near lane, it is Al Segrini at the wheel of this beautiful green machine. But when you're in Atlanta, all eyes are in the far lane on Cheryl Greer. He's from Warner Robins, Georgia, just down the road a piece. He's just moved into the driving chores of this car, and Cheryl Greer is the 1974 world champion. He admits to being at least 39 years of age. We say he's the grand old man of funny cars, and he qualified very well in Larry Kugel's car to match up against Al Segrini here in the first round of racing. Leaving the line together and up in smoke and out of control goes Al Segrini, almost into the guardrail. Now what a tragedy that would have been. Segrini just about wore the new off of that one, but he brought it back under control. He lost it right off the starting line. Cheryl Greer, a fine time at 6.18 seconds, but I can tell you, all eyes switched very quickly over to Segrini, as when he came off the starting line, the tires instantly starting to smoke. He loses control right there and has the presence of mind to shut it off and bring it back into a straight line. In the semifinals, it'll be Kenny Bernstein against Don Prudhomme, Trip Shoemake going against Cheryl Greer. We're at the Southern Nationals at Atlanta Raceway near Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Dave McClelland along with Steve Evans, and there's some real action in the Trip Shoemake pit area. You remember he said he had blown an engine. Well, the new one hanging on the hook's worth about $15,000 to $17,000. They're taking the old one out. Meantime, Steve Evans is in the Al Segrini pit area.
At each NHRA national event this year, the McGuire's Wax and Polish Company presents a Best Appearing Car Award. Here at the Southern Nationals, that honor goes to Al Segrini's Super Brute from Boston. And the judges are using words to describe this car you don't usually hear around the track. Classy, they're calling it. Elegant. And I'll tell you what, this whole operation just reeks of quality. This is the best appearing car.
And our congratulations to Al Segrini and his whole crew as we get set to go into Pro Stock Racing, the kings of the factory hot rods. Let's take a look at some of the drivers from Reno, Nevada. We have got the Ewell brothers with Mark Ewell at the wheel. He'll be racing Frank Iaconio from Totowa, New Jersey. Warren Johnson comes from Fridley, Minnesota, and he's driving an Oldsmobile against the number 3 qualifier. That's Bob Glidden, the reigning world champion. John Hagan from St. Paul, Minnesota, is driving a Hemi Mopar against Dino Don Nicholson and his Ford. Lee Shepard, of course, the number 1 qualifier, driving the Rare and Morrison Camaro, comes from Arlington, Texas, and it'll be Lee Shepard against the Wayne County Speed Shop car, David Hutchins at the wheel. And a big red light for David Hutchins. He rolled just a second too soon. And it is an easy go for Lee Shepard. He's not about ready to back out of it. His elapsed time, 8.54 seconds. His speed, 157 miles an hour. Back at the starting line, you'll see it. It is the red light glowing there in the circle, and that indicates a disqualification for David Hutchins. Another beautiful Chevrolet Camaro. This, the Ewell brothers, Mark Ewell at the wheel. Ewell going up against Frank Iaconio. He drives another Chevrolet from Totowa, New Jersey. These cars are actual cars coming off a factory assembly line, but a tremendous amount of modifications to them. Their engines can run on gasoline only. They can run on carburetors only. And when you consider they qualified at speeds of upwards of 160 miles an hour, tremendous performance out of these hot rods. And Frank Iaconio with a big lead off the starting line, extending it in the middle of the course, never catching. Mark Ewell down to defeat at the hands of Frank Iaconio, 8.53 seconds, 100th of a second quicker than Lee Shepard. Here is the new Oldsmobile of Warren Johnson to race against the reigning world champion, Bob Glidden. Johnson debuting this all Oldsmobile Starfire here at the Southern Nationals. Qualified well, but he's racing the number 3 qualifier in this first round of competition. And Bob Glidden is a tough one to beat. Johnson trying to stay with him in the middle of the course. He seems to be hanging in there, but it's over a car length at the finish line. Low elapsed time of the round thus far, 8.50 for Bob Glidden. Our final pairing, the matchup between the Plymouth Arrow with a Hemi engine of John Hagan against Dino Don Nicholson. Nicholson at the age of 52 is still a factor to be reckoned with here in Pro Stock competition. Steve has had a chance to catch up with Bob Glidden and talk to him about strategy.
Get the world champion's door open here. We'll chat with him for just a second. Bob, you let him have you in qualifying, but now you step up with the low AT of the round, 850.
Well, we messed around in qualifying trying to get between Shepard and Iaconio, and it backfired on us. We ended up third, but we'll just have to do the best we can do.
You mean you didn't want number 1, you wanted number 2?
Well, I wanted Shepard and Iaconio to have to run the next round, and now as it is, I have to run Shepard. That's not the way we wanted it, but that's the way it is.
Back at the starting line, the final race of this first round of Pro Stock competition. It is the Plymouth Arrow of John Hagan going against the Ford Mustang of Dino Don Nicholson. Nicholson's quite a story. He won his first national championship, the Winter Nationals, way back in 1961, and he is still a force to be reckoned with, and you saw it right there, the whole shot he put on John Hagan. It's going to be close at the finish line, but it is Nicholson hanging on for the win, 8.69 seconds, his speed 155 miles an hour. Let's go back and watch again. Dino Don Nicholson, you see him right there. He's leaving the line before Hagan ever thinks about letting the clutch out. And I'll tell you, that's going to be tough to beat at the finish line. You saw him holding on for a win of about a car length. The times show how close it really was, 8.69 seconds at 155 miles an hour for Nicholson. In the semifinals, it'll be Shepard against Glidden, Iaconio against Dino Don. Nicholson putting away his helmet and his driving gloves, talking to John Hagan, getting ready to go back. Headed to the pit area to prepare for the next round of competition. In addition to the professional categories that we've been covering here today, a number of other champions crowned at the Southern Nationals. In stock eliminator, it's Don Holben against Bud Rowe. Holben, a 30-year-old computer company owner, drove his station wagon into the winner's circle for the second time, winning some $3,500 in the process. Superstock Eliminator pitted Charlie Taylor against Dave Brunn. Taylor out of Lumberton, North Carolina, was the second win for his career, a previous 80 Gator Nationals victory, $8,000 going to Taylor. Larry Kopp in the Opel GT and Modified Eliminator put this Opel GT in the finals for the third time this season and won this time as Eddie Conrad of Houston, Texas crossed the center line. Larry Kopp winning some $10,000 in Modified Eliminator. In Competition Eliminator, it's a pair of Southerners, Ricky Clark out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Steve Green from Belle Chase, Louisiana, and the 26-year-old sod farmer from Mississippi in the Roadster won $11,000 when he won the Southern Nationals Competition Eliminator title. Top Alcohol Funny Car Finals pitted Jerry Gwynn from Miami, Florida against Ace Manzo. But Gwynn, unable to make the run, gave an easy single to Frank Manzo to take home the Top Alcohol Funny Car title. In Top Alcohol Dragster, a rematch of the Gator Nationals. Chet Ricard in the far lane. In the near lane, it was Joe Amato. And what a close race in Top Alcohol Dragster as Joe Amato, the 36-year-old auto warehouse owner, repeated his Gator Nationals championship by just a few inches at the finish line to defeat Chet Ricard. Some of the most exotic two-wheel equipment you will ever find are on the drag strips of America today. Top Fuel motorcycles. In the far lane on the Suzuki, it is Terry Vance, the reigning Pro Stock motorcycle champion. In the near lane, Jim Bernard on a Yamaha. And it's Bernard up near the guardrail. He's using the body English to pull him away. He stays away from it, but the win goes to Terry Vance, somewhat slower than his previous runs, but that doesn't matter. Terry Vance has just won his first ever Top Fuel motorcycle title. Diamond P Sports congratulates all the Sportsman Eliminator champions here at the Southern Nationals. Terry Vance and Jim Bernard coasting to a stop at the end of the racetrack, and is Terry Vance pumped up? You see him right there telling everybody, hey, I just won. Cyril Greer in the pit area working hard, though, because he's got a semifinal matchup, and it can be a tough one because he's got to go against the man that has had some exceptionally fine elapsed times, Trip Shoemake at the wheel of Johnny Loper's car. They're buttoning up that brand new engine, getting it ready to go in this semifinal round of racing. Over in the dragster pits in Shirley Muldowney's pit area, son John owning the cylinder walls on that racing engine. Meantime, Steve's over with Shirley's competition.
All right, you go to the starting line to race Shirley Muldowney. What are your thoughts on racing Shirley here today?
Well, Shirley ain't going to cut us any slack, you know. We're both top contenders. Ben have since the first of the year. We won the Winter Nationals. She got the Gator Nationals. We got a little more power to go. We're not hurting our motor at all like we did at the Winter Nationals. So we're going to put some more power in it, and I think the racetrack will come around a little bit with the cars running on it and the heat getting in it. And we should run real good. Give her a race for her money.
As Jeb Allen gets ready for his race for the money, Georgia Peach is having a great time here at the Southern Nationals. We'll be back with the professional semifinal racing in just a moment. Atlanta Raceway near Atlanta, Georgia, hosting the first ever NHRA Southern Nationals, and this huge crowd in anticipation of the semifinal round of racing. In Pro Stock Eliminator, it is that classic matchup between the factory hot rods of Ford and Chevrolet. Bob Glidden at the wheel of the Ford Fairmont. Lee Shepard wheeling the Rare & Morrison Camaro, the Chevrolet from Arlington, Texas. Number 1 and number 2 in the world last season. Bob Glidden, the defending and reigning world champion. Both cars coming into those staging beams ever so carefully. The start, all important to both drivers, and it's a red light for Bob Glidden. The win automatically to Lee Shepard. He's in the finals of the Southern Nationals. Bob Glidden shuts it down early. He knew he had lost just as soon as he left the starting line and left that red light showing. For Lee Shepard, a fine run, 8.49 seconds, 159 miles an hour. On the starting line, another Ford versus Chevrolet battle. Frank Iaconio against this man, 52-year-old Dino Don Nicholson. Winning his first ever championship in '61, Steve Evans is with Lee Shepard.
I want just a couple of seconds of your time. Did you see what happened up there?
Yeah, he red lighted.
You sure did.
I think he did the same thing I did at the last race. rolled through the lights. I saw him rolling over there.
I mean, the brake's not quite holding?
Right. Looked like that's what he did. It's pretty easy to do. A lot of drivers do that.
Back on the starting line, Dino Don Nicholson in the near lane, Frank Iaconio in the far lane, both concentrating on the starting line. And Nicholson beginning to drift out towards the guardrail. He's getting out of the track while Frank Iaconio goes straight and true, and Nicholson's got troubles. Boy, he gets close to the guardrail, and Nicholson pulling it back in as the Ford Mustang slowing down, and something going wrong for Dino Don Nicholson. For Frank Iaconio, it was an easy victory, but a hair-raising ride for Dino Don. You can see as we look again how close he came to the guardrail, pulling it out, the cloud of dust behind him as he got over into the loose stuff near the guardrail. Dino Don Nicholson bringing the car to a safe stop. He's sitting in there wondering what on earth could have gone wrong. Steve's now got Frank Iaconio.
Where'd he go? Did you hear? You seem a good deal calmer than your opponent who we just talked to in the final round, Shepard.
It might look like that on the outside, but it's not on the inside.
Okay, I want to let's go back to the pits, and we look forward to a great race between two Chevrolets, one from New Jersey and one from Texas.
Word has it from the NHRA safety safari, it was a broken suspension component that caused Nicholson's problem. Back on the starting line, semifinal racing in funny car, and there's only one car running. Back in the background, the bright yellow body held in the air by the crewman, that's Don the Snake Prudhomme, and he's supposed to be doing these burnouts too. But something's gone wrong, he can't get the car to start. Kenny Bernstein finalizing all of his pre-starting procedures while Don Prudhomme sits and watches it happen. They have not yet been able to fire Prudhomme's car. A lot of problems for the Snake, and this very rarely happens. There comes the word from the starting line official. It will be a single, and Kenny Bernstein will be attempting to set low elapsed time, trying to get lane choice for the finals. And he's got a great run going, just screaming down the asphalt. Bernstein 6.07 seconds at over 242 miles an hour. Don Prudhomme, he is not a happy man at this moment as they start taking the car back into the pits. But for Kenny Bernstein, after 242 miles an hour, he stopped quick.
Kenny, I don't believe I've ever seen a funny car run as quick as 6:07 as you did and stop so fast. What happened?
Well, she hurt her pretty bad, and it filled the inside of the compartment, the driving compartment, with oil. It came all over the windshield and everything, and when you do those type of things, you know it's hurt, Steve, and you just don't want to go too further in case there's a fire or something, so I got right after it. Of course, I use 2 parachutes. That helps a lot. Most people use 1. But when she's hurt like that and it comes up inside, she's hurt. You don't want any fires, so stop her. It's time to park it.
The next pair will match Cheryl Greer driving Larry Kugel's Sting against Johnny Loper's car driven by Trip Shoemake. And this Shoemake operation, a whole family affair. Wife Susie out directing traffic. And of course, the apple of their eye is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty named Heather.
Who do you think's going to win this track race?
Daddy.
Daddy is? Does Daddy let you do anything on the car? Do you get to help? What do you do?
I help him back the parachute.
Help pack the parachute. That's an important job. Well, I think Heather's motto is best put right here, Dave. It says, I love racing. You do, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck to you and your daddy.
If I'm bad, he spanks me.
Is she something?
Something she is, Steve. That's Heather Shoemake, the daughter of Trip and Susie Shoemake. Trip encased in the roll cage of Johnny Loper's car. Here in the near lane, it's Cheryl Greer driving for Larry Kugel in the far lane. The winner of this goes into the finals against Kenny Bernstein. Up in smoke goes Cheryl Greer, and down that racetrack is Trip Shoemake. That's the brand new engine. Remember, we watched him put it in 6.20 seconds, running over the grease sweep left after the exploding engine of Kenny Bernstein on the previous run. It'll mean Bernstein will have the lane choice over Trip Shoemake in the finals, but this is a drag race that nobody can be counted out until the racing's over. Semi-final Top Fuel Eliminator, Jody Smart and J.E. Christick in the near lane. The U.S. Nationals champion, Terry Kapp in the far lane. And something going wrong for Jody Smart. A bit of smoke off the tires for Terry Kapp, and he wins it. 6.01 seconds, 234 miles an hour. Something breaking for Jody Smart right off the starting line. A tough break for a great racer.
Well, with your kind of performance, you certainly don't need luck, but you've had it here today so far.
That's it. Some days you got it, some days you haven't. We sometimes really need the luck, and we can't even find it, and today we're running fairly well, and we're happy, and we're getting the breaks.
Okay, analyze the racetrack for me. It looked like maybe you smoked the tires.
Yeah, I almost did last time, and we laid a couple of black stripes down the track about 600 feet, and we were kind of concerned about it this time, so we took some power out of it and put a pile of wing on. As you can see, the wing is almost like a barn door. I don't think that was quite good enough.
Certainly not. Is the track going away maybe a little bit in the heat?
It's balling up a little bit, yeah. Mind you, we ran at the same times yesterday, so we're okay. We got one left. We're ready.
All righty. Let's go back to Dave McClellan on the starting line and see who faces Terry Kapp in the final round.
Well, Steve, it will be the winner of this next race, Shirley Muldowney or Jeb Allen. Shirley is riding a hot streak. She won the Gator Nationals just about a month ago down in Gainesville, Florida, and it was on the same track that this man established the lowest elapsed time in the history of the sport, 5.62 seconds ET for Jeb Allen. Everybody on their feet here at Atlanta Raceway, watching intently on the starting line as headed down track. Both Shirley and Jeb concentrating on the tree, and Shirley is beginning to pull a bit of a lead. She continues to pull away at the finish line and wins it with a 5.97 second elapsed time. Her speed, 236 miles an hour. As we watch again, it is Shirley against Jeb. A bit of smoke off of Jeb's tires at that point, and that's just about the moment that Shirley moved into the lead. She continued to hold on, in fact, extended it just a little bit, but this is what they call close drag racing. 5.97 seconds, 6 seconds flat for Jeb Allen at over 241 miles an hour.
One of the real close races of the day in Top Fuel Eliminator, Dave, and Jeb Allen comes over to Shirley and says, been a long time since we've raced. Been a long time since Shirley's beat him. Jeb says his car shook real hard. Shirley Muldowney came up here and said, Steve, I didn't red light, did I? No, she didn't. A good driving job by one of the best in the business. A close race, 300ths difference.
I think it was a little bit late on the light, but I was worried about the horsepower that Jeb makes. He makes a lot of horsepower.
You have lane choice. That may be important. It appears that right lane may be a little edgy.
What did I run?
597.
Did I really? Okay, I think we can better that, hopefully. I don't know, Steve. I think Ron will, I think he'll stay with the same lane. Okay. I think the racetrack's great.
All right, we'll see you in the final against Terry Kapp, Shirley.
Nobody's leaving Atlanta Raceway as we get set for the final races at the Southern Nationals. The Kenny Bernstein pit area, a beehive of activity as they're installing a brand new engine. Kenny blew the other one to smithereens, put a hole in each side of the block, so it's a new bullet being installed for the final race against Trip Shoemake. On the starting line, it is Pro Stock Eliminator, a pair of Chevrolets. Lee Shepard, the #1 qualifier, driving the Rare and Morrison car against Frank Iaconio. From the starting line, side by side, down the quarter-mile Atlanta Raceway surface, Shepard beginning to pull away, and about a car length difference at the finish line. 8.48 seconds for Lee Shepard. We watch again, you see one car length. That's all that separates them. Let's go to Steve.
Well, with the kind of performances we've seen today from Lee Shepard, the #2 in his window might go down one digit to #1 before this season's over.
Well, I sure hope so, Steve. We're sure trying for it this year.
What happened on the starting line?
Well, we both got a good leave, and it was pretty neck and neck all the way till high gear, and we just pulled him a little bit in high gear.
Funny car finals. Kenny Bernstein, he's been here before and won at the '79 Cajun Nationals Championship. His competition, Trip Shoemake, has not won a national event title. He's knocked on the door several times. The 32-year-old Phoenix, Arizona driver wants this one badly. They've done an awful lot of work, that Johnny Loper crew, but of course, so is Bernstein. It takes a lot of work to win in championship drag racing, regardless of the category. All the work comes down to these final few seconds, though. when these cars leave the starting line and head for the finish line. Boy, they couldn't be closer off the starting line. In the middle of the course, it's anybody's race. And it's Trip Shoemake winning his first ever national championship. Susie Shoemake just overjoyed. That's her jumping around with the crew. And as we watch again, you see how it happened. Trip Shoemake and Kenny Bernstein, you can't tell them apart at this moment. And for Trip Shoemake, just the final few feet is what counts. He begins to burn some pistons, it doesn't matter, and Heather's daddy wins the big one.
I've seen you more excited after a first round win. I don't think you've totally accepted this yet.
I'm burnt out, man. We changed motors and everything. Got to run Bernstein. He's a bad Jose, boy, I tell you. I'm just glad to be here.
Well, you ran good too, like 6:07?
Is that what I ran? Yeah. I didn't know that. They couldn't hand me the time card. I went by the lights too quick.
Well, it was 1/100th of a second between you, so you must have left good.
Is that right? Yeah. That's good.
And here is daughter Heather and his beautiful wife Susie. Hi, Heather. She said earlier today, she says, my daddy kisses me a lot.
Where's that old man Loper? He's a tough one.
Johnny Loper, the car owner from Phoenix, Arizona, who has backed this young man for so many years. And as I said before, they always had the parts and the ability and the desire, but it just never came their way. Congratulations to all of you. Wonderful moment down here as Trip Shoemake wins his first ever national event, the Southern Nationals.
Steve, our congratulations to the whole Shoemake family and to Johnny Loper, as here it is, Top Fuel Finals. The world champion, Shirley Muldowney, against the national champion, the wheeler-dealer, Terry Cap, from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Atlanta, Georgia, their meeting ground. And in just a few seconds, we'll know who will be the first ever NHRA Southern Nationals Top Fuel champion. Shirley taking the left-hand lane, the lane nearest the camera. She feels it maybe just a little bit better. She had the choice. Boy, Terry Cap was a whole lot late. And it is so close at the finish. The crew knows it by the wind lights. Shirley Muldowney wins it 5.95 seconds. Her speed over 234 miles an hour. But for Terry Cap, it was a very expensive driving lesson, as he recorded an elapsed time that was quicker. Each lane a separate racetrack as far as the timing devices go, and you'll see Shirley Muldowney winning it by 0.04 of a second. Really something, Steve.
I know, the lady did it again. The most incredible reflexes in the sport of Top Fuel drag racing. But what's so astounding, and I have to repeat it again, she has now won 4 out of the last 5 NHRA National Championship events. The only one she missed, the opening race this year, the Winter Nationals. David, a lot of excitement down here, but it's winding down. Shirley Muldowney now concludes this first inaugural NHRA Southern Nationals with a beautiful hole-shot victory over the national champion, Terry Cap.
We've seen some of the closest side-by-side racing ever in this inaugural NHRA Southern Nationals from Atlanta Raceway. We'd like to offer a special congratulations to Trip Shoemake and his entire family on their first big win. For Steve Evans, I'm Dave McClellan saying so long from Atlanta. The 1981 Southern Nationals has been brought to you by Suzuki, the Performer. See the full line of Suzuki motorcycles at your local Suzuki dealer. And by Fram, makers of oil, air, and fuel filters, windshield wipers, and Autolite spark plugs. And by Goodyear Arriva, a steel-belted radial so new even its footprint tells you it's different. Promotional consideration provided for and a fee paid by Datsun. Own the new Datsun Turbo 280ZX and you own the road. Goes from 0 to 50 in 5.1 seconds. Now that's awesome and then some. And by Brute. Today's your Brute day. Great days seem to happen more often when you're wearing Brute by Fabergé. After shave, after shower, after anything, Brute by Fabergé. Additional consideration provided for and a fee paid by...
I'm very handy thanks to 3-in-1 oil. It fights rust, lubricates, stops squeaks. 3-in-1 oil is so easy, even you guys can use it. I do home repairs with plastic wood. I fixed my chair, molded my baseboard, built holes in my wall. Plastic wood is so easy, even you guys can use it.
And by Datsun. Own the new Datsun Turbo 280ZX and you own the road. Goes from 0 to 50 in 5.1 seconds. Now that's awesome and then some. The executive producer of Diamond P Sports is Harvey Palish. Produced and directed by John B. Mullen. Coverage of the 1981 National Hot Rod Association Southern Nationals is a presentation of Diamond P Sports.